Hey, hey, hey. Let me know if you can hear me, please. Maybe I should see if I can hear myself. That's probably a good idea. I think I can hear you. We can hear you. All right. Confirmation. It's such a good feeling to not have technical problems. Okay. Let me get my shit together here. Welcome, 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 guys. We'll be getting started in just a momento. Yeah, I've been doing all right. Can't complain. How are you guys? How's everybody out in the chat doing? How have you guys been doing? It's been a hot minute, for me at least. All right. All right, guys. Got the. Yeah, I'll make sure you guys are all added to the list here. I'm just going to give. Probably going to wait three or four more minutes. Let everybody start hopping on here before we get started. Grab a drink, grab a snack, all the goodies. Cheers. Buckle in, buckle up. It's going to be a hell of a night, hell of a ride. All right. While we wait, let's break the table in here. So, hello. You are first up. So if you want to fire away on your question, hello, we'll start with you, and then when everybody hops on, then I'll get into the other things. But that way, I won't at least get some of you guys. Hey, look! Oh my God, it's Brandon, everybody! It's Brandon, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Brandon. How you doing, my friend? What do I need to know? Are you asking what do you need to know in love? Are you asking about money? Are you asking about family? Are you asking about health? Or you just do you just want a general reading? All good considering. I hear you, man. I feel you. It can always be worse. The silver lining in life, right? Hello? So, hello, you said you wanted a I know I've asked you this before. Uh is there what is there a name we can call you by besides hello? Or maybe I can just make up a name for you. I think you've told me your name before, but I think you've told me your name before. I'm gonna start singing. This is turning into a karaoke channel, by the way, guys. It's not gonna be tarot anymore. It's just gonna be me singing karaoke to all you guys. What do you think about that? Will you still like and subscribe to my channel if I stop doing tarot and I just do karaoke? I want to know how many of you are loyal. My loyal fans, my true loyal fans. You guys are like, hell no. Hell no. Hell no, I'm not going to stay in your fucking channel. You start singing and shit. That's not very nice, guys. That's not very nice, guys. Hello! I want to do your reading. All you said was, what do I need to know? It's Maria, everybody. She's here. She made it. Give it up to Maria in the chat, please. Give it up for Maria in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. I got to keep track of all you guys. You come running in here. So make sure I get this list all in order here. Well, that's my question. All right. Okay. So you just wants to whatever. All right. So how do we start this out? A general reading from her for hello. While we wait for a few more people to hop on here, and then we'll get into the things. So well, welcome to 2025, everybody. You're like, but wait, wait. It's been 2025. It's the middle of March. Oh, no, 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 no. The energy of 2025 is just now finally making its appearance. See, January and February were still 2024's dying energy. So I've got all this desk room now. I don't know what to do with myself. Oh my God. My OCD. What do I do with all this room? Um, we'll use it. Irish is here, everybody. Give it up for Irish in the chat. Irish. Absolutely. Everybody gets on the list. It's like waiting in line at Disneyland. We all want to wait in line to ride the Scooby Doo. Hmm. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hmm. All right. Hello. 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 Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Let's see. Oh, Alicia. All right, you guys are gonna have to bear with me. I'm multitasking here without a mod. Okay. Okay. So hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hmm. There's something missing here. You lose something recently, hello? You lose like your car keys. Something went missing. You've been looking for something. I don't know what you've been looking for, but you've been looking for something. Maybe you lost something. And if you haven't, you might. You might lose something. So if there's anything important of yours, uh it didn't have to be major, but like, your car keys, your credit card, your belongings, maybe you go out somewhere and or your phone, you set something down and you misplace it. So be careful. You might misplace something that's important to you. Okay. All right. So now we get that out of the way. All right. So for you, we have overthinking. Yeah, this is a lot of room. Let's do this. And we're gonna figure this out. My OCD. We're gonna figure this out. It's okay, Eddie. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I gotta calm myself down here. My OCD, the inner child. So hello. Uh, I think you're overthinking about a relationship. We have the shadow self here. We have overthinking here. Um, you're healing from something. We have conquer underneath that. Yep. And then we have a pass. So yeah, I think you're trying to bounce back from potentially toxic relationship here. That's the vibe I'm getting. But you're still overthinking it. So you're still having basically some issues here. Overthinking. I would call it the residual energy of whatever the past situation is here for you. Now, if you haven't been looking at this, the divine is saying it's time. But this is not a good energy to be in. Overthinking due to whatever happened back here. So why is overthinking here? Let's take a look at it real quick. Let's take a look at it real quick and see. Why is he overthinking here? What are you overthinking about? A Knight of Pentacles, okay. But is this a dude? I think it is. We have a Magician here. So maybe you've been dealing with a Virgo, a Virgin, or Gemini. Virgos equal virgins. Geminis equal not virgins. Yeah, there's a loss here. Okay. Page of Cups. Yeah, we got that. Ten of Cups. Yeah, so I knew it was relationship. Nine of Swords. There's the overthinking at the bottom of the deck. There's the Nine of Cups. Okay, maybe that's you. Queen of Pentacles. So maybe you're a Capricorn, or there was a Capricorn involved. Doesn't have to be. A lot of Earth energy, though. The Knight of Pentacles here. But you've been overthinking this. Hello's like, tell me something I don't know. Okay, well, I'm just telling you the things. Not now. So why is not now here? What do we need to know about the not now? The not now, the not now. Okay, so what I'm getting from the divine before any cards come out is there's a okay, well, there's the Gemini. All right. At least I think it's the Gemini. I got interrupted. Thanks, divine, interrupting me. I'm about to say what I wanted to say, and you interrupt me. That's okay. So there's Mr. King of Swords in reverse. That's not a nice guy. You guys don't want to see the King of Swords in reverse. That's not a nice person, by the way. Now, I don't know if he was always not a nice person or if he's just not a nice person right now, type of not nice person. But yeah, he's not having it. So if you're basically hung up on this dude, essentially, he's not having it. And even if he is having it, because we have the devil energy down here at the bottom, or yeah, from the bottom of the deck here, basically a toxic relationship kind of thing going on here. The divine is basically telling you, hey, this isn't good for you. All right. So this not now is one or two or both. Either the divine is telling you you need to cut this dude out because their energy is not good for you. They're not in alignment with you. Or maybe this person has cut you out of their life, or maybe you cut them out of their life. All right. It's one, the other, or all of the above. All right. All right. Travel. Now, this is a metaphor. I mean, obviously, it could be indicating that you and this person are at a distance from each other. And if so, that's a good thing, because the more distance that you have from this person, the better, because this is what the divine basically wants you to be focusing on right now. The divine wants you to focus on yourself, focus on your recovery, focus on your healing, learning the lessons that you need to learn as a result of going through this relationship with this person so that you can overcome and conquer these hurdles, obstacles, and challenges. Now, I don't know who, what relation you have with this person here, but basically, Ten of Wands here, heavy, overwhelmed. Give it up to Jean, everybody. Give it up for Jean. My mod is here. Oh my God, my life just got a shit ton easier. Give it up for Jean in the chat, please. Jean, I got a list for you. I've got a list for you. Here's what I got so far. Hold on, guys. Give me just a second here. Help my mod out here. She helps me. I'm gonna help her help me. So we don't have to work smarter, not harder. Okay. All right. That's the list that I have. Maybe you can double check me on that. All right. So back to you. Hello. Sorry for the interruption there. Oh, thanks, Maria. It's nice to feel missed. Scarcity. Maybe that's all it is. I just need to disappear and come back randomly on you guys. We can all have a toxic relationship with me and my tarot channel. I'm here one day and I'm gone the next, and you never know when I'm going to come back. Yeah, we have a toxic love-hate relationship with Eddie's tarot channel. Okay, hello. So basically, yeah, with your reading, the divine wants you basically to understand that there's something here regarding a relationship with a dude. You said a dude. This is in a relationship with a dude in your past. Now, if you're thinking, well, I'm not with anybody from my past, well, I don't know. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. Who knows? Only you know. But what I can tell you, regardless if you are with this person or not in real time in the present moment, their energy is still attached to you with the past card. And so this is something that actually happens a lot more frequently. It's actually very common, more oftentimes than not. See, a lot of times we as people, we think that we've gotten over somebody from our past when in fact we haven't, energetically speaking. What we've done is we've distracted ourselves from something that has gone unhealed. And this is, if I would say, well, I don't know. I have to be honest, so I gotta think about this for a second. I would say it's neck and neck with perhaps one of the number one reasons why, in at least in relationship coaching, why I see the same patterns reoccur within people again and again and again and again and again. Like there's only so many patterns that people have. And when you've seen all the patterns or most of the patterns, then, and you dig into why the patterns are there, you come up with the same types of answers. And so, unfortunately, when it comes to relationships and in the modern age, our culture, regardless of where you are, what country you live in, or what background you're from. I mean, unless you live on a deserted island out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean with a bunch of pygmies with sticks, basically, you've never seen civilization before, then you're probably a normal human being that's living in the world with the rest of us, And unfortunately, with all the technology that's available and all the things, we live in a very distracted, overstimulated, and medicated culture. And so, anytime that we experience pain, loss, or discomfort, our default mode is to go and medicate because that's part of our self-preservation mechanism, but it's also part of culture and conditioning and programming. So very few people have a tolerance for discomfort, especially longer periods of discomfort. Like actually having to sit in your discomfort and examine it and look at it and have a conversation with it, understand it. It's just discomfort. I'm out. That's what most people do, and so and that could be a lot of for a lot of different reasons. Like we all medicate with different things, different reasons. We all have our own patterns and things, but it's not beneficial because we don't learn anything. And so my point is, many of us have been hurt by something, and it doesn't have to be just a breakup or you know I mean, it could be any type of pain, loss, tragedy, trauma, betrayal, anything that's happened in your past that was harmful for you or hurtful for you, that is stored somewhere in your nervous system. Now, if you did not heal it, if you did not confront it, you did not acknowledge it, you didn't feel it, uh, you know, you just medicated, you moved on with life. And of course, now in society and culture, and I don't know, I guess for a long while, perhaps, I don't know, in at least my 43 years on this planet, I don't know if there's ever been a time where it was socially acceptable to embrace or embody one's feelings or emotions. Maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't seen it. That's not been my experience or the experience of people that I've encountered. You know, feelings and emotions, we don't hold space. Culture doesn't hold space for that. It's considered weakness or uncomfortable. And that's one of the reasons there's so many attachment issues in relationships, because we have made the divine feminine, the feeling part of us, okay, or that side of our brain, even that hemisphere of our brain. I forget if it's the left or the right. I always forget the left and the right, the masculine versus the feminine side of things, right? But it doesn't matter. It's the feminine essence that has been demonized, and it's been portrayed as weakness. And more than ever, we are in a over masculinized culture. And I'm not going to get into that whole thing, but I'll get on a whole tangent, and I'm not getting on that tangent tonight. But the point is, here for you, for hello, and for the rest of us, sometimes things will come up in a reading that it's kind of like, why now? Why is the divine wanting to highlight something now? Even if because I've had this happen before for myself, and then people who've come to me for readings, and they're like, well, you know I'm just here to be the messenger. I don't know what's going on in your life. I have no clue. The cards come out, and I'm just an interpreter, right? Just like if you were somebody who's spoken in a foreign language and I interpret, my job is there just to be the interpreter. That's it. Nothing else. That's kind of what I'm here for. I'm just here to be the messenger. So the cards come out, I see the message, I interpret the message, and then the other person's confused. Because sometimes the divine is highlighting something that doesn't seem relevant, or maybe it wasn't what the person was expecting. But if you give the divine the choice to give you a message, and I'm just using hello as an example here, because this happens often, so might as well talk about it since it's a common occurrence. If you want a general reading, in other words, essentially what that means when someone says, hey, I just want a general reading, whatever comes out, right? And there's lots of different words that people use to say the same thing, but that's what they mean. If you're going to give the divine permission to speak to you about whatever it wants, then it's going to speak to you about what is most important, most critical in you aligning to the next best version of yourself, because that's how the divine works. And if you guys have ever been here, you probably heard me say this, and I'll continue to say it, but there's only two non-negotiables that the divine has when dealing with all of us or interacting with us. The first non-negotiable is the divine will never violate our free will. The second non-negotiable the divine has with all of us is that it will never give you anything that's not in your highest good. So in this case, for hello, there's something connected to the past that has been impeding their progress in moving towards what would essentially be in their highest good. And so the beauty and the power of that is that if we take the message seriously that the divine is giving us and we actually do something about it, then it can have a very, very, very profound effect on our lives, to the extent of which most of the time we're not immediately aware of. But everything in life is cause and effect. And so essentially for you, hello, so kind of coming back to you now specifically, what's most important for you is to heal whatever this thing is. But there's a toxic energy there's a toxic energy attached to you from your past that has not been dealt with. And it's been blocking you from moving forward in many areas of your life, not just relationship, not just love. It's been blocking you from connecting. Look, I can't make this shit up. I didn't know that this card was underneath the past. I was literally just about to say, it's been blocking you from even connecting with yourself in terms of your own self-worth, your self-image, your belief within yourself, your self-value, your perception of you, your confidence, all of that. That's the number one thing that it's been affecting, essentially. And so I don't know why my camera is freaking out. It's like having a heartbeat. Why is it doing that? Stop. New technology. I have no idea. What's going on? Chill out. Camera? That was really weird. Okay. I don't know. My camera had a heartbeat for a minute. No, don't do it again. God damn it. The things that distract me. Why are you doing it? Why does my camera have a heartbeat? I don't know. That is really weird. What is going on with you, dude? Chill out. All right. I don't know. It's gonna. I don't know. Maybe it'll correct itself. I don't know what the hell. I don't know why it's doing that. But anyways, the point is, for you, hello, this needs to be resolved. Whatever this toxic energy is needs to be resolved. So the divine is highlighting this for you because once you conquer this, once you overcome whatever this is from your past that's still affecting you, it's going to lead you into a level of confidence within yourself that I don't know that you've experienced. And when you experience it, you will value it. And once you value it, you'll utilize it. And so there's some things that are going to, there's some doors basically they're going to open up for you in your life as a result of the new you that you will become once you've rectified this energy. Now, if you're not sure what it is because I don't know what your story is and I don't know what all you've been through. So some people, they go through lots of things and it's like, well, I don't know. I don't know which past trauma, which past thing that it is. Um, you may not know. And I don't. I obviously wouldn't know either. But with a little bit of discretion or reflection rather, I would say, introspection, I think that it'll make sense to you what this thing is. But that's what needs to be addressed. That's what needs to be highlighted. And then I was led to pull 3 cards for you in regards to this. And these cards are assholes because they will call you out. And sometimes we need to be called out on certain things. All right. So the first card out here, if my camera will chill the fuck out, is blaming fate. You resent spirit for not giving you a purpose. And then the obviously, I guess this is the advice, for lack of better words, is you control your destiny. You make it happen. Yeah. You're blaming fate. You're blaming the divine. It's the victim mentality. Somebody else's fault. It's like, no, you control your own destiny. The next is self-righteous. You are judging others for not being spiritual. Yeah, I'm no spiritual one. They're not spiritual. Everyone is on their own path. Be compassionate. I've been guilty before of this as well. No one's perfect. We all have our stuff. In a hurry. You are rushing around, overwhelmed and panicky. Slow down. You will get more done if you are calm. Yeah, that's part of the overthinking energy there. Above all else, protect your peace. So, um, yeah, this is the thing that you want to work on. And I think once you work on whatever this is from your past and you heal it, it's also going to help you with this overthinking stuff that you've had. So if you've been predisposed to stress or anxiety or disorders, everything's a disorder nowadays, stress or anxiety disorders, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Healing whatever this thing is from your past is actually going to take care of any stress or anxiety that you have. Okay. So there's actually another benefit to this. And thankfully, my camera decided to stop having a pulsating orgasm. I don't know what the hell that was about. Like, what's the point of having, you try to like do a little upgrade, you try to get some new stuff. And it's like, it's always got to be something. Ain't nothing can just be easy. But then again, it is technically Mercury retrograde. So that's my fault. Trying to do all the new things in the Mercury retrograde, the technology is going to break. Some of you crazy bastards are tempting fate by getting on a plane. That's one thing I'm going to tell you guys straight up. You should not be doing right now is getting on a plane or flying anywhere. That's probably about the most risky thing that anybody could do right now. Anyways, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. It's good to see. Oh, we have Lisa DeYang. Lisa is here tonight. All right, all right, all right. It's good to see you guys. Before we get into all of the festivities, there is a quick little something something that was put on my. I try to always try to get like a message for those who need it. before I get on here? I mean, besides obviously the questions that you all have when when you come here for a reading, but more from like a collective approach. Like, so I connect with the divine. I was like, what do you want? What do people need to know the most? Or is there a specific message or a topic or something? And since we are, well, actually, let me back up and say at the beginning of March, uh, the divine was like, you know, really, there's a focus on relationships this month. Okay. And so I asked again, that was the beginning of March. So that was like 2 weeks ago. And I don't think I've been on since then. So today, I did the same thing. And the divine's like, well, relationships is kind of like the highlight right now. And then I also remembered that I think we just entered Mercury retrograde and it's been Venus retrograde. Now, so for those of you who don't know what all of that is, most people know what Mercury retrograde is, obviously, which is Mercury is all about communication, technology, all the things. And anytime there's a retrograde, it's essentially you could just substitute the word retrograde for reevaluation, right? It's reflection. So in other words, it's kind of like a time where we're meant to press the pause button and reflect and kind of take a time out because we get so caught up in life and the Groundhog's Day and all the things, we don't actually stop to take a moment of intentional, like an intentional moment of saying, wait, actually, what am I actually doing with my life? Besides being a human doing, when do I get to be a human being? Because that's what most people are. Most people are just human doings, right? It's Sunday night, uh, where I am. I don't know if some of you guys are probably in different countries, but it's Sunday night here. I'm in Eastern time zone, so it's 9:06 Eastern time where I am. And so it's like, what do most people do? So they're going to go to sleep, you're going to wake up tomorrow, you're going to go to your job, right? It's like the same shit every day, Groundhog's Day. And so we get so caught up in the doing of life that we have, if we're not careful, it's so easy to forget like what life is meant to be about. And so, these retrogrades are those moments in time, and we go, at least one or two every year. I think two every year at least, where the purpose of it is for us to take a time out and go, what the hell am I doing? What's the meaning and purpose of my life? Because we get so caught up in the Groundhog's Day doing the same thing again and again and again and again and again, and life is just passing us by. And you know it's just kind of like, are you living to die? Are you dying to live? That's the way I look at it. And so so this year is going to be a hell in a handbasket for a lot of people. And I've been talking about this for a while. I'm not going to go into it all here tonight again, but this year is going to be make it or break it for a lot of people in a lot of different ways, but especially when it comes to relationships. Now, because we're basically sitting in Venus retrograde right now, this, because again, we're talking about a retrograde, and Venus is all about, it's the ruler of love, relationships. I'll just read the keywords here. Much easier. So love, beauty, relationships, pleasure, values, material abundance. So even your money, those are like kind of the themes that are attached to Venus, or essentially the same thing as like the Empress card in tarot, if that's easier for you to remember. But the purpose of this is a time of reflection on relationships, what's worked and what hasn't worked. And what I can tell you that I believe with absolute certainty is no matter how wealthy you are, how beautiful you are, how famous you are, if your most intimate relationship is suffering. Every other area of your life is suffering. And some of you know this to be true. If you are with somebody, and it's kind of like there's a saying, it's better to be single and lonely than married and miserable. And it doesn't matter. You don't have to be married. The point is like, it's better to be single and lonely than stuck with a partner and be miserable with that person. Because if you've been in a situation like that before, where when your most intimate relationship that you have with your partner, when that starts to suffer, your job starts to suffer, your health starts to suffer, everything in your life starts to suffer. Everything else starts to take a dive, starts to take a hit when you are not good with your person. So, I would say that the most courageous thing that anybody will ever do is choose, obviously, to fall in love, like truly fall in love. And perhaps one of the most important decisions that you'll ever make is the person that you decide to, you know, to do life with. Maybe neck and neck with bringing a child into this world. Like those are probably, in my opinion, the two most important decisions that any human being could ever make. Like, do I actually want to bring a life into this world? It's pretty huge decision. And then obviously who you decide to do life with. Because the ramifications of those decisions, the effects of those decisions are very, very, they're extremely large. So all that saying is the theme that was laid on my heart, or some things that I wanted to share with you guys tonight, is relationships. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it, but I'm just going to give you guys a little something, because obviously you guys came here to get readings, and that's what I'm going to, obviously, what I'm here to do for you all. But I do want to give you guys something, and that's applicable, because I've spent 11 years of my life obsessed over this topic and this situation, because once upon a time I was married for 10 years. I had to think about that. I was married for 10 years, and then until obviously I wasn't. And my ex-wife of 10 years left me for my best friend of 17 years. And it would be really easy to to sling mud at her, call her all the bad names and all the things that most people do today, especially, God forbid, the N word. Everybody's throwing around the N word, the narcissist word. That's the big one. That's the big popular theme today. Everybody's a narcissist. You hurt my feelings, you're a narcissist. Um, so when obviously my ex-wife of 10 years left me for my best friend of 17 years, I went through 9 months of pure fucking hell. I lost 30 pounds in 30 days. I was suicidal. In fact, I tried to kill myself one night, all the things. Um, and after that, when I got on the other side of it, I had two decisions. I made two decisions, rather. The first decision that I made was, one, this can never happen again. I cannot afford to go through this experience ever again in my life. I can't. This can never ever ever happen to me ever again. That's the first decision I made. The second decision that I made is, I need to know, I need to ensure that this never happens again, but I also need to ensure that whatever I do to prevent this from ever happening again does not prevent me from getting what I want out of life, which is passion, love, romance. And this is the fine line. This is the distinction, the 2 millimeter distinction that most people miss in relationships. because most people get hurt and the pendulum swings really, really far to one extreme, which is self-preservation. I got to protect myself at all costs. I got to ensure this never happens to me again. I got to make sure that I never get cheated on again. I never get hurt again. I never get betrayed again. I never get hurt. And while you may be successful at preventing yourself from getting hurt, you're also being very successful at making sure that you never experience love. And so for me, that was a non-negotiable. Like, I can't protect myself so much from the idea of pain, loss, betrayal, and hurt that I actually push away the very thing that I'm desiring, which is love. So those are the two decisions that I made all the way back 11 years ago in 2014. I actually remember exactly where I was when I made this decision. I was standing in my backyard at the time. And so I became obsessed with understanding relationships. My entire value system changed as a human being, as a man. My entire value system changed in regards to relationships, understanding the opposite sex, all these things. And so for the last 11 years, I have obsessed, and even to this day, I continue to obsess, because the more that you learn, the more that you realize you don't know. And so you just go deeper and you're like, well, I thought I knew. And then you go deeper into it still. And it's like, well, all the information that I thought that I've learned, there's still more to learn. Right. And so that's kind of like, I don't know, I guess that's maybe why some of the wisest philosophers and theologians and spiritualist people have all said the same shit for thousands and thousands of years. You know, I resolve to know nothing. It's like the more wise they become, the more they're the first ones to admit, I don't know shit. I don't know nothing. And I understand that, because it's like the more you learn, the more you just realize I don't know anything. Even though technically you know a lot. It's a paradox. But so I wanted to give you guys a little bit of the back, maybe a little bit of the backstory of that. So, you know, pain motivated me to find a passion for relationships, understanding relationships. And it was first for me, because I wanted to make sure that, again, I had the tools, the knowledge, the resources, and the skills to fill in the gaps of what I didn't know, because I decided to take responsibility for my life. Instead of just accusing my ex-wife and saying, well, you know, she's a bitch, she's a whore, she's a cheater, she's a liar, she's a this, she's a that, she's a narcissist, and slinging mud at her and making her out to be, you know, the terrible person because she made a poor decision. And I'm not saying that she's not responsible for the poor decision that she made, and I'm not saying that she didn't make a really shitty decision. But things are not black and white. They're not as black and white as many people seem. And when you're living with somebody every single day for 10 years, somebody doesn't just wake up one day and decide, oh, I think I'm just going to go cheat on my partner today. Oh, I think I'm just going to leave you today. Oh, I think I don't love you anymore today. That's not how it works. And so what I realized over time through my journey is, the more that I learned, the more that I put myself in her shoes, the more that I realized, oh, well, actually, there were probably hundreds of reasons why she did what she did. And again, I'm not saying that what she did was right, and I'm not saying, you know, that it was a morally good decision. Two wrongs don't make a right. What she did was wrong. Wrong is wrong. Bad is bad. But we can either be right and feed our ego, or we can be a student of life and we can empower ourselves. And that's the decision that we all have. And Most people choose the ego because they would rather feel right. They want the justice, right? Or injustice, that sense of injustice. I was something unjust happened to me, and I want to feel righted by it. I want justice for this thing that happened to me. And what I've learned in my life is that it doesn't matter, because even if you get a form of justice, it's usually not affecting the other person that was involved because their life isn't affected by it, right? Like my ex-wife, for example, when she left me for my best friend, she wasn't depressed. She wasn't going through nine months of hell. She was living her dreams. 2 weeks later, she was in fucking Disney World living her best life. She was on cloud nine. I was the one who was suffering in barely able to function, not her. So our mind plays these games with us to justify things in reality that don't make sense to us. And if we're not careful and we give that much power away to our ego, then we're going to be fucked. Whether it's in relationships, whether it's in career, whatever. This is the name of the spiritual game right here, is when you're in your head, you're dead. Too much head. And I know some of you guys out there going, there's no such thing as too much head. And I'm not talking about that. Too much ego and you're dead. When you give your power away and you let this thing up here between our two ears run the show, then you're fucked. And so the idea of spirituality is to subject the will of the ego to the spirit, right? Learning how to be led from your heart, essentially, is what that is. And so when you tame or you train, it's kind of just like a breaking in a horse, or you go to the pound, and there's this really, really, batshit crazy dog. And for whatever reason, you're like, I want that crazy dog. And they're like, yeah, well, that dog's crazy. You probably don't want that dog. It's like, no, I want the crazy dog. And you know what you're up against. But you take the dog home and you take the challenge, you accept the challenge, and you work with the dog, and then eventually the dog changes, right? Well, that's the same thing here with the brain. Is we have to get this thing to not rule us and rule our lives unconsciously. We need to make sure that this is being trained, subjected to the will of our spirit, not the other way around. That's a side note. So relationships. So obviously, with 11 years of obsessing over this topic, and I mean, God knows, thousands and thousands of hours in all the people that have helped in relationships, it's really hard to choose a single thing when there's so many things that are relevant that would be helpful. So what I've done tonight is simplified it all. And so what I'm going to be doing is sharing with you guys just a small snippet from concepts that are all in this book, which, by the way, if you want a free copy of my book, 100% free copy, all you have to do is send me an email, and I will reply to your email with a digital copy of my book. It's the whole book. It will come to you in a PDF document, completely for free. No bullshit, no fine print, no nothing. But because it's a PDF, I have to be able to attach it to your email to send it back to you. All right. And I'm only going to send it to people that want it. If you don't want it, that's fine. But the email address, I'm going to put it in the chat. It's very simple. It's just imagine at dreamoutloud.center. So that's in the chat. So all you have to do is just send me an email, and you can just say something like, hey, I love a, you know, I'm interested in the book, or I'd love a copy of the book, whatever. And I will send you guys a free copy of the book, 100% free. You get the whole book in PDF. All right. So with that being said, for those of you that are here and you're listening, because I know a lot of you guys come in here with relationship questions. So here's the thing. It takes one set of skills to learn how to find somebody, and it takes a totally different set of skills to know how to keep somebody, right? So if I was working with somebody who was single, and like, hey, I'm single, and you know, I'm looking for love. Okay, well, there's we would I would work with that person in regards to the skills that they need to find somebody. And that's where most people start. Most people want to know when they're single, how do I find somebody? But then when they get that person, they don't want the skills to know how to keep them. And that's the bigger problem, right? Because even if you don't have any skills at all, chances are if you just live long enough, you're going to bump into somebody. I mean, hell, fate, destiny, God, source, universe is going to bring somebody into your path. At some point in life, you're going to meet somebody, you're going to kick off a conversation, you're going to end up in a relationship with somebody. Like, so even if you don't have skills to meet somebody, you're probably going to end up with somebody. My point is, the more important skills that people need are not the skills of how to meet somebody, it's how to keep the person that you fall in love with. And that's where everybody's going wrong, is we don't have the skills because no one teaches us the stuff. All right. So, so for a little bit of engagement here, how many of you guys in the chat, and I want you guys to be honest with me, how many of you in the chat have or know like of a relationship or a marriage that when you see that relationship or that marriage, that's your ideal relationship, meaning I want what they have? How many of you can say that you know of a couple, whether they're married, whether they're just boyfriend, girlfriend, it doesn't matter, but there's a couple that you know and you want the exact relationship that they have? Is there anybody in the chat that can name, and all you just say, you know, you don't have to, you know, say their name, but just be like, hey, you know, I know a couple that I would want what they have. And when I say you want what they have, I mean you want literally, like, you look at their relationship as being the ideal relationship for you. Like, if you could have what they have, that would be absolutely the ideal, the perfect relationship. Now here's the kicker. You have to know these people. You have to know them. And this isn't like celebrities or some fantasy Disney World shit. And also, there's another distinction. I'm not talking about relationships that you respect. Like, for example, my parents, uh, by far, the two people that I love most in my life, they've been married for almost 50 years, and I respect their relationship. I respect their marriage, but their marriage is not the the template or the archetype of what I would want. Even though I respect them, I respect their marriage, but it's not what I would want. There's a difference here. I'm not talking about you respect them. I'm talking about you want exactly what they have. So divine timing says me. Mariana says me. Brandon says my grandparents. Irish says, yeah, but you don't know behind closed doors. And see, that's the thing. That's 100%. That's 100% true. What you see out in public is not necessarily what you see behind closed doors. Maria says, I do know a couple who seem to have a wonderful relationship. Okay. So mostly positive. So we have a very positive group here tonight, which is a little bit abnormal. Most people I ask this question, they say no. They don't have a positive reference. They don't have a positive model of a relationship that they could look at and say, okay, these people have a positive, relationship, a healthy relationship that I know. I know who these people are. Again, I'm not talking about what you see at a distance because, you know, people act happy all the fucking time at face value and then they go home and, husband's beating the shit out of his wife or God knows what's happening behind closed doors. I'm talking about people that you know, right? It's very different. And so if you're close enough, you're fortunate enough to be close enough to somebody who's got a healthy relationship, a healthy marriage that has exceeded 20 plus years, okay? They've made it at least 2 decades. And they've been married together and they're modeling a healthy marriage and a healthy relationship. That is very, very rare. It's very rare. I'm not saying that obviously those relationships don't exist. I know that they do, but it's very rare. So, you know, it's my point in saying this is that because we don't have many healthy role models, most of us we don't have a clue. You know, we don't know what even a healthy relationship looks like. So the first problem is no one teaches us the skills of what to do, how to relate. Two, we don't have any healthy role models to look up to or mentors to teach us the things that we don't know. So essentially, 97, 98% of us out here are just basically figuring it out as we go, right? And so with that in mind, my next question is, what do you guys think the number one reason for divorce is? Put it in the chat. What do you think the number one reason for divorce is? It doesn't have to be divorce. It can just be a breakup in a relationship. You don't have to be married. The number one reason for divorce and breakups. I'm curious to know what your guys' thoughts are in the chat. Okay, Gene says money. There's no right or wrong. I'm just asking what your guys' opinion is. The grass is always greener on the other side. Breakdown in communication. Ash says a lack of understanding. So I guess we could put that in communication, a category of communication as well. Didn't think and talk through the future. So that's also could be placed into the container of communication. What else do you guys think? So far, communication. People don't connect deeply enough before getting married. Now I know some of you guys out there in YouTube land, you guys have been in relationships. You don't have to have been married, but if you've been in a relationship and you've gone through a breakup, then you have an opinion. And I want to know what your opinion is. Incompatibility, not taking the time to really get to know a person before becoming serious. Divine timing says definitely communication in selfish ways. Mine was Mariana just was, mine was a narcissist, which basically means option D, all of the above. All right. Well, so when I asked this question, and there's a reason I asked you guys, when I asked this question, 90 to 95% of the time, these are the answers that I get, and in order from greatest to least. All right. So I wrote this down before I asked, so you guys would know that I didn't fabricate this and make this up. The number one reason that people say relationships fail is usually communication. People say, yep, that's got to be the number one reason. If they don't say communication, then they'll say, well, it's got to be money and finances. That's got to be the number one reason. If it's not money and finances, then it usually boils down to some type of sex or intimacy related issue, right? So when I ask this question, essentially, these are the common responses that I get. These are not even in the top 10. Okay. These answers that are on this board are symptoms, not causes. Communication is not a cause, it's a symptom. Money and financial issues is not a cause, it's a symptom. Sex and intimacy problems, it's not a cause, it's a symptom. And so the reason that so many people are having failed relationships and they can't figure out why the relationship is failing is because they're troubleshooting symptoms instead of troubleshooting the cause. Because if you knew what the cause was, then you could address the cause and then the symptoms would go away and you could potentially have a different type of relationship than the one that you were having. Or you could have a relationship that was better than before. So what I wanted to share with you guys are basically the top 3 reasons. Okay. And again, if you want a free copy of this book, everything that I'm sharing is literally in this book. No holds barred, no holding back. And even if you came to me and you worked with me in relationship coaching, basically the principles, the knowledge, the tools, the skills, whatever you want to call it, that I use are all still in this book. So when I wrote this book, there's no gatekeeping here. Like a lot of people, they write books and shit and they're holding information back. Well, that's not what this is. This isn't a bunch of fluff, a bunch of storytelling. This is like just a manual, basically. You just get into it and it just starts addressing all the different things. So this isn't like, you like reading a good story and you like lots of different stories, and that's not what this is. This isn't a book with stories. This book is just getting down. It's just very logical, practical. Here's the problem. This is how you fix it. Here's the problem. This is how you fix it. Oh, you're having this problem. This is how you fix that problem. So basically, what I have found in my 11 years of obsession over this is that there's essentially only 7 reasons, 7 causes. We talked about the symptoms. Here are the symptoms. These are the top 3 symptoms that people will say is the reason for breakups and divorce. Well, there's 7 causes, or what I call 7 deadly sins that destroy all relationships. There's only 7. So whatever problem, if you come to me and you say, hey, this is the problem that I'm having in my relationship. And if you came to me, most people will tell me that these are the problems that they're having in their relationship, which is why most people give these answers when I ask the question, what causes breakups? Because these are the problems that they think that they're having in their relationships. So they're thinking, well, my problems are no different than other people's problems, and everybody else is in agreement that we're all having the same problems, which is communication, money, and sex problems. And so since everybody's kind of on board and in the same category, and these answers really don't change much. Everybody believes that that must be the problem. But these are the symptoms. So there's only 7. There's only 7 possibilities for why your relationship could be destroyed. So you come to me and you start telling me your problems. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm categorizing your symptoms into one or more of these 7 possibilities, these 7 containers, which I call the 7 deadly sins. Now, I'm not going to go into all 7 of them with you, but I'm going to give you the top 3 because the top 3 are the most deadly of the 7. Okay? Meaning that 90% to 95% of people who are having relationship problems is due to the top 3. So if you can understand these 3, then you will be so far ahead of like 99% of the people out there who know nothing. So just by you understanding the teeny tiny little bit of information I'm about to share with you, your opportunity to change your relationships and have a completely different, leaps and bounds worth of knowledge. And again, it took me 11 years to learn this shit, thousands of hours, and literally over $100,000 of training. Obsession, literally obsession. And you guys get it completely for free. So let's talk about really quick, we're going to talk about the top 3 deadly sins that destroy all relationships. And then I'm going to tell you what to do to fix it. This is just a crash course. I could spend half a day, if not maybe an entire day, talking about this because it's very, obviously it's a complex subject. But I'm going to give you guys a crash course, okay? So, the first deadly sin, the second deadly sin, and the third deadly sin that destroy all relationships. Number 1, self-preservation. I apologize for my handwriting because I'm in a hurry. There's number 1, self-preservation. Every single one of us has a default mechanism, right? Fight, flight, or freeze. And so when we are triggered, our nervous system goes into fight, flight, or freeze. Now, your fight, flight, or freeze response could be different with different people. When I was with my ex-wife, mine was flee. She was the aggressor. Other relationships, I've been the aggressor. So, your fight, flight, or freeze response will change depending on the person that you're with. But what doesn't change is the fact that we all have a threshold. And when you get triggered, first of all, most people are not aware of the moment that they become triggered. All they remember is that, hey, things were okay until they weren't. And then there's this period of conflict. And then when the conflict is over, a lot of times people don't even remember what even started the conflict. If you ask them, it's like, well, so what started that fight? I don't remember. Mostly guys more than women. Women remember everything because when what women do that's different than men is women will attach a feeling, an emotion to a memory, and that's how they can remember it forever because they're emotional creatures. And so a woman will know exactly what was said, exactly the tone it was said, exactly where you were, exactly what you were wearing. A woman will remember absolute everything because she has that imprint in her nervous system because she attached an emotion to it. A man doesn't do that. Okay. But the number one reason that every single one of us, the number one reason that relationships are destroyed is because of self-preservation. Meaning, when you trigger me, I go into fight, flight, or freeze. So I am no longer the person that you once knew as the love of your life, your husband, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your wife, whatever. I've turned into this other thing, this monster. Now, when I go into self-preservation, what happens for most people is it triggers you, and now you go into self-preservation. So now you become a monster too. And so you re-trigger me again. So I stay in self-preservation. And now that I'm re-triggered, I re-trigger you. So now you're in essentially the self-preservation cycle. So there's me, and then there's you. And around we go. You trigger me, and I trigger you. And we're just going to keep going around and round and round, triggering each other, we're just triggering each other's fight, flight, or freeze response. Now, for most people, the way that this gets resolved is they go to sleep at night. You can't fight forever. At some point, you have to fucking go to sleep. And so you go to sleep, and that's what interrupts the pattern. Because in other words, and for you to get out of this cycle, there has to be something that interrupts that pattern. Well, for most people, they don't know how to get out of their own pattern of self-preservation. And we all do it. So most people just have to go to sleep. And so what happens when you go to sleep, the adrenaline calms down, your nervous system regulates, and you wake up and you're not triggered anymore. And so now you and your partner can function like normal human beings because you're not being hijacked by basically survival chemicals. So anytime that you go into self-preservation, you're not being logical, you're not being practical, you're not being compassionate, you're not being empathetic, you're not being understanding. None of that shit exists when you're in self-preservation. That's why it's called self-preservation. The number one priority of self-preservation is to preserve and protect oneself. Not care about your partner, not care about the future, not care about, the relationship, not care about whether you're going to stay together and remain, married or boyfriend and girlfriend and all that shit. All that shit goes out the window. It's about me and only me. That's what self-preservation is. And so with work and effort and intentionality and a lot of other skills, we can become more aware of our self-preservation patterns to where eventually we master our self-preservation issues instead of them unconsciously ruling us. Very few people do this. Very, very, very few people will invest in themselves. And so they'll continue to do the same thing, expecting a different result, which is the definition of insanity. All right. But let's be clear. Let's be crystal fucking clear that this is the number one reason for divorce and breakups. There is no other number one. It's not communication. Communication is a symptom of self-preservation. Self-preservation is the root cause. Do you think you're going to be able to communicate effectively? Do you think you're going to feel safe, seen, heard, and understood? Are you going to be able to put yourself in your partner's shoes? Are you going to understand where they're coming from? Are you trying to understand where they're coming from? When your whole nervous system is being hijacked, flooded with chemicals that are saying one of three things. I either need to fight this person to protect myself, or I need to flee, I need to run, I need to escape from this person to protect myself, or I need to stonewall, I need to freeze, pretend that nothing's happening, pretend that it's not there, pretend that it doesn't exist, and play dead, basically, play possum. Well, if I just lay here and I pretend that I'm not here, that this problem doesn't exist, the problem will just go away. Well, of course not. Of course, communication. Of course, you're not going to feel like communication is working because you're not in a mode of receptivity where effective communication is even possible. You're in your fucking animal instincts. Fight, flight, or freeze. Not a time to communicate. This isn't a peaceful. When you're triggered and you're in the cycle, this isn't about, you know, a peaceful resolution here. This is like do or die. That's how severe it is in our nervous system. It doesn't matter what you think in your mind, because that's not what's happening inside of you. So when people say communication is the number one reason, it's not. It's a symptom. This is the number one reason, always. So this is why this is the number one deadly sin of all deadly sins, is your self-preservation pattern. When you get triggered, you're going to trigger your partner, and then your partner re-triggers you, and then you re-trigger your partner, and back and forth you go, and you go, and you go, and you go. Well, eventually, you reach a threshold within the relationship, because no matter, there's not enough logic and there's not enough love that's going to override your nervous system. When your nervous system has had enough, guess what? You won't trust that person anymore. And if you don't trust that person anymore, do you think you can have love with that person? Sincere, deep, genuine, intimate, vulnerable love with that person? Of course not. So your relationship is destroyed. It's over because you don't trust them anymore. Why don't you trust them? Because your nervous system doesn't trust them anymore. Well, why doesn't your nervous system trust them anymore? Because you guys were doing the fucking self-preservation dance, and you've done so much damage to each other by triggering each other's fight, flight, or freeze, that eventually there's no coming back. It's very rare in most cases. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you know, it's very rare that people who've done enough damage to each other can ever regain that trust, because it leaves an imprint in your nervous system that this person is a threat to my existence. It's not logic, it's not reason, it's not compassionate, it's not empathetic, it's literal survival. That person over there is trying to destroy me. And so I have to do everything that I can to ensure that I am not destroyed by that person. And so, you know, it's very hard to come back from that level of damage when so much damage has been done. That's the first deadly sin. Let's talk about deadly sin number 2. Deadly sin number 2 is, I'm going to need a little bit more room. Remove this here. This is the second deadly sin that destroys all relationships. Not understanding, I'm just going to put under, not understanding the opposite sex. Yeah, terrible handwriting. Not understanding the opposite sex. Now, you bet, yeah, but what about same-sex couples? Well, it doesn't matter. You know, even if you're in a same-sex, you know, same-sex couples are really not same-sex. I mean, they might be the same body, but the energy, there's always a masculine, there's always a feminine. It doesn't matter. 2 women or 2 dudes. It doesn't matter. One of the two is going to be the more masculine person, and the other one's going to be the more feminine of the 2 people. All right. So, you know, it still applies. For the rest of us, the majority of relationships that are, you know, dealing with the opposite sex, this is by far the second deadly sin. Men don't understand women, and women don't understand men. There's a reason that we're called the opposite sex. And so it's not hard to understand why self-preservation is the first deadly sin if this is the second deadly sin, because they go hand in hand. If I don't understand you as a woman and you don't understand me as a man, then the opportunity for this to happen is going to be more frequent. That's why self-preservation is number 1, is because of number 2. I don't understand you, you don't understand me. So basically, women think that men are just hairy women. And men think that women are just pretty dudes with a vagina. So we have a tendency to relate to our partner as the opposite sex version of ourselves, and that's where we go wrong. So with me and my ex-wife, for example, I just related to my ex-wife in my ignorance of not understanding all of this. I was just like related to her as the opposite sex version of me. So when she wasn't behaving like the opposite sex version of me, basically Eddie with a vagina, that's what I thought she was. I thought my ex-wife was just Eddie with a vagina. And so when she wasn't behaving or acting like Eddie, then I didn't understand. Like, this doesn't make sense to me. Why are you behaving this way? Why are you acting this way? And so I was basically invalidating her all the time because I didn't understand why she was doing things that I wouldn't do. I didn't understand why she couldn't see things the way that I saw things or perceive and understand things from a very logical, rational, non-emotional standpoint. Because I'm a dude, she's a woman. I'm the logical, masculine, practical one. She's the feminine, emotional, feeling one. But I didn't have that. I had no concept of that. So I paid a really, 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 really big price of not understanding the opposite sex and just how different this really is. This one is a biggie. This one is huge because there's a lot to learn. There is a lot to learn with number two. But you can still learn at least the things that matter most. So, for example, for me, if I was going to just take some random dude off the street or something, it was like, hey, you know, how's your, how's your luck with women? He's like, it sucks. It's like, okay, cool. Well, here, let me help you out. All you got to do is be good at these four things. Make her feel safe, seen, heard, and understood, no matter what. And understand this. When it comes to a woman, it's not going to make any sense to you. That's it. Just know that it's not going to make sense to you. Just accept the reality of what it is when it doesn't make sense to you. And if you can accept that reality, then you'll do well as long as you're doing these four things. Make her feel safe, seen, heard, and understood. Oh, and then there's the bonus point thing too that you need to understand. Sometimes she's going to just turn into a monster for no reason. And you've done nothing wrong. She knows you've done nothing wrong. But she's a feeling-oriented creature. So she's just going to change. There's like 50 different women inside of the woman that you're with. Literally. All these different personalities, all these different feelings, all these different identities. There's 50 of them in there. At least. And she doesn't know which one she's going to wake up to. She doesn't know which one she's just swapping them out throughout the day. She's not even aware of it. All these different hers that are being swapped out in real time. And there's a few of them in there that are not so nice. It has nothing to do with you. And when those versions of her show up, you got to do what I call hug the porcupine. That's it. And it's not going to make sense to you. And you can't take it personal. But you're gonna get it. She's gonna come at you with that energy, because if you're doing it right, you're making her feel safe, seen, heard, and understood. It's actually a good thing to some extent. I'm not saying that you tolerate poor behavior for a long time. That's a different conversation. But if every once in a while she comes towards you, it's actually a good thing, because you're her safe place. And so you hug the porcupine, and that makes everything better. Bonus point number 3, fucking just listen. That's it. Be present and listen. It's literally the V word. Venting is Viagra for women. Just listening. All you have to do is listen. But you can't be distracted, and you need to be present with her. And if you can only tolerate so much because you have, attention span and you're a fucking dude, that's okay. Then you have a discussion with her about it. Say, hey, listen, I want to be present for you. I don't want to be distracted. I actually want to hear what you have to say. But, when you ramble on for 10 minutes, I start to get distracted. If it goes too long, which is something I would tell women. Like when you need to vent, because it's part of who you are as a woman, just be aware of how long you need to vent because he's a dude and he's different than you. Women share pointless details to connect to each other. Men don't do that. So for a man to sit and hear a woman vent about things that he's not supposed to fix and he's supposed to just listen to it and not do anything about, that's very hard for a man because that's the opposite wiring. You come to us and you start, when a woman's venting, a man interprets it as complaining. She has a complaint. And so we're like, there's a problem. And problems are meant to be solved and they're meant to be fixed. So what does a man do? He tries to fix the problem. And then what does the woman do? She gets pissed off at him for trying to fix the fucking problem. And then he's like, well, I don't understand. What am I doing wrong? And she's like, you tried to fix the problem. He's like, no shit. That's why I'm a fucking man. I'm supposed to try. I'm trying. That's my job, to fix the problem. She's like, no, that's not you don't understand. You don't understand me. You don't understand. And he's just sitting there like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get these creatures called women. I don't get it. And I used to be in that same boat. And so I would say to the guys, it's like, look, you're not going to understand. You just listen. When a woman comes to you, she doesn't want you to fix it. And if she doesn't want you to fix it, she'll be very specific about you fixing it. Those are two different things. When a woman just wants to vent, she just wants to share. And most of the time, you'll know that she's venting because what she's saying most of the time doesn't have a point. It's just a lot of information, and you're waiting for the big climax. You're waiting for the big point, and it's just an observation. It's a bunch. It's like a lot of details of different observations, just a flow of information, and you're just kind of waiting. You're like wondering, like, what is this? Why do I need to know this? It's like, well, you don't personally need to know it, but she needs you to know it. Because she in her mind, she's relating to you as the opposite sex version of her. She thinks that you're a hairy woman. So she just naturally wants to come to you and share this information because that's what women do with each other to connect. And so she's thinking she's connecting to you because she thinks you're one of her. You're just the hairy version of her. And you have a penis. Right? But that's not true. And I could turn this whole thing around with men. So if women, you ladies out there, you're having problems with dudes, your man, and you don't understand why he behaves the way that he behaves, we could troubleshoot that. Right? And all of that, that's just one example. I could spend, again, I'll spend hours, I could spend hours talking about this, but I'm just giving you an example. That's all number 2. That's the second deadly sin. Women don't understand men, men don't understand women. Doesn't matter even if you're same sex. You got 2 dudes, you got 2 women, one's the masculine, one's the feminine, doesn't matter. All right, what's the third deadly sin then that destroys all relationships? I'm gonna actually. Okay, I have to abbreviate. The third deadly sin that destroys all relationships is you have no vision, goal, or purpose beyond the relationship itself. I'm going to say that again. The third deadly sin that destroys all relationships is not having a vision, goal, or purpose beyond the relationship itself. What does that mean? This is where the conversation about communication, sex, and money, this is the one where all of that comes into play. See, most people, when you meet somebody, all right, the infatuation phase of a relationship, as they call it, the beginning phase. Well, you know, at that stage of the relationship, there is a vision, goal, and purpose. It's I want this person. The guy and the girl. You're not in a relationship yet. You just met, but you like each other. Well, what's the vision, goal, and purpose? The vision, goal, and purpose is to make this person like you back. Okay, you accomplish that. What's the next vision, goal, and purpose? Well, now it's to start dating. Okay, you start dating, you accomplish that. What's the next vision, goal, and purpose of the relationship? To, you know, to basically to become a formal or whatever I can't think of it. Define the relationship. Becoming boyfriend and girlfriend. You're actually now a legit relationship. You're actually together. All right. So now that you're together, now what's the vision, goal, and purpose of the relationship? Well, now maybe it's, to get engaged. All right. You accomplish that. Now what's the vision, goal, and purpose of the relationship? To get married. Okay. Now what? Well, now we want to buy a house. Okay. Now what? Maybe you want to have some kids. Okay. Now what? You see, at some point, usually within the first 10 years of a relationship, and this is statistical, like a statistical proof, or statistically proven rather, if I can fucking talk. Within the first 10 years of a relationship, you have already accomplished all the things. And that's only the first 10 years, but you have the whole rest of your life to live with this person. What are you going to do? What are you going to do with no vision, goal, or purpose now that all the things are done? This is the third reason why relationships fail, is because there's no purpose anymore. And so this is when relationships start to die. It starts to feel like roommates with benefits, or just roommates with no benefits. You get bored with each other. It starts to feel mundane. Maybe you don't even like each other anymore. You've grown apart. There's no spark. There's no passion. There's no play. Everything is just the same. You've gotten used to each other. You take each other for granted. All the things. That's this phase because of this. And this is also, that's just the big picture. There's also the micro problems that exist within this. What do I mean by that? You have to have a vision, goal, and purpose for every area of the relationship, because any area of the relationship that you do not have a vision, goal, and purpose for is an area of your relationship that is going to suffer. For example, communication. What is the vision, goal, and purpose of communication in your relationship? You're like, wait, I've never thought about that. Yeah, that's why you're telling me that you have communication problems. That's why everybody says the number one reason for divorce is because of communication, or the number one reason for a breakup is communication related issues. Well, why do you think there's a communication issue? Because you never defined what communication meant. Like, oh my God, I didn't think I had to. Yeah, exactly. And the reason that you didn't think you had to define what communication meant goes up back to number 2. Because you thought you were dealing with the opposite sex version of you. You were projecting your expectations of communication onto that person because you thought that they would just get it, that they would just understand you, that they would just see the world the way that you see the world. And since they don't see the world the way that you see the world, guess what happens? You end up in number 1. You end up in the self-preservation cycle. So you can see how all 3 of these are working together. You don't have a vision, goal, and purpose for communication. Well, that's because you don't understand your partner, which is going to lead you to self-preservation. Let's use another one. You don't have a vision, goal, and purpose for money, because that's the second thing that most people say. Well, okay, if it's not communication, then the reason for divorce and breakups is money and finances. Well, money and finances wouldn't be a problem if you had a vision, goal, and purpose for your money and finances between each other. Do you guys have a vision, goal, and purpose for money and finances? And they're like, no. So well, that's why you think that this is the reason for divorce. And because you don't have a vision, goal, or purpose for money and finances, is because of number two. You're just projecting your expectations of what money and finances means to you onto your partner because you think your partner is the opposite sex version of you. And since they're not the opposite sex version of you, you end up in number one, self-preservation. You end up fighting with your partner about money because you had no vision, goal, or purpose. You actually never got into it with this person. Let's talk about sex. That's the third reason that people think the divorce happens. Well, if it's not communication and it's not money and finances, then for sure, sex and intimacy problems. And I'm not talking about mutual masturbation. What do I mean by that? I'm not talking about sexual favors or sexual obligation. Oh, they're my wife, they're my husband, I have to do it. I'm obligated to do it, or I'm going to do it to get them off my back, like, or maybe you're the opposite. You're going to play the headache game. Oh, I don't feel well. I can't do it. I'm too tired. I have a headache. I've got a rash. I got a thing, right? It's like if you're not wanting to have sexual intimacy with your partner, that's a problem. If you don't crave your partner sexually, there's a problem. What is the vision, goal, and purpose of sex? Have you talked about it? Is it just, hey, he sticks it in and, 5 minutes later we're done? And is that, have you guys actually had a conversation about this? Have you got into this with each other? Have you both communicated and talked about this and spelled it out for each other? No. Well, that's why you're having a problem with it, because there's no vision, goal, or purpose here. It's neglect. You're taking it for granted. It's neglected because you haven't brought any type of awareness to this. And so what ends up happening? You project your expectations onto your partner because you're relating to your partner as the opposite sex version of you. And when you find out that they're not the opposite sex version of you, you end up in self-preservation. You end up fighting with them. So these are just the three. I have not gone through all seven. I could continue down this list. I could go through this entire list all the way through all seven containers, but I wanted to show you guys how this works. And again, this is me just scratching the surface. Now, this is how you troubleshoot your relationship. There's three skills that everyone needs to learn if you're actually going to succeed, and that's a whole different thing. I'm going to tell you what those three skills are, but I'm not going to explain it because I've gone over time for what I intended in teaching you all this. But I wanted to give you guys something. And again, for those of you that are still here and you're still listening, you send me an email to imagine@dreamoutloud.center, and I will send you all this information that I'm talking about is in my book. Completely, all of it. Far more detailed than I'm even telling you here because I'm on a time crunch. You will get this everything that I'm saying, you will get completely for free. It's my gift to you all. But you have to send me an email and ask for it. And I'll send you the file. It's just a PDF. And it's, which means, yeah, you have to actually read it. And it's a PDF file. So you're going to have to scroll but it's free. But if you want, a hard copy, or if you want, a digital copy for like Kindle, it's available on Amazon. So you can, if that's what you prefer, but that's up to you. I'm not here to really, it's not even about the book. Okay. And I don't make shit when people purchase this because the cost of being self-publishing, it's like, it's nothing. I get like $1, maybe. I think something like that. It's literally nothing. So I'm not getting rich when people buy my book. Just to be sure, just to be real, for those of you who want to self-publish, you know, you don't make shit unless, I don't know, if I sold like a million of these, maybe, because then I, $1, a million people, then yeah, that'd be $1 million. It'd be worth it. But I'm not going to sell a million copies of this. But that's not why I wrote it. So, and that's why obviously I'm giving it away for those of you that want it for free, because I'm more interested in you all having help, helping you guys fix your relationships, because it's something I'm passionate about, because it's something that I went through. I went through hell. And this is what, if I could go back in time, this is what I would have given to me 12 years ago, when I didn't know. I didn't have the skills to see the warning signs with my ex-wife. I didn't have the skills. I did now. And looking back, I realized probably so we were together for 10 years, and it was probably year 7, probably around year 7, that she was the warning signs. So, you know, I wasn't aware of the warning signs. She was giving me the warning signs. For 3 years, she was giving me the warning signs that, hey, you're losing me, dude. You're losing me. You're losing me. You're losing me. You're losing me. For 3 years, she was giving me the warning signs that I was losing her. Until this, self-preservation. Enough was enough. She couldn't take any more. And when people are in self-preservation, they do really, really, really stupid shit. And they don't care who they're hurting. They don't care what the cost is. They're not thinking about the long term. They're not thinking about cause and effect. They're not thinking about anyone but themselves. She wasn't thinking about any of that. She's just, I want the fuck out. I want out. I want out. And that was that. So if I'd have had this knowledge, if I'd have had this book all those years ago, I could have saved my marriage. Now, does that mean that I would change my past? No, because everything that's happened to me is what's needed to happen to me for me to become the man that I am now. So I don't regret it, because it's what helped me become who I am, so that this book could even exist. So in some way, my ex-wife leaving me was one of the greatest gifts that I've ever been given, because now I can pay this forward to so many people so that they don't have to lose their marriage. And if they do lose their marriage or their relationship, then I can give them the skills to make sure that it doesn't have to happen a second time or a third time or however many times. So this is what this was the theme of what I wanted to talk to you guys about, because this is what the divine put on my heart. And so for those of you who came in to this later, you weren't here from the beginning when I started talking about all of this, the beginning of the live. This is what the divine wanted me to talk about: relationships. And so I wanted to share a little bit of that with you all. It's hard to kind of like take a tiny little piece of something and share it in a small amount of time, when it really deserves, probably at least 5 hours, if not a day, or at least one day, like a seminar, like an 8-hour seminar, right? But I wanted to give you guys something, show you something. And again, all of it is in here. Everything. Way, way more than even all this. Like, this is literally everything that you could know, that you would need to know. It's obviously not everything, but it's everything that any one human being would need to know to be successful in a relationship. Like, if you just have this knowledge, then you will be, anything else that you add to your tool set beyond this is just extra. Okay. So, and I stake you know, I stake myself on that claim because I know what is all in this book because of how much I've obsessed over this. And I will put myself up against the best of the best of the best whoever in relationship knowledge. And I don't see that lightly, and I don't see that to be egotistical, but I know what I've invested to create this. And it's not about anything other than helping people fix their relationship problems and have the right skill set to succeed when it comes to relationships and love. There's no reason in 2025 with technology, there's no fucking excuse. There's no reason for anybody other than absolute laziness or ignorance to not have the knowledge to fix your problem. It's not like back in the 90s when I was, growing up when you didn't have access to anything. Back in the age of the gatekeepers, you know. Now knowledge is everywhere. Advice is everywhere. There's no reason to have a problem. Advice is free. And maybe that's part of the problem. Because it's free, it's taken for granted. So people, it's like, yeah, well, whatever. That's just how we relate to shit. You don't have to pay for it. There's no investment. Then you don't take it seriously. I don't know. But for those who are willing to take it serious and you're willing to invest, there's no excuse anymore. Like the knowledge is out there, and whether it's just pick somebody. So if you're having relationship problems, then do something about it because there is an answer. There's an answer to every problem. That's I'll just leave it at that. But for those of you that want a free copy of the book, Elaine donated. Uh, here's my email address, and then I'm gonna put it in the chat. It's imagine@dreamoutloud.center. Send me an email. There's no gimmicks. There's no BS. There's no fine print. This isn't a ploy. This isn't some kind of thing. You just send me an email. Tell me you want a free copy of the book. You're going to get a reply back from me with a PDF of the free book. That's it. And so with that being said, we're going to jump into the readings now. So I appreciate you guys being patient. And I'll be here for a while tonight doing the readings. But before we get started with that, I got to run to the bathroom real quick because once I get started, I probably won't leave this seat again. So give me like 2 seconds and we will get started. You guys can touch there. Yeah, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. All right. Elaine, I sent you. Okay. Let me go through the comments really quick here, guys. All right. I see the question. Give me a second here. Let's get going. Okay. Do I have any error? I moved a lot of stuff around here in my room and my space. I thought I had all of the cards that I needed. And then I was like, nope, gotta go find the ones that I don't have. Of course. All right, that makes sense. Hmm. All right, Elaine, let's start here. The first thing that's sticking out to me for you, Elaine, um, well, obviously, when this first card came out here, uh, it like the message hit me really, really, really clear. But then it's the theme is being repeated here. So with this card here, and then with this card here, and then we have these two down here, and which you'll notice obviously, and I'll try to show them a little bit closer to the camera. So there's that one, and I just want you to use your intuition for a moment. What do you notice? Because what I notice versus what you notice could be two different things. I mean, I've still got the message for you that I'm going to give you, but so there's that. There's this one. What do you notice? All right. And here's the next one. What do you notice? And then here is the last one. What do you notice? Now, I'm going to give you just a second to think about it. What is the common theme that runs through all four of those cards? The common thread that runs through all four of those cards. Now, don't just guess. I know you're just the egos get involved. That's when you know the ego's involved, because you just start throwing out answers. The ego's like, well, right? I really want you to try to like connect to your heart center, your emotions, your feelings. Try to get out of your head for a minute. Really, just give yourself. It's okay to have space. Sometimes that's what's needed. Just that pause where it's like, okay, let me just really like get into myself for a second here. And then when you look at these four cards, what's the number one thing that stands out? The common thread. And there's no wrong answer. I just want to see if you're seeing what the divine is seeing. Healing. So all of your answers are on the perimeter. You're just like you're it's like the hot and cold game. Like you're right outside of it. The common thread is there's this one woman. There's just this one woman here, surrounded by this one woman here in the picture, surrounded by sort of like a cosmic type of energy, right? So here she is. Here's this woman. She's surrounded by this cosmic type of energy. This card, there's one woman here, surrounded by a cosmic energy. Actually, interestingly enough, now that I'm looking at all the cards, there's only one figure here. There's only one figure on any of your cards that is a masculine figure, which is this dude over here. This is a feminine. 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 And even this woman here because it's yeah. What? Whoa, easy, Eddie. There's a feminine there. This is questionable, but some could say that even the face of that lion looks feminine-esque. Like that to me looks more feminine, a more feminine facial feature with the hair than a masculine. But that's questionable. So the reason I ask you that question, Elaine, is because what the divine wants you to know that right now there is there is a need for you to start focusing entirely on yourself in this season, basically. And so this card right here, it's the language of the card itself. How do I describe this? It's a paradox because the card says sacrifice. And when you think of that word sacrifice, I mean, I don't know about you, but when I think of the word sacrifice, if I had to categorize that as a positive or negative word, my first, my intuitive reaction is to categorize it as a negative. When I think of the word sacrifice, I don't think of something positive or uplifting. I certainly don't think of this. Like, I'm going to try to cover up the word. I don't think of what I'm seeing on this picture. Like the picture, the artwork on this card is not what I think of when I think of the word sacrifice. So it's interesting, right? So what the divine is wanting you to know right now in this season of your life is there is sort of, in a sense, a paradox of sacrifice, meaning the divine is going to ask you to do what we call a spiritual trust fall. What's a spiritual trust fall? Well, a spiritual trust fall is when the divine asks us to do something that it knows we're probably going to resist. It's within us to resist it. In other words, it's something that the divine asks us to do where our natural tendency is to resist it, to step away, to go, oh my God, no, don't ask me to do that. Like it's something scary, essentially, right? And that's why it's called a trust fall, right? Just like you know what a trust fall is, for those who don't know, is when you're standing and you close your eyes and you have friends behind you or somebody that you trust behind you, and you just let yourself fall backwards against gravity, and you're trusting that that person is going to catch you. That's what a trust fall is. So the divine is asking you, Elaine, to do a trust fall. The divine is asking you to let go of something without really understanding all the ramifications of life for now. And in the letting go of this thing, you're going to turn your time, your energy, and focus onto yourself, which is something that the divine is telling me that you've actually never done. Not full blown, not full out, not like 100,000%. Like, you may have had times and moments in your life, little spurts here and there where, you focus on yourself a little bit here, a little bit there, maybe for a little bit of a time over here, maybe a little bit of time over there, but not like full blown making yourself your absolute number one priority. And there might even be, I don't know, Elaine, there might even be a part of you that feels kind of gross or icky at the thought of prioritizing yourself because of maybe programming, conditioning, however you were raised, whatever you believe. A lot of people have that. A lot of people feel guilty. They feel shame. They feel a gross feeling of like, oh, that's selfish. That's bad. I'm not supposed to make myself a priority because that means that I'm selfish. That makes me you know, egotistical, or, maybe you were raised to believe that everybody else was meant to be more important than you. And maybe your job in life was to make other people happy, serve other people's wants and needs and desires, and even if it wasn't something you can recall that came from, you know, any specific belief that was put on you or expectation that was put on you, it might have been just some part of yourself, your default wiring, because there was always a need. Like if you had kids, for example, it's like, well, I don't have time to focus on myself because I have to take care of the kids. I have to do this. I have to do that. Like sometimes we just live in survival for so long that it's not, there's no time to actually sit and evaluate ourselves, because that's not what survival or living is about. It's about living for somebody else, doing, caring. There's always some other kind of thing, right? Um, which is what we call a human doing and not a human being. There's a reason that we're called human beings and not human doings. But most people in 2025 are human doings. They, like when I ask somebody, who are you? They'll tell me their name. Well, you're not your name. Your name is something that your parents gave you. So who are you? And then they'll say their career, right? Most people will name their career. They define themselves by what they do for a living, how they make their paycheck. Oh, well, I work, I do this job. I work at this business. I have this title, this thing, or whatever, blah, blah, blah. No, that's what you do for a living. That's how you make a paycheck. Who are you? And they say, well, maybe they'll say they're, well, I'm such and such's mom. They got kids. I'm Sally's mom, or I'm Timmy's mom. No, that's a role. That's a role that you fulfill. Being a parent is a role, right? It's still not who you are. And it's so interesting when you ask people who they are, very, very, very few people can actually tell you who it is that they are. And the reason that they can't tell you who they are is because they've been so preoccupied with being a human doing instead of being a human being. And that's why so many things in life end up backwards, right? So many people end up stuck in the matrix, living lives that they don't really want to live, and basically having to hypnotize themselves into believing that the lack of fulfillment that they're experiencing is actually the fulfillment that they deserve. Holy shit, let me say that again for everybody. So many people are living in a hypnotic state, believing that the lack of fulfillment that they're experiencing is actually the fulfillment they deserve. Because why else would you want to live? Why else would you want to live in a world where you actually had to embrace the fact that the life that you're living is very unfulfilling? And that's why people bullshit themselves all the time. We lie to ourselves all the time about how unhappy and how miserable we actually fucking are. Most people do. That's why we live in a superficial culture where everybody pretends to be this, pretends to be that, and what you see isn't real. It's all fake. It's all bullshit. Fake this, fake that, fake ass, fake tits, fake car, fake bank account, fake happiness, fake makeup, fake hair, fake, 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 fake. Everything's fucking fake, right? Because that's the only way. That's the only way we could survive, is to hypnotize ourselves and to basically embody and embrace the illusion of bullshit that we hypnotize ourselves with, to feel that life was tolerable. Because if we had to actually embrace life for what it actually was, then that means that we would have to take responsibility for the fact that we actually are fucking miserable. But most people aren't going to do that. So why am I saying this? Well, the reason I'm saying this is the answer, not just for you, Elaine, but the answer, because this is a collective message that's coming through me. This isn't just Elaine that I'm speaking to, by the way. So we can all thank Elaine for her question, because the answers that are here for Elaine are not just for Elaine, they're for all of us, myself included. The way out of the bullshit, the way out of our misery, and the way to get the things that we actually want is by going within. I know you've heard this a million fucking times. This isn't anything new that you've heard. And I know it's cliche and it sounds cheesy, but just because it's cliche and cheesy and you've heard it before doesn't mean that it's not true. It just means that we've taken it for granted. And it means that most people, they scoff at it and they brush it off and they blow it off because they've actually not tried to do it. They hear it and they think because it doesn't sound profound and it's not complex, then it must not be relevant. It must not be worth their time, right? And so it's a double bind. People put themselves in a double bind, which means essentially they put themselves in a non-active state, which ensures their misery moving forward in their fucking lives. Because essentially, what a double bind means is that you put yourself in between two opposing forces, and you're basically choosing neither. What does that mean? Well, if something is too hard, if it's too complex, then people avoid it. It's too complex. It's too hard. There's too many steps. I want easy. I want quick. I want easy. I want convenient. Okay. But then when you give them quick, easy, and convenient, it's too simple. And then they're like, well, no, that's baby shit. I already know that. So then they still don't take action. So if it's too complex, they don't take action. If it's too simple, they still don't take action. That's called a double bind. It's a paradox of inaction, right? And so what we have to do is, if we want fulfillment, whoever you are, all of us, Elaine, me, Gene, whoever, all of us, if you want fulfillment, whatever that looks like for you, every single one of you are here tonight because you want something. You don't just come to a free tarot reading because you got nothing better to do. I mean, I don't know, maybe some of you, but I doubt it. Every single one of you out there has something that you want, a desire. You want something. You want more money, you want better health, you want love, you want passion, you want something. Well, there's two forms of the thing that you want. There's the knockoff brand. We all know what the knockoff brand is. You go to the store, you have Fruit Loops or you have Apple Jacks. That's the original. Like, that's the name brand. And then the knockoff brand is Tastios, right? You can have the Tastios or you can have the Apple Jacks. And if you've had the Apple Jacks, then you know that the Tastios, they look similar, but they don't taste the same. They're just not the same. They're the fucking Tastios. They're not the fucking Apple Jacks, right? And if you want the Apple Jacks and not the Tastios, then you have to be willing to do what it takes to get the Apple Jacks instead of settling for the Tastios. But most people, they spend so much time eating all the Tastios because it's quick, it's easy, and it's cheap, it didn't cost a lot, that it's kind of like, for those of you who remember, maybe you're old enough to remember the food court in the mall. You know, you go into the food court in the mall, and then all the little restaurants in the food court, not all of them, but a lot of them, they have the little people who stand out there with the samples, you know? And so you walk by, and so to get your business, they give you a free sample of their food to try to entice you. That's their way. That's, you know, like, they're competing. I mean, you know, you got your restaurant and there's like 5 others right next door to you. There's all these choices, and you want that person's business. You want them to spend their money at your business. So they're trying to entice you with the samples. And so some people, they just make laps, right? They just keep going around, filling up, like, and they'll keep giving you the samples too. Like, you want another one? You want another one? You want another? And you just make a little lap, make a little circle. Next thing you know, you've had a little buffet and you're full. And you know, get a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there, and then you're full. Now you don't need to eat. Well, see, that's the illusion that most people have when it comes to fulfillment, going back to all the different ways that we bullshit ourselves into being happy, is we fill up on the cheap and the easy, the low-hanging fruit in life. And since we can fill up on the low-hanging fruit, we reinforce the illusion that that's all that there is. We believe that that's it. All that there is, the only fulfillment that's left for me in life is the lowest hanging fruit, because that's all that I filled up on. I don't know what it's like to go to Ruth Chris Steakhouse or some other place where one fucking asparagus, one spear of asparagus costs $100. Here's your $100 spear of asparagus, right? Like, wow, I mean, that better either cure my erectile dysfunction or better have the cure for fucking cancer, right? $100 spear of asparagus. But all joking aside, most people, they fill up on low-hanging fruit. They deceive themselves into thinking that that's all that there is. There's nothing more fulfilling to be found in life. And that's the lie. And since they've hypnotized themselves into believing that lie, then there's no motivation, there's no inspiration to go look for anything more. And so that creates a human dilemma, or we could call soul cancer. And soul cancer is essentially when we stop growing. We all either grow or we die. That is just a hard fact of life. Now, it doesn't mean that you're literally going to die, but you'll die a spiritual death, basically, right? And so, a spiritual death essentially means you're going to live a life of fucking misery. You're never gonna know what fulfillment's like, because you're spiritually dead on the inside. You're spiritually bankrupt, rather. That's how people end up there. So what we don't want, coming full circle in this whole big rant, what we don't want is to continue to believe in the illusion and the lie that the low-hanging fruit is all that there is. That's the first thing that we don't want to do. The second thing that we want to do is we actually want to correct the fucking problem. How many of you have ever had a problem, a long-term problem, a long-term pain, and you went to get diagnosed for the long-term problem that you had, and the quote-unquote expert or specialist that you went to see about said problem gave you some type of Band-Aid. Here's a pill. Take a pain pill. You have anxiety, here. Take these pills. Yeah, there's 100 fucking negative side effects that are going to fuck you all up, but hey, you won't have anxiety anymore. Oh, here's a pain pill. It's not going to actually fix the pain or what's causing the pain, but you just won't feel the pain. And then when you start feeling pain again, you just take another one of these. But after you take about 100 of these, your body's going to get used to it. Then we're going to have to transfer you over to something else. And there's actually side effects to that medication too. So you're going to be creating another problem while you're actually band-aiding this problem, right? When the truth is, you could have just gone to the source of the problem and actually fixed the problem. Like, well, let's just fix the problem instead of throwing band-aids at the problem, right? So that's the second thing. And that's what this is here, okay? And again, I'm not just talking to Elaine here, because there's actually a message here that's for everybody, myself included. It just so happened to be that Elaine was the one who had the question that the divine was like, okay, well, cool. You're giving me an opportunity to speak to Elaine, but I'm also going to speak to the rest of everybody. So if you're tuning out right now because you think this is not your reading because I'm talking to, it's supposed to be Elaine's reading, you're doing yourself a grave disservice. But, I'm just a messenger. So sacrifice. So going back here for you, Elaine, and everybody else. So the sacrifice is not so much of a sacrifice in terms of a long-term, like what the divine is not asking you to do, Elaine, is to give up something forever, but the divine is asking you to do this trust fall, where basically the divine is going to ask you to let go of something that you've been holding on to for that's very important and dear to you, and to release it for now. And instead of putting your time and energy on that thing or any other thing, you're gonna basically prioritize yourself. Completely emphatically prioritize yourself. You are your number one priority. Now, the if you can do 90 days, that would be amazing. If you could do a year, if you could make it this year, it'll transform the rest of your life. So that's the time frame I'm being given. Now, the next card is, and let me back up really quick. Let me back up and just say this really quick. This is going back to the reason why, because I forgot this part, and I need to make sure that I don't forget this part. The reason that I asked you at the beginning of your reading to take notice of all four of these cards was on purpose. And the reason for that is because what is represented in all four of these cards is the new you that you are meant to become. Because the divine says it's time. Okay? Every one of these cards is just a what's that thing called? Gosh, come on, man. On the tip of my tongue. A collage. Why, geez, why was it so hard for me to think of that? This is a collage. I can't believe it was taking me that long to figure out my brain. This is the collage or the color, the spectrum of so you have the rainbow up here on this first card. The rainbow shows a spectrum of colors, but this is the spectrum of all the colors of the new you that you're meant to become. You're meant to become her. You're meant to become her. You're meant to become her. And you're meant to become her. There's the full color spectrum. And that's why I asked you at the beginning of your reading what you saw. What was the common thread that you saw in all of these cards? Is the woman. There is a woman surrounded by some type of cosmic energy. Something. Like this woman, she's surrounded by water down here, and she's surrounded by these lotus looking flowers, or I think they're lotus, I don't know. There's some type of flowers up here in the clouds, and then she's got this rainbow. And look at the expression. There's confidence there. The next card, she's in this cosmic light, and she's looking up and just receiving the energy that's coming down to her. This one, she's nurturing the energy inside of her. This one, she's resting. She's just resting in the energy that's around her. This is what the divine wants you to know, Elaine, is that what you're seeing and what I'm trying to convey to you is what this is. Fulfillment is you becoming all of this. Fulfillment is you becoming all of this. And each one of these women that's represented in these cards is its own energy. It's its own, it's like if we were to just take just one, like we were to just take her, this you, the you that you are in this color, just like the rainbow, right? If I can hold the card up, right? Red is its own color, right? Red is its own color. Yellow is its own color, all by itself. Green is its own color, all by itself. Blue, purple, every color is its own beautiful and wonderful thing all by itself. You think about just all of the colors that are represented, and then think about all the colors, like for example, if you just look at the colors, let me put the cards back. If you just were to look at all the colors on these cards, for example, I think it was this. No, it was this way. All right, there we go. So if we were to take away the purple from all of the cards, even these ones over here, if we just take away the purple, imagine how different that would change these cards. Let's say we were to take away the color blue. How different that would change the way that these cards appear. See, when we're observing, I want you guys to catch this. This is profound. When you're observing all of the colors together, it's easy to take it for granted. Only until we were to take that color away would you notice the difference. You would notice something is off. Something doesn't, it's not the same anymore. You would notice that something is missing. You have been, Elaine, you have been missing these colors. The difference is because you've never known what it's like to be in the energy of those colors. You don't know what it's like without them. You don't know any different. But if you had been in the existence or the experience of those colors, metaphorically speaking, you would definitely know what it was like to be without them. Just like if we were to take the colors away from these cards, because you guys are all seeing the color for what they are right now, if I could somehow start pulling out the colors from these cards, the cards would look very different. And so what the divine is wanting you to know is that while you are still the same woman represented in every one of these cards, you're still that same woman. You're still that woman. You're still this woman. You're still this woman. But while it's the same you, each one of the energies represented in the cards that these women are immersed in is a totally different energy. It's a totally different power, a quality, a vibration, a frequency, an opportunity. And within every one of those bands is its own level of fulfillment. It's like, going to the store and buying a bunch of different popsicles and you like all the flavors. You got the grape, you got the strawberry, you got the banana, you got all the different flavors and you like them all. It's like, I don't want to just eat grape popsicles forever, even if grape is your favorite flavor. You would eventually get bored if all you have was grape. It's like eventually after about eating, a million grape popsicles, you're like, well, shit, maybe some strawberry will taste different, So what the divine is wanting you to understand here is while it might seem that the thing that the divine is asking you to release and surrender is a better word than sacrifice, during this process of trusting, doing this trust fall exercise, trusting that the divine is leading you towards the thing that's in your highest good, which is your long-term fulfillment, who you're going to be on the other side of that operation, if you choose to take on the mission, you will be so like the amount of fulfillment and the person that you will be unthinkable, unimaginable. You cannot understand or even fathom the woman that you will be on the other side of this if you choose to accept the mission. So let's talk about the mission. What is the mission? Well, the mission is learning to let go of things that no longer serve you. The mission is you learning how to invest your energy into things that are actually worth investing in, which this card says patience, but it's not really patience in the way that we think of patience. Just like temperance isn't really what we think temperance is. It's more about discernment. That's really what this is. Discernment. You look at this woman and there's one side is this color, the other side is this color, and she's looking down at this seed. There's discernment here. And there's a level of discernment that that you're meant to have that you don't have right now, and that's one of the reasons why you're not as fulfilled as you should be. And by the way, your fulfillment isn't just the fulfillment that you're going to have for yourself. It's what you're meant to do to help other people on the other side of you gaining said fulfillment, because that's every spiritual person's journey. It's never just about us and what we get. It's about what we get, the gift that's given to us, but it's us understanding that our miracle is not just for us. Our miracles are meant to be shared with other people. And that's what brings us to the light. Your light is meant to be shared with other people. You are a light worker. And I don't say that lightly. Partnerships and alliances. Now, this is obviously your closest partnerships, but this is also partnerships and alliances with other people that you're called, you have a calling on your life that you're meant to share your light with. We have the crown chakra here. So the wisdom and the crown chakra, these two are basically a benefit that you have not unlocked for yourself yet. Because inherently, the reason why you're drawn to spirituality, you're drawn to even getting readings, is because there's this part within you, it's a reflection. And the reflection is this: if you understood that you don't need to have readings anymore because the wisdom that you would get from having a reading is actually waiting to be given to you, you just haven't unlocked that part of your spiritual gifts yet. Once you do, you're not going to need readings anymore. People are going to come to you. People are going to be seeking you out for your knowledge and your wisdom, because you're going to have an open channel to the divine. You have a gift that you don't know that you actually have. And the fact that you come out here, and you seek readings from people is just a foreshadow. That's a reflection of the divine saying the reason that you're doing this is because you're actually meant to be doing this for other people. The thing that you're actually seeking is just they're reflecting back to you that this is actually something you're meant to be doing. But it wouldn't make any sense to you right now because you haven't become, that version of you yet that would understand this. So, but it's here, okay? Now, here we have don't let pride get in the way. This is basically just the resistance, which is what I said earlier. The resistance to doing the trust fall and the resistance to letting go of something because it seems impractical. It's always scary when the divine approaches you and says, hey, it's time to do a trust fall. And you say, oh God, what do you want? What are you asking from me? What? It's like, there's always that anticipation for what's the divine going to ask of me? Because it's asking me to do something that goes against my carnal nature, which is to embrace uncertainty, to embrace the unknown, to give up something, right? And that's why it's called a trust fall, because until we learn to trust the divine and have an experience with the divine and actually know that the divine has our back, then you can be as spiritual as you want. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter how spiritual you are. If you don't actually genuinely, truly trust the divine, then the divine can't really help you because you don't trust it. And we relate to the divine just like we relate to another human being, by the way. It's a fact. So if you have trust issues with most people, then chances are you have a trust issue with the divine. Or God forbid you were in my situation and you grew up in organized religion and you were taught that God, source of the universe, was this angry, bipolar maniac. And then you have to, basically go through, like 10 years of untangling a lifetime of religious abuse. There's challenges. But whatever the challenges are, we all relate to the divine like a real human being. And so the reason for the trust fall is to learn trust. That's why it's called a trust fall. Because your call, Elaine, the calling on your life is going to require you to have absolute trust in the divine. Now, let me interpret that in a less spiritual way. Another way for me to say the same thing is having absolute trust in yourself. Most people don't trust themselves. If they're really, really honest and they really, really look deep into their soul, into their psyche, they don't trust themselves. That's why most people question They live in indecision. That's why most people don't take risks. That's why most people hate uncertainty, because they don't trust themselves. That's what a lack of confidence is, and all the other things attached to it. It's a lack of trust. And what is it that you're actually not trusting within you? It's the divine inside of you, because that's what you are. So it's synonymous. When we say trusting the divine, you could swap that out with trusting yourself. They're two ways of saying the same thing. And so in terms of your future and your calling, and in terms of your fulfillment that's meant for you, you can't, if you don't trust yourself, you're never going to step into the thing that you were meant to do, why you incarnated, why you actually came into this world to begin with, the big picture reason that you incarnated. You'll never fulfill that. And if you're not fulfilling that, then you're never going to actually get to experience the major thing that you incarnated to experience in terms of fulfillment. And that's why most people are unhappy. Most people are unhappy because they never actually connect to the thing that they actually incarnated and came into this world to do. And because they're not doing the thing that they incarnated to do, they never actually get to experience the fulfillment that comes along with it. No wonder why we have so many fucking past lives. No wonder why we have to keep coming back again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Because every time we come back, we keep repeating the same mistakes. You don't have to repeat the mistakes, and you certainly don't have to live 1,000 lives, Elaine, or anyone else for that matter. All we have to do is just to learn to trust. Embrace the trust fall. Embrace the trust fall. And embrace the fact that it's going to be really scary, and it's you know, it might scare the shit out of you. But it's the only way. The only way to overcome it is to do it. There's no magic pill for this. Do or do not, there is no try with the trust fall. That's what this is saying. Don't let pride get in your way. Another way we could say is don't let fear get in your way of doing the trust fall. If you can do this, then you will be positioned to do this. Show the world the real you. Because that's your call. The world is waiting for you, Elaine. The world is waiting for the real you, Elaine. Because they need what you have. And it's hard to understand that right now because you're not connected to the thing within you that people need. So you don't know any better. And I can relate because I was there too before I started doing this. Until I answered the call on my life and I did the spiritual trust fall and I started stepping out of my comfort zone a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. And I'm not perfect. I'm still, coming out of the closet a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. But progress is progress. So that brings us to this. The Fortress card is just another way of saying this. The Fortress is your comfort zone. You have to get out of your comfort zone. You got to get out of your comfort zone. So look, now we have another woman. Can't make that shit up. So now we have, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, questionably 8. Questionably 8 feminine figures now on the table. The divine cannot basically reinforce this message enough to you. There is a you that you are meant to become, and the time is now. Everything in your life has been leading up to this point, Elaine. But it's going to require you to step out of your comfort zone. Which is why over here it says adjustments are required. What are the adjustments? The adjustment is for you to focus on yourself. To do the trust fall, and all these things are about to be unlocked and revealed to you, which is going to lead you to this. Your true fulfillment. That's what I have for you. You're so welcome, Elaine. It's good to see you, my friend. All right, all right, all right, all right. All right, free list. Just so everybody knows, by the way, and welcome whoever is here. There, you can see in the chat, my mod is all over it. If you'd like to skip the queue, you can donate if you prefer that. If you would like an in-depth reading like the one that you just saw, there's a donation for all of that as well. Otherwise, we will get back to the free list now. Divine timing. You are up, my friend. Good night, Elaine. Okay, what advice do I need to hear most for this coming week? Man, sometimes shuffling these cards is as exhausting as masturbating. Oh my God. Ooh. All right. Ew. Well, it seems like Lisa. Don't make me laugh, Lisa. Don't make me laugh. Hmm. Well, advice. Okay. Well, yay. Wow, divine timing. You got quite the shit show on your hands. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. And I don't mean to laugh. I'm not laughing at your situation. It's just more the it's hard to explain unless you're the reader. It's just kind of like sometimes you have to. It's having to learn how to choose certain words maybe a little bit differently than the ones that are given to me. Oh shit! I knew that was coming out. I fucking knew that was coming. Oh my god. Jesus. Oh my god. She's like, that doesn't sound good. I mean, you would know, you would know that this wasn't good. Uh, Give me a second here. There's something missing. Yeah. Yay. Okay. I need a drink to do this reading. Okay. So you're dealing with a situation here with somebody from your past. I mean, it has to be somebody from your past. I mean, if it's not somebody from your past, then I don't know how it could not be somebody from your past. I feel like it's somebody from your past that you're dealing with here. Uh, but this person, this person, this person is a shit show. If you don't know who this person is, I would be shocked. I would be really, really, really shocked if you did not know who this person is. I don't know if they dress like uh I don't know if they dress like evil Anakin Skywalker or evil Harry Potter. They don't have to dress like evil Harry Potter or evil Anakin Skywalker, but you can see they're not looking so good. Little red eyes, little green evil face. So basically, you have somebody here coming back for a second chance. And there's two energies attached to overthinking. The overthinking is just part of who you are. Like this, it's completely separate from your reading, but it needs to be addressed because you basically do have a pattern of doing a lot of overthinking. And one of the reasons that the divine wants to talk about your pattern of overthinking is because you actually overthink so much so that it actually allows shit to come into your life and basically fuck your whole life up. And then it creates even more overthinking. And that's why it's part of a pattern. So, in other words, similar to what I was saying to Elaine, the reading before yours, in terms of talking about many people don't trust themselves, and this is why people don't trust themselves. And it's really hard to make a sound decision when you don't trust your decision making. It's really hard to trust and know what your intuition is saying when you don't trust your intuition. When your brain is so, when there's an imbalance, right? And our brain is running the show, but then our brain is all fucked up. Then we're extra fucked up because it's like, well, I was relying upon my ego to guide me, which was already bad. No one should be relying upon their ego to guide them. That's the job of your intuition and your spirit and your spiritual, your spiritual GPS. But it's double bad when you've given your GPS, your internal guidance system, over to your ego, but then your ego is all fucked up too. So it's like you got the double whammy basically. Okay. So and that's kind of why I was laughing a little bit earlier. It's just I'm sort of kind of making light of something that's it's serious. I want to make sure that I communicate clear that it's actually a serious thing. It's not really funny, but there's a funny element to it. Like sometimes we have to find the humor in life, right? Comedy, because but essentially that's what's going on here. So the pattern, in other words, let me put it to you this way: the pattern that has predated this issue is the reason that this issue was attracted into your life. And it's a vulnerability. In other words, if we don't fix the pattern, then regardless of whoever this person is, it'll be the next person. 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 And if it's not a person, it'll be a situation. It'll be a job. It'll be a habit. It'll be something in your life that keeps showing up again and again and again and again as a reflection of, hey, there's a problem, there's a pattern, and we need to sort this out. Which is the overthinking. You're going to overthink yourself right into the grave. And if you allow this to keep going, then I wouldn't be surprised if you don't start having health problems. I wouldn't be surprised if you actually have an autoimmune issue or some other type of disorder, or if you're even maybe taking medication. You're ADD, you're autistic, you're this, you're that, you're neurodivergent, you're all these things. Here's medication, anxiety pills, blah, blah, blah. And they start diagnosing you with all the shit. It's not that you're those things. It's that you have an imbalance. That's all that it is. It's an extreme. There's something that you are that if you were energetically imbalanced within that quality, that part of yourself would work and function exactly the way it's intended to. But, forget the fucking matrix to teach you this or tell you this, or for you to actually have a proper diagnosis, because it's all based on bullshit. It's not based on truth. Certainly not based on spiritual truth. Because when you incarnate into this body, the creator didn't make a fucking mistake. It's just, we don't know any different because nobody teaches us anything different. And so we rely upon other people's expert knowledge and expertise to tell us who we are, why we are, and all about our problems. And just because somebody claims to be an expert doesn't mean that the advice that we're getting is actually sage or expert advice. And, that's a whole other fucking conversation for a whole different day. But there's a problem that you've had, and you've had it for potentially your whole life. And unfortunately, you've been misdiagnosed by all the misdiagnoses. So I'm going to talk about it for a second. I wasn't initially going to talk about it, but I'm going to talk about it for a second. Because if you don't understand this, then I can talk about the rest of this, and you may get it, you may not get it, you may do something about it, you may not do something about it, but the problem will persist regardless of this one issue, because this one issue is just a symptom of a greater problem. So let's actually talk about the problem and not the symptom. But I'm going to talk about the rest of it too, because it's your reading. So the problem. You have a very, very, very powerful mind. And people with very powerful and fast minds are usually the ones that are diagnosed with all the labels and all the things. And because no one has ever taught you how to harness your mind and how to actually utilize it and understand it in the gift and the power that it actually is, you don't know what to do with it. And so instead of you taming it and making it serve you, it goes out of control, and you're just a victim of its chaos, because your mind was relying upon you to control it. But without that control, your mind just goes chaotic and just fucking runs your life. You're a slave to your mind. It's like an Eight of Swords energy. It's not impossible. It's not impossible for you to learn how to take control of this. And there's lots of different ways you can do it. There's, just get on you get on Instagram and look up there's like millions of different experts of whether it's yogas or meditations or plant medicines, or there's all kinds of different techniques available for learning how to calm the mind and actually train it to serve you. That's what needs to happen in order for the pattern to stop. Okay. Which is why you have ask for help from outside assistance over here, by the way. This is like basically, and this is like the side note. It's a suggestion from the divine, and it's a solid suggestion. It's an important suggestion. But again, there's two non-negotiables that the divine has with all of us. One, the divine will never violate your free will, and the divine will never give you anything that's not in your highest good. So this falls into the free will category. You have free will to do with this information what you will, but the strong suggestion is to find somebody who can help you battle and overcome and learn to control your overthinking, which will close the vulnerability that you have that keep causing these types of events to occur. And then a byproduct of that will be you will actually be more confident, and you'll actually learn to trust yourself, and you'll actually be able to see things and understand things for what they really are. Clarity, right? So, and the reason I say that is because of this. If people show up wearing their mask and you can't see the red flags because your ability to discern is all fucked up because your mind is in fucking chaos. And even if you get a glint where, let's say your mind picks up on something, right? Or, it's like, hey, I think that's a red flag. I think it is. Well, all this person has to do go, no, that's nothing. And then it throws you back into questioning yourself. Oh yeah, that's probably true. Oh yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's probably not, or this, blah, blah, blah. Like there's a part of you, whether you're consciously aware of it or not, there's a part of you that thinks you're fucked up. There's a part of you, whether you're consciously aware of it or not, you think you're broken. There's some part of you that thinks that you're fucked up or broken. There's something wrong. And it's accepted it as a reality, as a fact, as like an unfixable. It's like, I have to live with the fact that I have this thing that's broken or doesn't work right. And because that part of you, again, whether you're consciously or unconsciously aware of it or not, doesn't matter. There's that part of you that believes that. So it's just accepted it as part of your identity. And the strongest force in the human personality is the need to stay consistent with the way we identify with ourselves or our identity. The strongest force in the human personality is the need to stay consistent with the way we define ourselves or our identity. So if there's a part of you that unconsciously believes there's something wrong and you've accepted that as part of your identity, then you're going to continue. It's like you basically given yourself a lifelong sentence to a problem that you thought could never be solved, never be fixed, when that wasn't true at all. So how powerful would it be, potentially, how powerful would it be to understand and come to the realization that some part of you that you thought was broken and fucked up that could never be fixed because it's just the way that it was, actually wasn't the way that it was, and actually is something that instead of being broken, was actually just a hidden superpower that you hadn't tapped into yet. A hidden superpower that you actually haven't even tapped into yet. That's just food for thought. Which brings me to this, by the way. The synchronicity. Synchronicities show up in a lot of different ways, shapes, and form. If there's any validity to anything that's coming out of my mouth, you'll know it because not your ego, not the brain that overthinks things, but your spirit, your soul will confirm it. If there's any validity to anything that's coming out of my mouth, if the divine is actually speaking through me and it's not just Eddie making shit up, some part of you, something inside of you, no matter how teeny or small it is, you'll feel it, you'll sense it, you'll know it. Some part of you will rise up in agreement because the divine the divine isn't speaking to me to speak to you. The divine is speaking to itself within you. The divine is speaking to the divine. That's how this works. So if the divine is speaking to the divine, then the divine inside of you is going to acknowledge the voice of itself, going, hey, that's me speaking to me. You'll feel that. That will be the confirmation, by the way. And you can also use that to discern the difference between what is your spirit and what's the chaos in your mind. So how's that for the divine killing two birds with one stone? That's how you know the difference. You know the difference between mental chaos and spiritual confirmation. Spiritual confirmation versus mental chaos. Okay, so now that we've talked about that, we can get into the reading. Oh my gosh. I need a drink. Who knew that I have to go to AA to do tarot readings? I'm just kidding. Okay, synchronicities. So your question is, what is the advice for your upcoming week? Well, the advice for the upcoming week is not just the advice for the upcoming week, it's the advice for the rest of the year. The divine has been trying to get your attention. The divine is talking to you. Signs, synchronicities, the music, numbers, license plates, colors, dreams, names, whatever a synchronicity means to you, the divine has been screaming at you, screaming at you, screaming at you, screaming at you, screaming at you. The divine is trying to get you to pay attention. Synchronicities are not just coincidences for no reason. And they're not there just to trip us up and go, oh, that's really interesting. Look, I got fucking saw the same number sequence like for the 10th time today, the same song, the same this, the same that. I wonder what it means. I wonder what it means. I wonder what it means. That's part of it, sure. Part of it's to get our attention so that we can get curious about what we're supposed to do, sure. But there actually is a meaning, a very specific meaning. And for you, it's about this. It's a time of transition, a time of ascension. And there's a choice. You have a choice to make this year that it's going to have some pretty intense ramifications because there's multiple energies attached to the star card for you and the tower. Very contrasting energies. The tower, absolute destruction. This is the scary card of all the cards in the tarot. This is the card when it comes out and you're reading, you fucking hold your breath. Not because every tower is bad, but you're just praying and hoping that it's not bad. Because when this fucker shows up, all hell breaks loose. This is the card that you do not want showing up if it's a bad one. If it's a bad tower, it's bad. There's no such thing as a mild tower moment. A tower is full blown 100% utter complete fucking destruction. Now the star on the other side is the complete opposite. And the star actually is the very next card after the tower. So the Tower is number 16. The Star is card number 17. This is basically your dream life, your wishes coming true, hope, faith, healing, everything that you ever wanted coming to fruition. Now, next to the Tower and the Star, you have the Two of Pentacles, which is a choice, a decision. Now, the Magician over here, while the Magician was tied to whoever the asshole is that wants to come back, I don't really know if they're an asshole, but I'm going to call them an asshole. They feel like an asshole in my energy, so I'm going to call them an asshole. I don't really know if they're an asshole, though, but we're going to call them an asshole. And I want to call them an asshole because maybe I'm an asshole. I don't know. We're just going to use the word asshole. Asshole sounds like a good word. So even though the Magician was tied to whoever the second chance person was, who was wearing the mask with you, aka the asshole, that's not the only energy that's attached to the Magician. The Magician is also attached to you having to decide which reality you want to create. And that's why the Divine is trying to get your attention about this, because it's serious. It's a serious decision. Because one decision will lead you to the Tower, the other decision will lead you up the stairs and into the light, which is to the stars. And you see the stars back behind here. I mean, let me hold it from the bottom. That's what she said. You see the stars back behind the door. What is through the door, by the way? If you were to go through the door, what would you have? Well, this is what you'd have. All the things. This card says investments. I know you can't see it, but you know that's what it is. This card represents all the things. It's the house. It's basically the Ten of Pentacles, essentially. Just think of it as the Ten of Pentacles. It's the house. It's the car. It's the wife. It's the kids. You know, it's the Bachelor from the show The Bachelor. You know, he's tall, dark, he's handsome, and his dick actually works, and he'll bang you for hours, and you get to have 20 fucking kids, and he's a millionaire. So you get to be a stay-at-home mom. You live the stay-at-home mom dream life. You get your nails done and look pimp and be the next Kylie Jenner Kardashian person. Like, it's all the things, right? That's what's through the door. That's the point. It's all the things. You get all the things. But what's keeping you from all the things, besides the pattern, is the fact that you also have a weakness and a vulnerability to this kind of shit. When one of these assholes comes back seeking you out for a second chance, what's really going on is what you don't see is this. They're basically a tower in disguise. So what the Divine is trying to get your attention about is that somebody's going to come back from your past, and they're going to basically be very convincing. And it wouldn't come up in your reading if it wasn't something that you were actually really, really tempted by. If it was something that the Divine knew with 100% certainty that when this person came back, you'd be like, oh man, that person? Oh, hell no. Fuck them. I want nothing to do with them. If the Divine knew with 100% certainty that you would say no, it's done, it's over, you'll never take that person back, they would not be showing up in your reading. The reason that they're showing up in your reading is because the Divine is not so certain about your ability to say no. That's why they're showing up in the reading. The Divine knows that this person is probably your kryptonite. And this person who is your kryptonite is coming back potentially, I'm going to say between 80 and 90% chance that this person's going to come back. They're still wearing the mask. How do I know that they're wearing the mask? Well, here's card number 1, and underneath this is card number 2. There's the mask. Let me show you. Double confirmation. Mask. Can't make that shit up. And triple confirmation, because here they are, you know, looking like evil Anakin Skywalker or evil Harry Potter. Now, endings move on next. This is essentially what the Divine, this is the Divine's opinion about this situation. The Divine is like, this person, if you let this person back into your life, they are going to set you so far back. They're going to blow your whole life to fucking bits. That's why at the beginning of your reading, I was kind of laughing. And that's why I was like, oh my God. Because I was like, the way that this works as a reader, you have all this information instantaneously downloaded into your brain. Like technology is like instantaneous. It's like boom. Like it's all instantaneously in my mind. It's just an instant download. And so what is instantly downloaded into my mind takes me all of this time to explain, because communicating and speaking and explaining things is what takes time. I had all this shit that I've been telling you in my mind the whole time. And it takes me all this time to explain all of it, even though it's dropped into my mind, all of it dropped into my mind instantly. That's part of the reason why I was laughing, because I was like, oh shit, I could see the whole thing. I could see the whole thing in my mind. It's like, man, if she lets this dude back in her life, if she lets this guy back into her life, her whole fucking life, I mean, this dude, he's gonna blow your life to bits. And he may have done it once before, but whatever happened with you and this person in the past, round 2 is gonna be way worse than round 1. Way worse. If you take this person back, whatever happened to you the first time is nothing compared to what's going to happen to you this time. Because you didn't learn the lesson the first time. That's how it works. The first time was bad because it was meant to teach you the lesson. If you don't learn the lesson, the second time has to be twice as bad in hopes that you'll learn the lesson, right? That's just how it works. So there is dare I say, a borderline dire warning, which is why I'm spending so much time on your reading here. There's a borderline dire warning for you that when this person comes back, if that part of you that wants them, because they're your kryptonite, there's a part of you that wants them. And that's okay. It's okay to acknowledge that. And this isn't just for you, but everybody out there listening. We're all fucking human beings. I have been in toxic relationships. I know what it's like to be in a toxic relationship, get out of the toxic relationship, acknowledge that I was in the toxic relationship, acknowledge that I know that this person is not good for me. And even though I know that all of that is true, there's a part of me that still loves and wants to be with that person. That's called being human. And judging ourselves, letting other people judge us, and all that other shit, all the judgment, the guilt, and the shame that comes with us being human is not helpful. What we need to do is we need to be compassionate with ourselves, and we just need to acknowledge that part of us for whatever the reason. It doesn't matter what the reason is. There's a part of us that wants that person, even though we know that person has the ability and probably will destroy our lives. It's a temptation, but it's real. It exists. And if we acknowledge it, then we can heal it. Because we're not in denial of it. We're not judging it. We're not calling it good, bad, right, wrong. We're being a neutral observer of something that's real. And when you're a neutral observer of something that's real, you can hold space for it, and you can actually look at it and go, hey, I see you. You can actually have a conversation with it. You can actually, interact with that part of you, and you can get answers. You can get clarity. You can heal. You can understand. Instead of just feeling drug along, carelessly and idlessly, by this thing inside of you that has a desire to move towards something that's not good for you, which isn't helpful. What's more helpful is to have understanding, to have wisdom, have knowledge, to have insight into that, right? Because that's actionable. And it will actually reveal things to you that will actually make you a better person and help you evolve spiritually. And not only will it give you more compassion and understanding for you, but it'll give you more compassion and empathy for other people. So then you become a less judgmental person overall, and you become a more holistic, spiritual, and a true love and lighter. Somebody who actually embodies the thing that we all deeply desire, which is to be unconditionally loved and accepted for who we are. We start to embody and find a gift within us that we all desire to have. But we have to be willing to give that gift to ourselves first before we can give it away to somebody else. We can't give away what we don't have. Because there's a part of you, my friend, you're so hard on yourself. You've made mistakes. We've all made mistakes. But your judgment of yourself based on the mistakes that you've made, that's the worst sin and infraction of all, because nobody beats you up worse than you beat yourself up. And then after you beat yourself up to hell and back, you feel like you deserve it. And so then what that does is that lowers the standard of what you're willing to tolerate, because now you're willing to tolerate more abuse and more bullshit because you think you deserve it, because you beat yourself up so badly to where it's like, well, I deserve it. If I take somebody back and they treat me like shit, I deserve it. Well, why do you deserve it? Because you beat yourself up so bad, because you believe like, well, if I'm going to beat myself up so bad for making mistakes, then I deserve another mistake. And my friend, I would implore you to stop your own abuse. You can never beat or judge yourself into the love that you deserve. You can never beat yourself up into the deserving of the love that you are, that you deserve, and that you can be. That's not the way to love. The way to love is not judgment, not punishment, not obliterating yourself to pieces because you've made mistakes, or because you don't feel like you're good enough, or whatever the story is that you're telling yourself. And part of the overthinking is just hiding the story. You'd rather overthink things because it distracts you from that part of you that wants to continue to beat yourself up. That's another one of the patterns that you have, by the way. Cool. I'll just overthink. If I'm overthinking, then I'm distracting my mind, because my mind wants to beat the fuck out of me, because there's a part of me that thinks that I deserve this. But that's not true. What you deserve is love. But I can't tell you that. Even the divine through me can't tell you that. You have to find that belief within yourself. That is what this is about. The divine always, always, always wants to talk to us about what's in our highest good. What we want the divine to talk to us about is usually has nothing to do with what's in our highest good. It has to do with what we want, what we don't have. It has something, the thing that we feel like is missing. And the divine is like, well, I want you to have that thing too, but I don't operate the way that you operate. I don't bring these things into your life the way that you think that they're brought into your life, or the way that you think that they're required. Because our way of doing it always ends up in some temporal, failed, it's not lasting. It's very, 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 very rarely ever lasting when it's done our way. When we allow the divine, we're partnered, we're connected with the divine, and we're trusting the divine, and we have that level of connection the way that it's supposed to be, then what we desire is in alignment with what's in our highest good. So we don't want anything that's not in our highest good, because we're aligned with the divine, and the divine only wants what's in our highest good. In other words, our desires, our goals, everything that we want becomes one with the divine. It's like changing cravings. Like if you quit sugar, like I stopped drinking sodas years and years and years ago. I have not drank a soda in probably 20 years. I don't drink I don't drink anything with sugar in it. Nothing. Not tea, not soda, nothing. When you change that, your cravings change, right? You stop craving sugar. You're not addicted to it anymore. Your taste buds change. It's very similar. When you align with the divine, what you crave, what you desire, that changes too. And that's what the divine is wanting to work with you on. Are the actual things that are going to change your life in the long term, the transition of what is necessary for you to actually get the things that are in alignment with you long term. And this is everything. Everything. Love, relationship, again, everything. The 10 of Pentacles, all the things. So it's not just the advice for you, what's coming up for you this week. It's the advice, what's coming up for you this year. But it's not without a choice. Two of Pentacles, you have a decision about what you're going to do. It's not without you probably going to have to confront whoever this person is that's going to come back. And it's going to be very tempting for you to take them back. But if you do, your whole life's going to fucking blow up. And then when it comes to these other things, being willing to actually go and get help from people who can help you so that you don't have to do it by yourself and it doesn't have to take you the rest of your life, which means an investment, right? It means people don't want to invest in something. It's like, well, if you want something bad enough, you'll find a way to find somebody that, you can afford the investment. And whether it doesn't have to always be money, it could just be time, it can be focus, it can be, hey, I'm disciplined. There's lots of things. When you start taking that thing serious, the divine will send you the thing. The divine's not going to send you something that you can't afford, whether it's time, energy, money, whatever. The minute that you take something serious, the divine will send you a resource. Okay, I got a person for you. You need help regarding ABC, XYZ. I've got something for you. The divine will send you something. You'll find it. It'll cross your path. And you'll be able to afford whatever that thing is, regarding whatever resource is needed, required. Because the divine knows what you have and what you don't have. So the divine isn't going to set you up like, well, I don't have the resources for that. And again, I'm not just talking about money, right? So, this is what's coming up for you. But please, please, please don't take this lightly. All right, all right. Where are we at next? My bananas are called. You're gonna bring up my bananas, Lisa. Don't be bringing my bananas into this. Mariana. Mariana, you are up, my friend. Oh my God. Brandy is here, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, give it up for Brandy in the chat. Okay, Brandon, what's the energy outlook for the next 3 months? All right, Brandon. All right, all right. So we're gonna start here. So the first card out uh, is communication is key. The second one over here says surrender to the divine, and this one says prosperity lies ahead. Now, before I get into all the things, uh, 90 days is a long time. Okay, it's hard. It's hard to the further out you try to predict, the less accurate it becomes because there's lots of free will decisions and choices that we all make between now and the next 90 days. So the assumption here is two things. There is what you decide to do regardless of what you hear tonight. That's one path. And then there's what you decide to do as a result of the information that you receive. That's the second path, right? So somewhere between those two extremes is kind of where you're going to land in 90 days. So some of this, you know, it's all relative to what to that. Okay. So most of it will be accurate depending on how much adherence you have to what is shared. That's just my disclaimer. Now, So instead of like breaking it down into like, okay, here's the first 30 days, here's the second 30 days, and here's the you know, the 90th day or whatever, 30, 60, 90. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to give it to you as one, you know, one message. So this is just for the entire scope of 90 days. All right. So it's not, well, I've got 3 rows here, but it's not, I don't want you to interpret the 3 rows as 30, 60, 90 days. That's not what this is. Okay. So because the entirety of the message applies from here for the full, it's not like this one card is just for the next 30 days. It's like it's all relevant for the next 90 days. So communication is key, surrender to the divine, and prosperity lies ahead. This is the theme that the divine, like the overall energy of the theme, basically. So there are things in your life where communication is not the word that I would use to describe the energy attached to this card. The word that I would use is more like clarity. You have to be clear about the things that you want, which is why the surrender card down here is surrender obsessive thinking. Because when you overthink, you lose. You overthink overthink yourself right out of all kinds of opportunities and certain decisions that you need to just be resolute in. In other words, give yourself time to kind of like think something through, right? Like pondering something. Like you're gonna make a decision. I'm just gonna make up a really generic example. Like let's say you're gonna buy something, right? And let's say it's something expensive. Let's say you're gonna, I don't know, you want to buy a new car. And it's like, okay, I got a budget. I got $20,000 is my budget. And I sort of kind of know what I'm looking for. Certain kind of car or truck or whatever. And, you know, so it's like you're going to shop. Well, the more clear that you are on exactly what you want and how firm you are on the price and what you can afford, the more zeroed in and clear that you are, then the easier it's going to be for you to make the choice. The easier it's going to be for you to actually choose what dealership, what car, what miles, all the things. Do you want new? Do you want used? Whatever the thing is. And then when you find something that looks like the thing that you want, then when you show up, you'll be firm in your negotiations about that thing. Like years ago, late 2019, there was a truck. The car that I had at the time crapped out and the transmission was going out. And I was like, well, I need to get a car. So I'm just going to get, I'm just going to buy a new truck. I'm tired of dealing with used cars that crap out. I'm just going to get something new. I'll take care of it and I won't have to deal with the problems. And so I found a truck that was brand new at a killer price and it had all the things that I wanted. And so I went to the dealership and those little sneaky bastards try to pull some sneaky shit on me. It's like their website said, this is the price. I called the dealership and I said, hey, I see your ad. This is the truck I'm interested in. This is the price that you put. Is that the, like if I come down to your dealership with whatever it was, like $20,000, if I come down there with $20,000 cash, I drive off the lot with that car. I'm going to hand you $20,000 and I'm going to drive off the lot with the truck. Not a penny more. Not a penny more. Like, oh, yeah, 100%. I'm like, okay, I'm coming down. I go down to the dealership. I'm like, I'm here for the truck. I called and like, oh, yeah. Hold on, let me go get the manager. Instantaneously, when he said, I'm going to go get the manager, my spider senses started going off. And so the manager comes and he gives me, and he's like trying to do all this, like, he's like trying to sit down and like get into this conversation. I'm like, look, dude, I don't look, let me just save us both a lot of time. You don't have to sell me the truck. I'm already sold. I came here to buy it. I'm literally here to buy the fucking car for you. You don't have to sell it. You don't have to do it. Like, just, I'm going to pay you and you give me the keys and I leave. And he was like, okay. And so, you know, he goes and he gets the paperwork. And then when he comes back with the paperwork, it wasn't $20,000. It was like $29,000. And I said, he handed me the paper and I looked at it and I said, well, I really don't appreciate you wasting my time, but thank you so much. Have a nice day. I slid the paper across the table and I get up and he's like, what? He's like, what happened? And I said, I called down here and I talked to you guys and I said very clearly, if I come down with $20,000 and not a penny more, you hand me keys and I leave with this fucking car. You're handing me a paper and it's $29,000. What the fuck? And so when I'm looking at the breakdown, it's all this other bullshit. It's like $5,000 or $3,000 for the air that they put in my tire. Some type of special air that they put in my tires. And then it was another $2,000 for some type of special coating that they say they put on the paint. And all this shit. Extra this, extra that. And it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's just ways for them, you know, the unassuming person who goes down to the car dealership who doesn't know anything. They're not clear on what they want. They just go down there and they look at it and they're like, oh shit, well, I guess it's $29,000. And that's how they get you, right? So why am I sharing this story with you, Brandon? Well, because this is relevant to your life. You're going to be losing out on life. You're going to be fucking yourself over in life in a lot of ways. One, with the overthinking, but two, with a lack of clarity. The more clear that you can get on the things that you want without overthinking it, meaning like once you're clear, it's time to just move forward. Right? Like once you're clear, there has to be an action. That's why the divine masculine is here. This is about you taking action. Being decisive, an action taker, going for it, doing. There's a time for strategy, there's a time for planning, but then there's a time for execution. That's what this is saying. But if you come up with a plan and a strategy, and in the minute you go to take action, you second guess yourself. Oh, I don't know. Oh, wait, man, I got to go back, replan it, and I got to rethink this again. If you get cold feet, in other words, when you get to the edge of the diving board and you get cold feet and you go, oh, I don't think I want to dive. Well, then you just missed out. That opportunity or that thing is going to pass you by, or there's going to be some type of effect or consequence. And so what the divine is wanting you to learn from this is learning how to have more confidence in who you are. But confidence comes not just from some bullshit. It comes from clarity. Because the more clear that you are on something, then the more confident that you will feel about the thing that you're clear on. A lack of clarity is confusion. All confusion is a lack of clarity. Confidence comes from clarity, not confusion. Right? So the more that you can train yourself to have clarity, and again, that's not saying that there's not a time to plan, right? It doesn't mean be impulsive, because that's the other extreme. Zero planning is impulsivity, and impulsivity will lead you to the same results. You'll fuck up that way, right? There's two different ways to fuck this up: being impulsive or overthinking. Both are bad, and both equal the same negative result. So there's a time to plan. Once you've planned and you get clear, you have to take action, and you're just gonna have to learn to trust that you've done what you can do. You've planned, you've done all the research and planning that you know to do. Then you're just gonna have to make a decision, take an action, and live with the results. And that's what the divine is wanting you to learn to do without all the overthinking. Now, there's a better way to do it than just relying on your own power, which brings us to surrender to the divine. Surrendering to the divine basically just means allowing the divine to be a part of all your decision making, which is what I was saying earlier to divine timing when I was doing her reading. The more that we align ourselves with the divine, then we don't have to really worry about what's clear or not clear, because the divine will just show it to us. Like you can't not know what's right for you or wrong for you when you are truly in alignment with the divine. You will feel it. You will know it. The divine's like, this is not in alignment with you. It's just not in alignment with you. You'll feel it. You don't. It's not even a thought. You feel it in your body, right? The answer is always in the body. That's the difference between the intuition and spirituality versus the ego and the mind. Ego is pure logic, all in the head. You got to think it. You got to think through it. Intuition and knowing is in the body. You feel it in the body. It's either a good feeling, a move towards feeling, a green light feeling, or a resistance, a cringe, a yuck, this isn't right. There's something. It's either yeah, green light. There's something that's drawing you towards something, or something that's wanting to repel you from it. Some type of sensation. That's what intuition and knowing is, versus ego and logic. And the more that you learn how to sense what's going on in your body, that's the divine. And so that's what this card is telling you, right? And so when you learn to trust what's actually going on inside of you while you're working through the things in your mind, there is actually a lot of that's where the true clarity comes from, is what I'm trying to say. Because if your mind and your logic, your decision making is off in some way, then you'll feel it in your body. That's how you do an A/B testing. For those of you who don't know what A/B testing is, it's when you compare one thing to another thing to test it out, right? A/B testing. It's a comparison and a contrast. Which one is true? Which one is not true? Which one is working? Which one is not working? Well, to know if what you're thinking, what you're planning, what you're strategizing, and what's going on up in your head is good for you or not, you test it against what you're feeling in your body as you're having those thoughts, as you're exploring it, as you're pondering it. And your intuition, the divine inside of you, your intuition, the knowing inside of you, will green light it or red light it. And you'll make better decisions if you learn to trust what you're feeling, not just what you're thinking. Because obviously you're not trusting what you're thinking, because if you were, this wouldn't be out here on the table for you. So there's a lack of trust that you have within your decision making. And so the divine wants you to learn how to get clear so that you can start taking action towards the things that you need to take action towards. Because here's the good news, my friend. The good news is prosperity lies ahead. You cannot make this shit up, Brandon. Prosperity lies ahead. And look, the future. What is this guy looking at? That's you in the telescope looking at what? The prosperity that's in your future. So why is the divine harping on you about your decision making? Well, because guess what? The divine doesn't want you to miss out on the prosperity that lies ahead, because you would overthink yourself right out of the very things that you're wanting. The most loving thing that the divine could do is make sure that you actually don't miss out on the very things that you're wanting, because you overthought yourself into an abyss, or you overthought yourself out of it, or you're so busy overthinking it that you just never take any action towards it. So this is what the divine wants you to work on and to be aware of in the next 90 days. Because if you can get a hold on this, all the other things will work themselves out. Sometimes the issues that we have are not as big as we think that they are. Sometimes it's one little tangle, one little knot, like a splinter, right? Or a paper cut. If you have a teeny tiny little splinter in your finger, that shit hurts. And it's like everything in your body wants to focus on that splinter when you feel it, or a paper cut. Teeny tiny little paper cut. Everything in your body becomes aware of that tiny little splinter or paper cut. Right? And all you have to do is pull the splinter out, and then the problem has gone away. Right? Some people, they think their problem is like stage 4 cancer, when all that it is just a splinter. Like, hey, it's really not a big, it's not that big of a thing. It's just a teeny little splinter. You just pull the splinter out and you're boom, pain's gone, trouble's gone. You move forward and everything's great. You don't have some major catastrophic thing that's standing in your way, thankfully. Thankfully, you don't have this major, huge thing that's standing in your way. The only thing that's really standing in your way is just this one little thing within yourself. And if you can resolve this little thing within yourself, that's not really that big of a thing, then it's going to open up access to all kinds of cool shit that's coming up for you this year. Prosperity lies ahead. Not everybody has that, by the way, Brandon. Not everybody has favorable prosperity lying and waiting for them in their future. But you do. But this is you. You have to go get it. It's not going to be handed to you, and it's not just going to be delivered to you. You have to go get it. The masculine is about action, getting, going for it, doing, building, conquering, acquiring. It's actionable. And then the last thing that I'm going to say, the very last thing for you, is the loss. Whatever you've lost at this point, Brandon, and I know you're human, we're all human, but there comes a time where we just have to cut our losses, right? Like we can't focus. There's a time, and I want to be sure, crystal clear in communicating this. There is a time for us to quote unquote grieve or mourn our losses. You know, there's a time. There's a time to say, hey, it sucks that I lost this thing. And we need to have a moment to acknowledge that. Acknowledge the loss, feel it, heal it, all of it. That's being human. That's healthy. But once we've done that, there's a time also to move on and to not focus on the losses, not focus on what didn't work, what failed or what was in the past. There's a time to say, hey, I need to extract the treasure from that pile of shit. I need to learn the lesson. I need to extract what I need to learn from that and apply it to my life and leave that in the past, and I need to move forward in the future, right? Because there's no future in the past. And that's just, that's just the extra little side thing that I have for you there. Okay. But everything looks really good for you, man. There's no big, long, profound thing here for you. It's kind of a simple thing. It's just dealing with this. And if you get a hold on this, things are looking really good for you. Not just the next 90 days, but really potentially for this year. You're welcome, my friend. I'm glad that you made it out tonight. All right, Maria. Maria. The Norwegian story. Maria, you didn't fall asleep, I hope. Wait, is it? Would you be asleep over there? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the time zone is over there. Maria. Right? I love the pattern, Brandy. Yeah, they've done so much. They've done so much with that app. A couple of years ago, someone introduced me to the app like way back in like I don't know, like early 2020, I think. And back then it was like just kind of bare bones, but they've really, really, really put a lot of they've invested a lot into that app. I mean, the form that it's in now compared to what it was. And it was really cool back when it was kind of like in its early stages, but man, they've done so much with it, and it just keeps getting like more accurate and more in depth and better. Maria, I guess I'll have to circle back around to Maria. Irish, if you're here, Irish. Also, for anybody that's new, that's just hopping in, if you're new to my channel, welcome. Please like and subscribe. Whatever comes out for love. Okay. Hmm. Okay, Irish. Well, so far, I feel like you're having a hard time letting go of somebody that you had a soul contract with. I'm going to look a little bit more into it, but I'm going to show you why I feel this. I was going to tell you something, but nah. Well, now look out, Lisa. Look out, Lisa. It's not quite it's not quite the record. You hold the record for most cards that ever came out in a reading, for sure. But this is an honorable mention. This is definitely an honorable mention. Not nearly the cards that came out for you, but it's an honorable mention. Okay, Irish. So here's the lowdown. So the mastery card here is what the divine actually wants you to focus on. All right. And I'm going to circle back around to this in just a second. This is what you need to focus on. If you so choose. This is what you don't want to hear. We always love that, don't we? We love the part about when the divine wants to tell us the thing that we need to hear that we don't want to hear. But that's what this is. This is the thing that we don't want to hear. I have no idea why the entire. Oh, there we go. And what the fuck? Color change. What's going on here? Cameras. And this is what you don't want to hear about. This guy. You're having a really hard time letting go of this man here. And I'm going to show you why that you're having a really hard time letting him go. Because of this. You have a soul contract with him, or you had a soul contract with him. I don't know. You may still have a soul contract with him. I don't know. You had a soul contract with somebody, and the divine is basically having to kind of intervene in a situation here. This person, they came into your life for a reason, and unfortunately, for whatever reason, you guys you weren't aligned beyond the reason that you came together. So, obviously, you experienced loss. The problem is, you have not let this man go. You're still holding on to him, or at least his energy. I think that you had hopes with the celebration energy here. You had hopes that this was going to turn into something more. You thought maybe that this person was going to be your person, and it didn't pan out that way. That's also one of the reasons why it's been difficult for you to let this person go. Now, there's two energies attached to this. There was a lot of synchronicities. There's a lot of things that happen between you and this guy. Now, I'm going to tell you something. And I don't say this lightly, and very rarely do I get this, because I'm not one of those readers out here in YouTube land where, oh my God, everybody's my twin flame. Like everybody throws that around because everybody wants to feel special, because when you use the word twin flame, that makes it feel special. And everybody wants to have the crazy cool, special, extra special, fancy relationship. Like, why do you want to settle for just having a soulmate, which sounds so subpar, when you could have a twin flame, right? Everybody wants the best, shiniest, best thing. Nobody wants a fucking soulmate when I could have a twin flame. Come on. It's like, why do I want to drive a fucking Ford, or a Toyota Yaris, or a Geo Prism? You're rolling around in a fucking Mercedes, right? But that's how it is out in spiritual woo-woo tarot land, YouTube land. Everybody wants the twin flame, right? Well, I don't. So I don't get on board with that shit, because it's more harmful than it is good, and people get so lost in the romanticization of all that when they don't even have a clue what that actually is or what it means. And if you actually knew what it was to be in a twin flame connection, you actually probably wouldn't want it, because it's not for the fucking faint of heart. You know, essentially, you're going to go through a very difficult, very, very difficult time of misery, a period of misery. And, if you're fortunate and you're one of the lucky few, because you've actually met your real twin flame, then you'll be very fortunate if you get on the other side of all the bullshit to where you can actually end up being with that person. Okay. So, in my opinion, it's far more rare than not that people actually meet that, what we call a twin flame, much less actually have the skills to handle the intensity of that connection to get on the other side of it, to where you can actually do something and be together with that person. I mean, most people don't have the skills to be in just a generic superficial relationship, much less a super intense relationship. Okay. I'm just going to put that out there. With that being said, I'm going to say that I potentially believe that this person may have been your twin flame. And I do not say that lightly. But the energy that's coming off of this card tells me that you had a very, very, very profound and spiritual connection with this person that was very unique and very bizarre. That is very clear to me, especially with the soul contracts. And there are two cards in this deck of mine. One is love and one is soul contracts, and they're not the same. The card that I have in this deck for love is not the same for soul contracts. Soul contracts in this deck is very specific. When I created this deck, it was the meaning and intention for the soul contract means that you have a literal super, super serious soul contract with this person. It's not just some random free will decision. You're out and you meet somebody and you decide, hey, cool, we like each other. We're going to have a relationship, blah, 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 blah. Right? Because we have that. We have people, most people that we meet in life, it's just a free will decision. You meet them and you have a decision, decide you want to be with them, you don't want to be with them, right? That's not who this person is. That's why I feel it's so hard for you to let go of it, because of all the things that made it so spiritual and just the synchronicities, the shit that you can't make up, right? And we have higher power. And so this is, again, another reason why I potentially believe that this person could have very well had been your twin flame. Because the divine was involved in bringing you guys together. And so the difficulty of this for you is that you guys, it's like the saying, maybe right person, but wrong time. Like this person you had a soul contract with, but who you are and who they were when you finally met each other, you were not the people that you needed to be in order for this relationship to survive, unfortunately, or to thrive. And so now what the divine is asking you to do is basically the divine is asking you to let go. In other words, the divine is saying right now is not the time for love. Because this is what's going to happen. And this is why I said this is the card that this is the card that you don't want to hear in your reading. It's that moment when the divine is telling us something and we don't want to hear it. Because the divine is saying right now is not the time for you in love. Because what's going to happen is, first of all, you're not over this person right now. So if you go out and you meet somebody, you're just going to be rebounding and you're just going to be trying to distract yourself and medicate yourself by the fact that you're not over this person. And that's not going to be fair to the person that you go out and you meet, because you're not available. You're not emotionally available right now. Your heart is with this man. You're not available to give anything to anybody right now. That's what this is very clear. And so the favor card at the bottom of the deck is really, it's the star card energy. It's about healing. It's about you needing to realign yourself to your true north, which is you getting back to this. And if it's not getting back to it, it's getting to it for the first time, basically. And so the mastery and the mentorship energy that's here is about you needing to turn your focus now towards yourself. And so that maybe in the future, you and this person can be aligned. So while on one hand, I'm telling you something that you don't want to hear, which is right now, it's not the time for love because you're not over this man. And if you go out and you try to find somebody else, it's only going to backfire on you because you're not emotionally available and it's just gonna make things worse. And you don't want to do that, trust me. So the healthy thing to do, the best thing to do, because again, I'm just the messenger and I cannot channel a message that the divine does not give me, because I have an agreement with the divine. As a messenger of the divine, I'm in agreement that I am here to only deliver messages that are in your highest good, because that's the non-negotiable that the divine has with all of us. The divine will only give you what's in your highest good. So I can only deliver a message to you that's in alignment to the things that are in your highest good. And so what's in your highest good right now is for you to go work on yourself. Mentorship, and mentorship means lots of things. Mentorship is just a metaphor for all the things, all the personal growth, personal development, learning about relationships, learning about yourself, learning about your patterns, learning all the things. And as you work on yourself, you will be aligning yourself to this man's energy. And what you're going to have to do, if you choose, is trust that the divine will honor the fact that you're working on yourself and circle you back around to where you and this man will be in alignment in the future. But therein lies the question and the problem, which is also tied to the synchronicities. The reason that you're still seeing synchronicities about this man is because it's the divine basically telling you that while right now you're not in alignment with this man, it doesn't mean that you can't be in alignment with him in the future, because the soul contract is still here. You guys are not in alignment with each other in the 3D, but it doesn't mean that the soul contract is still not in play, so to speak. You still have a soul contract with this man. But the version of you that you are and the version of him that maybe he is, you guys can't be together right now, which again is why potentially this could be your twin flame. But you have a lot of things that you need to work on to get into alignment with this man. And if you're willing to do the work, and you're willing to trust the process, and you're willing to be patient, then the divine very well could bring you guys together in the future. But that's the decision that you're going to have to make. Do you want to wait? Do you want to do the work? Do you want this person bad enough to basically shift your focus and your energy to yourself, and basically say no to anyone else? Like, I'm not going to go pursue anybody else. I'm going to go focus on me. I'm going to go level up. And I'm going to trust that while I'm doing my work, the divine is going to be working on him. And that when I'm ready, the divine will bring us back together so that we can have this, we can actually, make good on the soul contract. But that's a decision that you'll have to make. And there's nothing, I mean, that's literally the reading. So, well, it's interesting you're saying that your astrologer is saying that he's circling around again, because that's what this is. Zodiac is literally, this card literally stands for something in your astrology chart. That's literally what this card is. So it's interesting that you just said that. So it's confirmation that your astrology is right, and you can't make it up, because look, underneath that is timing. We have timing, and we have the astrology card. So there's lots of things right now that are more so working against you in terms of this situation than are working for you. And even if, and again, I don't know beyond what's on the cards, even if this dude does come, like, let's say you haven't been talking or whatever, you've been in no contact or separation or whatever, if this guy comes back around, it doesn't matter. You're still not this, and this is still what's going to happen. So even if he does come around, the outcome is not going to be any different. And I wouldn't be surprised, because of course you're going to be drawn to each other because you have this. Of course you're going to be drawn to each other. You're not going to be able to focus on anybody else, and he's not going to be able to focus on anybody else. And even if you try, you're just lying to yourself. You're bullshitting yourself if you think you can go look for another guy. He's bullshitting himself if he thinks he can go look for another woman. And you have free will, and he has free will, and you can play that game. But deep down inside, he's in the same boat that you are. He's thinking about you. He's drawn to you. He wants you. You're thinking about him. You're drawn to him. You want him. Why? Because your souls, you have a contract. But the contract does not override or supersede the actual reality that you're living in as a human being in the 3D, which unfortunately requires work, effort, and all the things. So that's what the mastery and the mentorship is. The divine is saying, hey, you got to go focus on you. If you want this man, you got to go focus on you. Even if you don't want the man, it would still be advisable to go focus on you because, you know, that's just a healthy thing to do. And obviously you probably don't want to keep going through heartache and breakups and all the things because you didn't do the work regardless of the person. So in my opinion, it doesn't matter who the person is. Doing the work is always the best decision, right? But specifically, let's just be honest and let's just be real. You want this man. And if you really, 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 really want him and nobody else, then you have nothing to lose by doing the work and trusting the divine to bring you around in the future. But the choice and decision is yours. It's up to you what you decide to do. But if you decide to do the work, then it's very possible that you and this guy have a future together. Very possible. And I don't say this lightly, and I'm repeating myself, but it's very, very rare that I get that in a relationship reading. And I don't just throw that. I don't throw that around like most tarot readers and stuff. Like, oh look, the Four of Wands came out. They're your twin flame. No, they're not. Okay. There's not one card in any fucking deck that's like it's the twin flame. Like that's completely ridiculous, and it unnerves me to no end because I get it. It's all the spiritual bullshit and all. Like, let's just get on the hype train, the spiritual train. Everything's a twin flame. Everything's a twin flame. Everybody's a twin flame. But for you, I you know, it's like let's not cry wolf because then nobody takes you serious anymore. But in your situation, I feel very strongly that it could be like 80% sure that this probably could be for you. So take that for what you will. Well, 20 years is a hell of a long time. Wait, is it St. Patrick's Day? I'm not wearing green? Yeah, I'm always fucked then. I've got one color. One color and it's black because I'm goth. I'm emo and I'm goth. So I'm going to get my ass pinched all the time. Yes, please keep me posted. I'm never really attracted to guys with light hair. Should I take that as should I take offense to that? Okay. Alicia on the spot. She's ready to go. Alicia's not fucking around. Will I be able to clear the NE? Okay, I see. It's an exam. Will I be able to clear the exam this time, which is going to be held on May 4th? May 4th. May the 4th be with you. What is going to happen next in my career? Well, while I agree that synastry charts are really good, you know what's better? Viagra. Viagra is always better than a synastry chart. But don't take my word for it. Um, okay. Will you be able to clear the exam? What's going to happen in career? Well, hey, every once in a while we need a little spiritual Viagra. A little bit of spiritual Viagra never hurt nobody. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say that you will most likely pass the exam, but you need to not overthink it. Okay. So we got the 9 of Swords here, which is you way, 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 way overthinking it. We have the Hermit, which is you basically have the knowledge. The Hermit is the wise sage of the tarot. So speaking of Viagra, I don't know if I'd play with his wand though. See, I'm going to tell I'm going to give you ladies a tip. No pun intended. Get your mind out of the trash, ladies. I'm going to give you a little tip. If a man pulls out his wand and it's got a snake wrapped around it, that should be a really huge red flag for you. No pun intended again. That's a free extra, okay? You guys get that little bonus tip for free. So for you, Alicia, you have the knowledge. You have the wisdom. You have all the knowledge. Okay. You just need to trust that you have the knowledge. And the 3 of Pentacles is you've done the work, you put in the work. So you need to trust the fact that you've put in the work, you have the knowledge, but you need to stop overthinking with the 9 of Swords. And the real reason I think that you're going to pass is at the bottom of the deck, you have the World, which is completion, right? The World is success, completion, done, you pass. So I'm going to say yes to you passing the exam. But I'm going to say this. The more that you overthink it with the 9 of Swords, the more that you're sabotaging the energy. You need to what I would do if I were you. So you have it coming up in May. So you have basically a month and a half, I think, something like that. About a month and a half to I would like meditate or do something, and I would start visualizing you passing the test. Just very short, easy. You can even get on YouTube and you can do like research guided meditations, things like that. Very simple. It doesn't have to be super long or anything. Or what you can do is even as you're going to sleep at night, and this actually will actually help you fall asleep even faster. Is just visualize yourself when you lay down to go to sleep. Just visualize yourself passing the test. Be just a really, really easy, quick visualization. Just visualize yourself passing the test. Every night that you go to sleep, visualize yourself passing the test. right? And get yourself in that confident energy and just see it as done. I passed the test. I passed the test, and just see it. And as you visualize it, try to make it as real as possible, right? Like try to feel what it would feel like knowing that you've passed, knowing that it's done, knowing that it's over, knowing that you've succeeded, right? Try to make it as real as you can. So every night between now and taking the test, just visualize. Very simple process, okay? And that'll help you with the anxiety and your confidence. Okay, so the next was about your career. What's going to happen next in my career? You ladies are going crazy. All I have to do, see, I know you guys. All I have to do is mention the wand, and it's just chaos erupts in the chat. Chaos erupts in the chat. You ladies with your dirty little minds. Yes, I'm an instigator, and yes, I know that I instigate it, but I just love it. I love just watching all you horny ladies out there just go buck wild in the chat at the mention of a tip or a wand. Nothing more brings me delight. That's why you guys are my people. Lisa calling me. Like you're so innocent. Hey, look, I don't know what you're talking about, Lisa. I'm a 43-year-old virgin. I've never even seen a naked woman before. So I don't know what you're talking about. I have no clue what you're talking about. I'm like that movie, The 40-Year-Old Virgin. I'm a saint. I'm an absolute saint. Well, of course you do. You're my mod. You're my mod. You have all the power. You're a Leo. You power hungry Leo. Okay, about your career, the old threesomes. I have no idea what you're talking about. Threesomes? Are you talking about tic tac toe? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay, so your job, Alicia. I feel like it's time for a change. I feel like it's time for a change. I don't know what you're doing for a job or what you're considering for a career, but transition is here and stuck is here. These two cards immediately tell me that whatever it is that you're doing is probably actually not what's actually ideal for you. We have lesson in reverse, which is essentially saying that, you don't have to subject yourself to a career that you actually are not passionate about because maybe you have an expectation, maybe your family, maybe the way you were raised, or whatever it is, maybe social conditioning, who knows. Like, we're all led to believe that there's a certain way that we have to live and go forward in life, and that's the way to do it. You got to go to school, you got to get your degree, you got to get this job, it's got to have this certain type of money, blah 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 blah. Even though that may not be what's actually the thing that you want to do with your life or what you're actually passionate about, what's going to bring happiness and fulfillment to you, right? That's what this is saying. I don't think that the thing that you're doing is the thing that you're actually passionate about. And so the lesson card in reverse here is saying, hey, it's up to you, but you don't have to learn the lesson that so many people do have to learn. Most people have to go, basically, they do what's expected of them and they just waste 20 or 30 years of their life in a job or a career that they fucking hate, just so that 20 and 30 years later, they actually realize, wow, if I could go back in time, I would not have done this. I would have done the thing that I want to do. So you have an opportunity now to not have to make those mistakes, right? And if you're confused or you need additional information or confirmation rather about what it is that you are actually passionate about, it's all in your astrology chart. So if you're not, you know, if you're confused about, well, you know, what is my purpose in life or what would be a good fit for me in terms of a career, what would actually make me happy and fulfilled, your astrology chart will tell you, or a numerology chart. And there's lots of ways for you to figure that out. But whatever it is in your career, I'm going to say no. This is not the thing that's going to make you happy. Now, I will say this. I will say this. Whatever the job is that you've been looking at, or whatever your career is, it might it might take care of the bills. It might actually pay pretty good. Like, because the investment is here. It's basically saying it will give you comfort and security if that's all you want. If you just want comfort and security and you just want to know the bills are paid and all the things, but at the expense of your fulfillment, then yes, your career, whatever you're choosing to do, it will give you the bare minimum security. It'll pay your bills. You might even have it might even be a really good career. It might go above and beyond just paying the bills. You might actually do really well financially, but you're not going to be happy. In the long run, you're not going to be happy. You're not going to be fulfilled. So it's up to you to decide if that's what you want. You can follow your heart. You can follow what you're passionate about, what will actually make you feel alive, or you can do the alternative. And I think you know the answer to this because you asked the question. You wouldn't have asked this question if there wasn't something inside of you that wasn't feeling this, which is stuck. And that alone should have been the answer. If you're feeling stuck and you're feeling trapped and you're not happy and you're unfulfilled, even if it's paying the bills, maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's the answer you're looking for. I don't think you need any more evidence, in my opinion. But again, the divine is not going to violate your free will in terms of what you choose to do on your life's journey here. But is it in your highest good? Is this the thing that's really going to light up your soul the rest of your life? I don't think so. I definitely don't think so. Is there something better? I do think so. Transition. This card is like a card of advice. There is something better for you. I don't know what that is, but there is something better for you. But the choice is yours. Okay. Gene, may I ask what triggered my cousin to take his own life last month? Jesus. I never liked his girlfriend. I don't know if she's hiding anything. Whew. Okay. Well, first of all, Gene, I'm sorry that I'm just now finding out that your cousin took his own life. Hmm. All right, this is not an easy task to tackle. Um, mm, yeah, this is not an easy task to tackle. There's like there's like I don't know, five to 10 energies coming off of all of these cards. It's not there's not one singular thing that caused it. That's the best way I can tell you. It wasn't just like one thing. There there's a lot. Okay. This is really kind of like the culmination of it all, which is trauma. Underneath it, we have the divine masculine. So I don't know. There is an energy, something attached to his father is attached to that, but it's also attached to, you know, his own self-worth and his own self-image, which was a result of something that happened between him and his dad. Now, I don't know if it's direct or indirect. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't always have to be some major trauma, like, you know, something like crazy, like his dad molested him or something crazy. But it could just be, it could be like a something maybe even his dad didn't even know that his dad did. Like, everybody has different sensitivities to things. They're all in different places. So, something offhanded when he was younger could have been interpreted as something major. Like our brain, all of our brains work very differently. But there was something attached to his dad, and obviously he's gone, so we can't confirm this. Um, but trauma basically is the obvious. Like he had a lot of unhealed things going on here, but I'm going to try to get at some of the energies from these 4 cards because each one wants to tell like 10 different stories. And I don't really have a deck. Uh, I don't really have a deck that's equipped for this type of thing. So I'm kind of like just being drawn to something that'll get me in the ballpark, so to speak. What was his name? Was his name? His name wasn't Zach, was it? Or did he know somebody named Zach? Hmm. Whoo! You can't make this up, man. Jesus. This is giving me chills. I'm going to show you what's at the bottom of this deck. Fed up, mirroring, too late, round and round, cycles, triggers, and lessons, and funeral. Can you tell me if his mom and dad, uh, is his biological mom and dad divorced? Are his actual parents still together, married, or did they get a divorce? Okay. And you know for a fact, Gene, you know with absolute certainty that his parents are happily married. And I'm not questioning you I'm not saying that you don't know. I'm just, are you sure that you're sure that you know that they're happily married? Like you would be willing to put, you'd be willing to bet your bank, your life on it, that you know that it's not bullshit because something inside of me is strongly telling me that that's not true. Whatever this is, there is something about this trauma that is tied to his parents. There's something. I don't know what it is. And I asked about this. That's what these cards are for down here, by the way. Now, there are two. Well, shit. My fucking face is in the way. But we have the Queen of Cups. We have the Two of Cups. We have the World. The Six of Swords came out. And we have the Knight of Cups over here at the bottom of the deck. And I was asking about their parents. That's what I was asking about. This card is talking about there's an energy that's attached to him, just to be crystal clear. Part of the energy that's attached to him has to do with his own self-worth, his own image, all the things. One of the energies that is purely attached to him. But the other energy, the one that keeps screaming at me, is tied to his parents. And so I clarified this card with these cards, and we have the Six of Swords sideways, and then we had, these other ones. We have this Queen of Cups, the Two of Cups, and the World. And then we have the Knight of Cups. But then we have the masculine over here as well. So there is a mom and dad vibe here. And this is attached to the trauma. So, you know, I can't decipher specifically and exactly, I can't pinpoint what the trauma is. I mean, I can take a guess at it just based on my experience as a relationship coach. When it comes to the fact that most people are full of shit, and I don't care how long you've been together, you don't get a trophy for you don't get a trophy for staying in a miserable relationship. A lot of people, right? Like the average statistic of divorce is 50%. So most people think that because 50% of all marriages end in divorce, they assume that the other 50% of those who didn't get a divorce must be happy and successful, and that's absolute bullshit. What you have to do is you have to take 50 of the 50% of people that haven't got divorced, you have to separate that into its own category and go, okay, of the 50% of people that haven't gotten a divorce for whatever reasons, they're in it for the kids, they don't want to separate their assets, or they're just too chicken shit to split up, or whatever. There's all these reasons why people choose to stay in a relationship when they're truly miserable. Lots of reasons. So of the 50% of people that stay married, maybe only 15 or 20% of those people actually would say or claim that they're truly happy. So, you know, I don't care if people are married for 100 years. Just because you stay with somebody doesn't mean that, you know, the relationship is actually, healthy and all the things, and people bullshit all the time. You can go out into public and everything's fine, blah, 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 blah. Like, you know, that doesn't mean anything to me either. And that doesn't mean that I'm saying that his parents aren't married or happily married. I'm not saying that at all. They very well may be. But what's interesting to me about this is we have the Knight of Cups, which obviously would be related to matters of the heart and love. We have a Queen of Cups, which obviously is a nurturing figure. We have a Two of Cups, which would be partnerships and relationships, and then we have the World card here. But this card coming out sideways is interesting to me, and I acknowledge it sideways. So there's something here about his expectation, his model of the world is what I see with the World card. He had an expectation about the way that he thought relationships were supposed to be at minimum, at bare minimum. There's something else here, and I don't know what the something else is. I can't pinpoint it, but I feel it. Something between him and his parents. I don't know what it is, but it caused trauma. And again, that doesn't mean that his parents did anything necessarily wrong, right? I mean, when you're dealing with somebody, certain people have certain types of sensitivities to things, and it's not a lack of love or care from the people around them that causes them to have the turmoil that they have. It's just a different person that's relating to the world through a different lens. I know this for myself because I'm a fucking weirdo and I don't relate to anybody. I love my parents to death, but my parents could not be more different from me than somebody who lives on planet fucking Mars. Same thing with my brother. Same thing with most people. You know, the person that I am when I show up in real life to the general population is like 10% of who I really am. And that's just me being honest to all of you guys. I wear a fucking mask. I've trained myself. My whole life I've worn a mask. And 90% of who I really am, very, very, very few people actually ever get to see who I really, really am. Because I don't feel safe to bare my soul to just everybody. I've always been that way. You know, I just it's just who I am. And it's a very isolating and it's a very lonely feeling, but with work and personal development and growth and all the things, you just learn that you are the way that you are on purpose, right? That's my struggle, right? That's a me problem. That's not has nothing to do with my parents, has nothing to do with the general population and most people. They're not necessarily doing anything wrong to make me feel like I'm isolated or different. It's just the way that I feel. So it's a me problem more than it is an anybody else problem, but it's still real. It's still something that I experience, and I'm gonna have it because this is the only me that I am. It's something that I have to live with my entire life. The question is, let do I allow this to be something that disempowers me and I view it as a negative, or do I view it as something unique that is just a different type of superpower in a way? Well, I choose to believe that it's unique and different on purpose, right? But that's just the decision that I've made. But I wasn't always that way because I grew up hating myself for no reason. I had no reason to hate myself. I didn't grow up in a dysfunctional family. I did not grow up in poverty. I didn't grow up with trauma, all this stuff. But for as far back as I can go, I hated myself. I didn't understand why I was here. Low self-esteem, low self-worth, and I didn't like anything about me. Completely rejected myself in every way, shape, and form. I did not like any part about me. So, this is just me kind of, trying to relate in a way to where it's like being somebody who feels very different, and is very different, where you have to exist in a world where you're this different thing because you're not all of that. And it's unrelatable, but yet you're in a way you're forced to have to relate to be part of the functioning fucking world. Like I have to relate because I'm a human. I can't just go live in a fucking cave. I guess I could, but that's not realistic. So obviously I wouldn't. So you learn to adapt to life so that you can live and survive and relate and be part of the common people. But not everybody has that. Not everybody can, you know, everybody has different sensitivities to different things. And so you don't necessarily have to have a shit environment or dysfunctional environment to have a negative experience with an environment that's not necessarily a shit environment. So the reason I'm saying all this is that I don't know what this means exactly, besides the fact that whatever it is with his family, whatever it is with his family, he had a perception or an expectation of reality of thinking that in his mind, when it came to love and relationships, he thought it was supposed to be a certain way. That was his model of the world. His belief was, okay, love is supposed to be like this, but that's not how love works. Just because you have an expectation or perception about something, a belief about something, and maybe it was something that he doesn't even remember. And again, he's not here, we can't ask him, but it could have been something that his parents tried to instill in him, which wouldn't have been their fault, because that's what most parents do. If you have a child, what do most parents do with their children? Most parents project their beliefs, their values onto their children because they think that's what's best for their children. Now, I personally don't agree with that. I know that the intention and the motive behind it is positive. Most parents mean well when they try to pass on their beliefs, their views, and all that shit to their children because they think that they're serving their children by trying to make their children like them. Well, I don't necessarily agree with that. I believe in teaching certain principles that are universal while allowing a person to become their own self. Right? It's important for like if I had a child, which I don't, but if I had a child, I would teach my child obviously common sense things like being a decent human being, not hurting people, learning how to think for yourself, learning how to troubleshoot life, learning cause and effect. Like I would teach my kid just basic life principles. But what I would not do is I would not tell my child, hey, this is what God is. This is where you came from. This is how you have to have a relationship, and this is the right way to have a relationship, or this is the right way to live your life. This is the career that you have to have. This is the lifestyle. These are the choices. I would not tell my child what to make of their life. I would allow them to come to their own conclusions about what life is for them. And I would allow myself as the parent to just be a sounding board or a resource for them to ask questions. Like if my child came to me and said, hey, where do you think we came from? Or where do you think this universe, who created us? Who created the universe? Or what is your opinion about love and romance? What do you think a healthy relationship is? Well, then I would share my opinions like I would share with a stranger. It would not be an expectation. It wouldn't be something, hey, you're my kid. You're going to believe this. You're going to go to church on Sunday. You're going to believe in God. You're going to be a conservative. Or you're going to be a Democrat. You're going to believe this and you're going to believe that. And you're going to follow my way. And this is the right way. And there is no other way. And you're going to go to school and you're going to go to college and you're going to get a degree and you're going to work a 9-to-5 job that has benefits and vacation time and this and blah, 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 blah. I wouldn't teach my child that. I would allow my child to come into life, to make of life what they choose. And I would encourage it actually. I would say, hey, I'm not here to tell you what it is. If you want my opinion, I'll share my opinion with you, but it's more important for you to come to your own conclusions about this. What feels right for you? What feels best for you? That's what I would do. I would encourage my child to discover who they are and what serves them best, right? And again, this isn't me bashing parents who don't know any better and are just doing the best that they can with what they learn and the skills that they were handed, knowing that their intentions and their motives for most parents, intentions or motives are, hey, I just want to love my child and I think I'm doing the best that I know to do. So, you know, but just because something is well-meaning and well-intended doesn't always mean that the result or the outcome is going to be well received. And there's something here, and again, I don't know what it is, but there's something here. There's more, but the one thing I can only speak to the things that are clear to me. The one thing that is clear to me is that he had a view or a model of the world about love and relationships, and his what he thought love and relationships were supposed to be were not what they really are. It was an unrealistic belief that he had. And I do believe that it was either something that his parents taught him or something that he inherited from his parents. That's as far as I can go with that particular energy. And the reason that I was hung up on it was because it wouldn't let me move on from it. Like I can't even get into all the rest of it because it's like I have to deal with this. And it's just one of those weird things as a reader that's like we can't get to the next thing until we figure this out. And that's why I was quiet and I was silent and I was trying to figure it out because I'm like, okay, I can't even get to the rest of this until I get through this layer. This is the first layer, and until I get through that, I can't get to the rest. I don't ask me why. There's certain things about whatever the fuck this thing is that I do. Some of it I understand, some of it I don't understand. But this is one of those things. It is what it is. So that's as much as I can identify with that. So he has this belief. So now, because he's got this belief, he was clearly in a relationship with this woman or this girlfriend or whatever, and his whole entire identity was lost in this relationship. Um, and that's really what this card here is all about. He was not self-aware. He identified everything about him was put onto this woman. And I can relate. This part I can actually relate to because, you guys have heard me tell this story a few times. I take these off. But um, when my ex-wife left me, I tried to blow my brains out. And when I say I tried, I mean I tried. Like I wrote 2 suicide letters. I wrote a suicide letter to my mom and my dad, and I wrote a suicide letter to my ex-wife. And it was a Saturday night. And this is back, this is obviously years ago, like October 2013. And way back then, I was very involved in my church because that's what I was doing back then. And I was drumming every Sunday at my church. I was the drummer at my church. Every single Sunday, I was the drummer. So I knew that when I didn't show up to church on Sunday, because it was Saturday night, I was like, I'm going to blow my brains out. And tomorrow, when I don't show up at church to play, everyone's going to wonder, where's Eddie? And they're going to come look for me. They're going to try to call me. And when I don't answer my phone, they're going to come to my house. When they come to my house, they're going to see my car. And, obviously I left the door unlocked and all the things so that they would be able to just walk in, they'd be able to come in, they'd be able to find my body, and they'd be able to find the suicide letters. I had it all planned out. Loaded gun, bullet in the chamber, finger on the trigger, gun to head, trying to pull the trigger, and the trigger won't pull. No lie, God is my witness. I wasn't thinking about trying to kill myself. I was trying to kill myself. I was trying to squeeze the trigger to blow my brains out. I had made the decision. I am going to kill myself. It was done. There was no, I wasn't thinking about it. I had decided. I was trying to pull the trigger, and I had about 50 dark voices telling me that my life was about to get a hell of a lot better. And that fucking trigger would not pull. My gun is not broken. The safety wasn't on. The trigger on my gun would not pull. So here I am. So I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be so attached to another human being, to identify so much with another human being as your source of everything, because you don't know who you are. And so when I said earlier that I spent my entire life hating myself, I meant it. And so to give a little bit more clarity and maybe a reference, a meaningful reference, when I met my very first girlfriend, she, who was 3 years younger than me, I was 15 at the time. She had just turned like 13. She sought me out. I was like, I fucking hated myself, and here was this gorgeous girl who came up to me, started talking to me, and she basically, she took me in. She became my best friend. And then her older sister, who was a year older than me, she became like an older sister to me. And so the three of us were inseparable. And for the first time in my life, I felt like I was worthy of love, because somebody saw something inside of me that I couldn't see inside of myself. And then she died. We were hit by a drunk driver. And her sister died. So just as quickly as I had this person who was teaching me, I was just getting introduced to the concept of value, of an experience of, this is what it feels like to be loved when you don't feel like you deserve to be loved. And it didn't make sense to me. Like, how the fuck does this girl see anything inside of me when I don't see shit? I hate myself. What the fuck does she see? But I wasn't arguing about it. I was just enjoying the fact that here was this really beautiful girl who, she saw the world in me. And because she saw the world in me, it made me want to believe that there was something maybe that I wasn't seeing inside of myself. But by the time I started to believe it, by the time I started to get to that point to where, well, maybe there is something that she sees, she died. So no sooner was I at the precipice of breaking through that layer, we were hit by a drunk driver and she was gone. So what did I do? I went back to doing what I did before, fucking hating myself. But now I had a cherry on top. Not only do I get to hate myself, but now I get to hate myself with a vengeance, because obviously I'm not worthy of love because it just got taken away from me. Like a tease. Like, oh cool, you get a little, you get like 6 months or 7. You get 7 months to experience this thing, and then boom, it's taken away, it's gone. But because I felt, like, hey, this is what I deserve, it wasn't like really a shock to me. I was like, of course she died. Of course she died. Of course she died. It's what I deserve. I don't deserve love. I didn't deserve her love. So here I am, back at home with myself. Welcome home, Eddie. So what happened? I started to play drums and I started to get good at playing drums. Then me and my friends, we started a band. And then all of a sudden, this whole drumming thing, kind of took off for me. Got all this attention. All of a sudden, people were like, man, like all of a sudden I was somebody. And I didn't know what to do. At first, I didn't know what to do with it because I don't like attention. And I was like, okay. But then the more, the band that I started with my friends, we got better and better and better. And then all of a sudden, we were signed to a record label. Now I was really somebody. Then we went on tour. Now I was really somebody. And so I decided that that's who I was going to be. I was going to be Eddie, the drummer, because now I got to be somebody. And it was the perfect fucking mask because now I could just project myself into this archetype of being a drummer, which gave me the freedom of it gave me an escape from having to be within the person that I didn't know that I hated. And it's really hard to get to know something when you hate the thing that you are. So, I got to go be distracted as Eddie the drummer, which, by the way, is why my ex-wife was even attracted to me in the first place. Because when we were on tour, we were playing at this house. We were fortunate to we were basically on a break, but we were staying at this house, and they said, "Hey, would you guys play some music?" Because it was a nice house and they had an enclosed pool, and so the son of the people who lived at the house invited all of his friends over from school, and was basically like, "Would you guys play some music?" And we're like, "Sure, fuck it, why not?" And so she was one of the people that got invited over, and when she saw me, and I didn't know she was even there. But when she saw me, she told her friend, she said, "The guy that's playing drums, I'm going to marry him one day." And I didn't even meet her. And she told him, "I'm going to marry that guy that's playing drums. I'm going to marry him one day." And so then I leave. Uh, we go back out on tour, and just by random chance of luck, like 3 months later, I move back to that same area, which is 500 miles away from where I live. Just a fluke, because I could have not ever gone back there, but I decided to move there. And so I moved back there. I run into her. We hit it off, and then I get married to her. And so for 10 years, I'm married to this woman who doesn't even know who the fuck that I am because she only knows me as Eddie the drummer. She doesn't know who real Eddie is because real Eddie is so far tucked away in the basement of himself because that's where he belongs. It's like, good, I don't have to deal with you anymore. I get to go be this other thing. Even though it's not real, even though it's just a facade, at least it works. Because at least I'm somebody, at least people notice me, at least people give a shit about me, at least I'm significant. And, hey, it got me a girl. It got me love. Drumming made me good enough to deserve love. So I was married for 10 years until my ex-wife left me for my best friend of 17 years. And then I had to go confront the Eddie that was tucked away in the basement for the last 15 years. Because, the 10 years that I was married plus the years before that, before I met my ex-wife, when I, was learning how to play drums and all the things. So I had to go look, the 9 months of hell that I went through wasn't even so much the hell of the betrayal of the loss of her leaving me. It was the hell of me actually having to go within myself and confront the part of me that I hated. And because I was not willing to do that, because as I started to confront that version of me, I just wanted to die. And that's why I wrote 2 suicide letters, and that's why I tried to blow my brains out. Because I would rather have died than have to go into the cave inside of myself to find out if what I feared was actually true. Because I believed it was true. And what is that belief? That I suck, I'm a piece of shit, and I don't deserve love. I'll never have love. Nobody will ever care about me. I'm just too fucked up. I don't even belong in this world. I don't even know I'm here. I'm a fucking alien in a world that I don't belong. I do not belong on this planet. And I hate myself. And I don't deserve love. And it's being shown to me again and again and again. Every time I try to get love, it's taken away. I try to get love, it's taken away. I try to get love, it's taken away. And the one thing that you want in a world that you don't even understand or feel like you belong in, the one thing that you're hoping to find, which is love, is the one thing you can't find, you can't have, would make you feel like you'd want to die. Because what the fuck's the point? What's the point of being in this world if the one thing that you want you can never have, and the minute that you have it, it's taken away? And not even just taken away, but taken away in the most brutal, fucking painful way possible. The first one, she dies. Crushed in a car, dead with her head on my shoulder. Second, the love of your life and your fucking best friend, who was like a brother to you, both betraying you at the same time. The dual betrayal. 1 knife, 2 knives in the back by 2 people that you would die for. I had to confront. I had to go into it. But I didn't want to go into it. I'd rather die. But the divine had other plans for me. I was trying to pull the trigger, and the divine said, nope. That's not what you came here for, bro. There's no easy way out. You're gonna have to go into you're gonna have to go into the hell, Eddie. You're gonna plunge into the hell. There's no easy way out. And that's what I did. So instead of trying to escape the hell of the illusion that I was believing my entire life, I chose to confront it. And that's why I'm here with you all today. Because I chose to confront it with divine intervention. A miracle, more than once. I should be dead 2 times in my life. I should have been dead in a car wreck, and I should have been dead because I tried to blow my brains out. And I'm still here. So why am I sharing all of this? I'm sharing this because I sense that with your cousin, he fell into the same trap, maybe for his own reasons, but it's very clear to me, especially in these cards, that he over-identified with the relationship that he had with the woman he was with. We have the love and hate, no strings, and living in the moment. All this right here, these are tied to his beliefs. And that's tied to whatever, and it's loosely tied to his beliefs, okay? Because the cards, for what they are, they're as close as it can get to what his beliefs were that weren't realistic. The reality of his relationship was this. He was in a karmic relationship with somebody, and unfortunately, it was very intense because we have the passion card here. So, he basically was in an intoxicating relationship where he had essentially created a trauma bond with this person. And because he was in this, and that's, we can see here, reckless love and sex. So it was very impulsive, very go with the flow, but very intense and very addictive, but also very karmic. And so when the situation got out of hand, we have I miss you in reverse, and we have moving on, letting go, loving you, and free in reverse. He could not let go of this woman. This woman was his entire, he had put his entire identity into this woman, just like I put my entire identity into my ex-wife. I substituted drumming for my ex-wife. See, my identity as a drummer got me to my ex-wife. But once I found my ex-wife, I didn't need to be the drummer anymore, even though I still was drumming. I didn't need that identity anymore because I found something better. I actually found somebody to give me the love that I was seeking. So then I was attached to my ex-wife. She became my source of identity, my source of worth, my source of love, all the things. So when my ex-wife left, it was like I lost all of it. I lost myself. And so then it was like I had to go back. The only other self that existed was the me that I explained, the person that I hated. So I sensed that he ended up in a similar place, which going back to what's at the bottom of the deck is he reached a breaking point. That's what the fed up energy here is about. Of course, up here, I know I kind of didn't talk about these, but it's kind of irrelevant at this point. Like the decisions, like yeah, he knew what like he was in that place where he was toying with the idea, and it was already in his mind. Like the seed was in his mind long before whatever he did to take his own life. It was already there. The seed was already swirling around in his mind. And the awakening card is just the is an indicator of truth. Basically, that's what this is. In other words, the divine attempted to intervene on his behalf, just like the divine intervened for me. But he denied the request. Basically, this is the divine trying to intervene on his behalf, saying, "Dude, you don't want to do this. You don't want to do this. You don't want to do this," and it was unsuccessful because the divine will not violate our free will, even if it means taking our own lives. So he reached his breaking point, fed up. The mirroring part of it had to do with obviously the relationship he was in, trying to reflect back to him the thing within him that was just needing to be fixed, just like my ex-wife was with me. Right? My entire marriage to her was really about me needing to see the issues and confront the issues inside of me. And since I wasn't awake at that point in time of my life, the only thing that could happen is for her to be taken out of my life so that I would be put back into the place of confronting myself, which ultimately what I ended up having to do. That's what the mirroring card is about. The intention of him getting into this relationship was for him to understand himself, just like I needed to understand myself. But it was too late. He was caught up in the cycle, and it was just he was too obsessed with it at that point, and he couldn't pull out. He couldn't pull himself out of, he was too attached to this woman, this relationship, over identified, and it just got so bad to where he genuinely didn't believe that he could exist without it, for whatever his reasons are. His reasons could have been very different than mine. But like I said, he's not here for us to ask. So this shit's real when it comes to relationships, when it comes to people who have extremely low self-worth, identity problems, like all kinds of things. And I've been in that place. I've been in some really, really, really fucking dark places. Um, you know, I've had the thoughts cross my mind, after that. That was the only time I ever actually tried. But there, I've had moments where, you know, in my, in despair and things where I've thought, it'd be a hell of a lot easier to not have to deal with this fucking life, you know. But, you know, obviously I'm in a place now because I've done the work. I'm in a place now where that would never that's completely off the table because I know who I am now. I know why I'm here. And that's the importance of understanding your identity and your purpose in life. Unfortunately, he did not he was not able to get there. So I know that's probably not maybe very helpful, Gene. I mean that's an extremely that's an extremely difficult thing to read on, at least for me. I mean, I can't obviously I'm not I'm not the representation of all psychics, mediums, and tarot readers for sure. I'm sure there's probably somebody out there um, who could probably pick up on other things. Um, there are certainly people who have gifts and talents for talking and communicating with people even on the other side. But um, for me, that's probably about the best that I can do. Um, and it's those things are really, in my personal opinion, they're not they're not as cryptic as we think. Like there's really only a handful of reasons why people would get so depressed, so lonely, or in such despair that they would choose to end their own life, right? Um, so you know, even if I'm even if I'm way off on my uh, on my predictions in that, it's still going to boil down to the fact that basically he felt like his life was not worth living if he could not have that relationship because everything that came out in the cards was tied to the relationship. There were some underlying factors that were involved that I do think he inherited from his family. I'm not saying that it's his family's fault, but again, like I said, sometimes we take things on from our family, but we translate it differently in our mind. It's like our parents, didn't intend it the way that we received it or perceived it. So I'm certainly not saying that his parents hurt him or harmed him or did anything but love him completely unconditionally. And I certainly don't feel energetically that that's probably not the case. But there was something tied to his belief system that he definitely got from them that I think affected his overall perception of how relationships should be. And when his relationship didn't match his blueprint for what he thought it was supposed to be, that was a contributing factor to you know how he related to all of that in an unhealthy way or an obsessive way, right? Um, because you know he just didn't know who he was, and maybe he felt like he was a piece of shit. Maybe he felt maybe he felt the same way I did. I don't know. Maybe he didn't. Who knows? But um, yeah, hopefully that hopefully that is sort of helpful. Oh my God. All right. That's intense, guys. That's intense. Give me a second. I actually, I'm gonna, I'm gonna go urinate real quick and stand up because uh, I'm realizing that I'm neglecting my my movement. I've had bad sciatic nerve issues off and on ever since being crushed in a car. And last week I had probably one of the worst flare-ups that I've had in like the last 5 years. Like it took me 15 minutes just to move my legs out of bed because, you know, I'm lazy. Well, I'm not lazy, but I'm very impatient when it comes to like stretching and doing things. So I have to be more mindful of actually, moving, which is hard for me to do when I'm sitting here because I just want to keep going. But give me like 2 seconds here and I'll be right back. All right. All right, party people. Party rockers in the house tonight. Um, what the fuck? Hello. Are you working? Hello? Now what the hell? It's not one thing, it's always fucking something else. What's the deal now? Hello? Shit. Oh, Mercury retrograde is gonna have its way. Not connected. Why? Okay. Okay. Okay, computer. You just do whatever you want to do over there. All right. What do I need? I need something. I need something. Okay. Uh, well, it's good to know that I'm not the only old son of a bitch out here with sciatic problems. It sucks. I had it in my left leg after my motorcycle. Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, the pain that I had last week, it's like it's like the pain is like way down in like your ass, but you move your fucking pinky and it's like your whole body just goes paralyzed. It's weird how like the tiniest little movements in some unrelated part of your body somehow affects your sciatic nerve, and it's just like it's an involuntary abrupt pain that just paralyzes you. It was terrible. It was terrible. Uh, he is shaking it more than 3 times in there. Uh, it was more than three. It was more than three. I put up a boundary for Nino. I put up a boundary for Nino, and he actually liked and commented on my post Friday. Yeah, that's how you got to do it. Do you get readjusted by a chiropractor? I used to, Gene. I've realized that it's just stretching. Like, and I just so after last week, I made a conscious decision. It's like, look, dude, you're not getting fucking younger, and you hate doing these mundane, monotonous things that are beneficial for you, but you're gonna have to fucking start doing them. So I'm forcing myself to do um, stretching as well. So anyway, enough of my ranting. I'm old. I'm about to go. I'm about to hit menopause anyway. So at this point, I'm just taking it. You know, this avatar, this avatar has been through a lot of shit, but he's still kicking. I got to give it to him. He's a resilient son of a bitch. All right. Let me get back to your question. Get back to the question. I can. Too many distractions. All right, go back. There you go, Eddie. There you go. Oh yeah. What's coming for me? Any new loves? Any new loves, not them old loves. We know about the new loves. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? That right there is the Two of Pentacles, and that right there is the Lovers. Lisa, hot damn Yang. She like, do I got any new loves coming? How many new loves do you want? How many new loves do you want? You got all the loves coming. You just take your pick. We got lovers, plural, and we got pentacles, plural. Oh, look, you got 3 of pentacles at the bottom of the deck, too. Damn, girl. What you got? What you wearing that new Versace? What you fixing to get on? Now watch that King of Wands or the Ace of Wands fixing to come out for your ass. I know it. I feel it. Yeah, fixing to get hella good. Hella good. Hella, oh shit. I don't like that. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? What are you doing? What are you holding over here? So one of your boobs is a pentacle and the other boob is a flower. All right. Okay. I can get on board with that. Like, you want my money or you want my flower? Which one you want? Want my money? You want my flower? Oh, we done got the Page of Pentacles too. Holy shit. You got an offer coming. You got an offer coming. You gonna be like, you done with something, no? Or you need to be done with something. You done with something, you need to be done with something. The Eight of Cups, you need to get the fuck out. Get away. Uh, You heard me say it. You heard me say the King of Wands. There he is. I fucking knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew that he was gonna come out. How did I know? Who's your favorite tarot reader? Who's your favorite tarot reader? If I'm not your favorite tarot reader, something fucking wrong. There he is. I called it. There he is. Oh shit. Oh shit. We got the King of Cups and the King of Wands. Damn. I'm gonna start calling you Lisa Hot Damn Yang. Look at this. Oh, my God. All right. Now we talking. Now we cooking with peanut oil. That's right. Shoot. So let's take a look at the pentacles. And when I say look at the pentacles, I ain't talking about your booby over here. I don't know what you're doing with that. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I know what this is. Wait. Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. I know what this is. Lisa, do you have certain piercings in certain places, maybe? That's what that is, isn't it? You got a little piercing somewhere, don't you? Mm-hmm. I know you do. Don't you lie, neither. That's a piercing. Hot damn. Damn, girl, you got your nipples pierced? Oh, so I knew you were gonna lie. I knew, like, no. Don't tell me no. I'm the goddamn tarot reader. Don't tell me no. I only speak the truth out here, like Nino does. He's got, wait, Nino's got a nipple ring? Or he has another type of ring? Hey, look, it's the after hour party now. We get into all the things. You know how we do in the after hours. We need the deets. I have a tattoo. On your nipple? Got a nipple tattoo? Well, all right. Well, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. I'm going to come back to this Five of Swords, though. Nino got a nipple ring. Does it taste like chicken wing? I'm a poet and don't even goddamn know it. Okay, oh boy. Okay, let's take a look here. You're going to hate me. You're going to hate me for this, Lisa. I can't make this up, though. Let's do it. Let's count. This one doesn't count because this one came out up top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. Okay, Lisa. Boy, the divine got a sense of humor with you. Well, the divine got a sense of humor with you. I want to talk about this guy right here. Mr. King of Swords. Mr. King of Swords. Mr. King of Swords. Tell me about Mr. King of Swords down here. I want to know about Justin Bieber down here. Oh, wasn't expecting that. Oh, Mr. King of Swords. Interesting. Okay. Well, obviously he's not the guy. I wasn't expecting that. Very interesting. All right, well, we're just going to set these right here. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes a little bit wrong. I'll make a guess. Okay, so here's the dig, Miss Diang. You have obviously many options available to you. Here's the problem. The Five of Swords is the problem. The Five of Swords is your picker's broken. Your picker's a little bit off. You don't trust yourself. Because you don't trust yourself and you overthink some things, you put yourself in the Five of Swords. And so this is going to be the thing that you're going to have to watch out for. The Five of Swords is what's going to fuck you over when it comes to making a decision about all these dudes that you have coming at you with this Page of Pentacle energy. So you have 1, 2, 3 different dudes in your energy, which is, we had the 2 of Pentacles, but then at the bottom of the deck earlier, we had the 3 of Pentacles. So 8 of Cups is, I thought it was just about one guy, which technically it is definitely about at least one guy, which is clearly this King of Swords down here because all this shit down here. And the reason I pulled these cards on the King of Swords was because I thought potentially this guy was maybe the green light guy, but he's clearly not. And the reason I thought that was because the Knight of Cups is on one side and the Ten of Pentacles is on the other. But I was wrong. And so let's take a look. 8 of Cups here telling you, you're going to need to learn to walk away from things that aren't serving you. You're probably going to need to learn to discern that sooner than not. In other words, not investing so much of your life into somebody where, it has to go on and on and on and on and on for you to see all the red flags after X amount of time has gone by, just for you to realize, hey, I probably shouldn't have gotten this far into it or shouldn't have gotten this far involved to begin with. So then we have a King of Wands, we have a King of Cups, and obviously we have this King of Swords. Now, the Hermit energy here, this, well, first of all, let me back up and let's talk about the signs here. And these guys could be these signs, they don't have to be, but we have Gemini, we have Virgo, we have Taurus, we have Scorpio, we have Sagittarius. Technically, we have Scorpio Aries with the Tower, and I think that's all of them. So technically, we have a sign for each one of these 3 guys, minus the Earth energy, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't be an Earth sign, meaning Virgo or Taurus. But we have water, we have fire, and we have air. Just throwing it out there. Doesn't mean that they have to be those signs, but you definitely have 3 totally different energies. What I can tell you is the Hermit here is to tell you that there's a lot of introspection and reflection on your part in terms of what it is that you really want. What have you learned? What have past relationships taught you? What are you willing to tolerate? What are you not willing to tolerate? And really, really, really just getting clear about what it is that you actually want when it comes to love. Because the more clear that you are, and the more sure that you are in the thing that you want and what you don't want, the less in the Five of Swords that you're going to be, and the less of the Five of Swords energy from somebody else that you're willing to tolerate. In other words, how much toxicity are you willing to tolerate? Some, none, a lot. That's what this is saying. We all get what we tolerate. Now, this is obviously you and your current energy with your pierced nipple, even though you deny having one, but that's okay. That's okay. And then obviously these are the offers coming to you, which we talked about that. So the Hierophant here is talking about commitment. So here's the introspection. You need to do some soul searching, reflecting about getting clear about what you want. And then obviously in terms of relationships and commitments here, right? Like if you're really wanting something long term, at least. Now, if you're just wanting fun and flings and whatever, that's totally different. No judgment. It's just two different approaches to relationships. One requires investment and a risk, the other one doesn't. That's what this card is saying, basically. If you want something genuine, long-lasting, and something real, then you really need to reflect on what it is that you really want, what you're going to tolerate, what you're not going to tolerate, the type of person, all the different things. Now, the Death card is here to represent, it's tied to the Eight of Cups, which is also like, hey, there's obviously certain things and certain people in your life that When it's over, it needs to be over, and it doesn't need to come back to life. Which is just, again, being, what's the word I want to use? It's being decisive in your decision making. Like, when something is done, it needs to stay done, right? Like we have to get to a certain point where it's like, if the door is always open, at least to some extent, we need to know when to close the door for good, right? We need to know when we've given something, everything to the last degree. We've kicked we've kicked the dead horse so many times. And the definition of insanity is doing the same thing expecting a different result. We have to end the insanity, essentially. That's what this is saying. So when it comes to certain relationships, certain people, certain things, there's a point in time where it just has to be done, right? Because this is it. This is the only form that this relationship is ever going to take. It's never going to become more. It's never going to grow. It's never going to evolve. The form that you've been presented again and again and again is the only form it's ever going to be. And so it's just the harsh reality of accepting that reality. Now the death card is also here to talk about it's a totally different path for you. So there's the path that you're on, which is a choice, but there's this other path that you could go on, which is a transformation of self. And so the divine is like, she's got people, having, how do I say this? You're not somebody who is going to have a problem with options with men. Like that's never going to be an issue for you. You don't have a guy, there's always going to be options available for you. Getting a guy is not something that you're going to ever have to have a problem with. Now, getting the right guy, that's a different question. But just getting a guy, having a dude, in all the different shapes and forms that they come in, that's not an issue for you. With the divine, with the transformation card here, saying, but there's this other path where you go in and you become a totally, entirely different person by not focusing on relationships, but focusing on you. And then you attract in somebody that is the best match for you for the best you that you've become. So that's a whole side thing. We have the Three of Swords here. So some of these relationships are going to hurt you. And there's some pain from past relationships that you're still dealing with. And the unhealed part of the pain from the past of those relationships is going to attract other relationships that are also going to hurt you. Because it's this card, the Three of Swords, is affecting the Five of Swords energy. In other words, the reason that the Five of Swords is here is because of the Three of Swords. So, the more that we are hurt, the more we attract more things that are going to hurt us. That's why the whole concept of hurting people becomes a thing. Because you're going to continue to attract more people. They're going to continue to hurt you and hurt you and hurt you until finally you're going to be sick and tired of getting hurt. And then the temptation for you to do one of two things is going to occur. You're either going to flip the script and you're going to be the person. It's like, hey, instead of people coming in and hurting me, I'm going to be the fucking one. So then you're going to turn into the person that's now hurting other people. Or if you don't do that, then you'll basically just become a shell of yourself. You'll become so hardened that you'll never let love in. And so you'll basically just be miserable because the one thing that you want, you're not going to allow yourself to have. And so essentially you're just going to continue to attract more people that you're basically going to reject. And in the event that you attract somebody that actually would treat you and love you the right way, you're going to reject that person because you're just simply not going to let anybody in. So, that's all attached to this Three of Swords and this Five of Swords. So, completely healing from all the past shit, puts you in a position to operate from a clean slate, while also working on your transformation and focusing on becoming the best version of you, obviously attracts completely brand new opportunities. But it's like a side quest. Even though it's technically the main quest, it's really just a side quest. Because the divine is essentially basically just leaving all these decisions and choices up to you. we have the Eight of Wands. The Eight of Wands is again, it's two energies attached to it. There's direction you can go in, whatever direction you can go in. You actually have the ability and the speed and momentum to get there because nothing's really standing in your way except the Five of Swords. And even that's not really standing in your way because you're still gonna get it. Like guys are still gonna come to you regardless. An opportunity for love is still gonna come for you towards you regardless. So, and it's gonna be very fun. It's very exciting, at least for a time, because we have the Page of Wands here. You know, so at the very least, even if it's toxic, at the very least, you're promised to have a really good time. So the silver lining is even if you choose, even if your picker's off and you choose some bad guys, at least you're gonna have a really fucking good time. So that's the silver lining in all of this. And I'm not making this up. I'm just being honest with you, right? You have a really good time with whoever you choose, even if they're not good for you. So let's move down here to Temperance. Now Temperance is here again to reinforce the Death card. And it's interesting because Temperance is actually what comes after the Death card. Am I correct on that? I think I'm correct on that. Yes. Temperance happens after the Death. So Death is transformation. Temperance is the you that you become after going through the transformation, right? Which puts you in the Nine of Pentacles energy, which is what we call pre-Empress energy, right? So you being in the Nine of Pentacles is basically the same thing as you being up here in the Queen of Pentacles, which is essentially just another way of saying the Empress, the true Empress energy. So this is you now standing in your new divine power, in your confidence and all the things, basically not needing anything because you found wholeness within yourself, and now you're in a position to actually attract real love in. And so, but again, that's kind of like that's just the divine kind of showing you your options. Like while answering your question, your divine is actually showing your options. Like, yeah, you got love, but here's some other things to maybe consider as well. Which brings us to the Page of Swords, which is a card of, hey, this might be something you want to consider. Maybe you do, maybe you don't, but you have options. Now, the other energy attached to the Page of Swords is needing to really maybe think about and consider the decisions that you make and the person that you choose, because you're playing, essentially what you're playing is Russian roulette. One of these, let's say each one of these guys, like a revolver, right? You got three empty spaces. One of those spaces has a bullet in it. That's what Russian roulette is. You put one bullet in the cylinder, you spin it, and you pull the trigger, and you hope that you don't get the bullet. That's Russian roulette. One of these dudes, at least one of them, okay. Now, I don't know. I'm assuming one of these guys is legit because we have the Ten of Pentacles. I just haven't got that far yet. Okay, and we have the Knight of Cups. So there is like one of them is potentially a legitimate choice for you, and one not so much. But then one is the bullet. One of these dudes is this Tower, and it could be this King of Swords down here because we have all this shit going on down here. I thought the King of Swords was maybe the Ten of Pentacles, and I was wrong. So if I was playing Russian roulette, I would have just got the bullet in my decision making, because clearly he's not. This dude is not the Ten of Pentacles based on these cards. So I don't know if he's the guy with the Tower, or maybe one of these other two is even worse than him. I don't know, but one of these dudes is the Tower. One of these guys is basically like completely fuck your life up, because we got the Five of Pentacles next. And this is basically you. It's like, we just had these crazy storms down here in the south, and it's like a tornado comes over and just completely levels fucking everything. And you come crawling out of your storm shelter, your basement, and it's just fucking it's oblivion, right? Everything is destroyed, gone. That's what this is. The Tower is whoever the person is that's the Tower. is going to really, 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 really fuck your life up with this card. The Tower, the Five of Pentacles, and the Tower is like, yeah, your life's gonna get, you're gonna feel it. It's gonna be bad. So the divine is just warning you, saying, hey, one of these dudes, you choose one of these guys, they have the potential to really, really fuck your life up. Now, we do, let me move these out of the way. Now you do have the Knight of Cups here, which is saying that there is love, but I mean, potentially, I mean, I guess technically you could potentially have an emotional connection to all of them, but that's not what this is really here saying. It's one of these people is somebody you can actually have a genuine, authentic connection with, who you can actually have a Ten of Pentacles life with, because it's tied to the Hierophant as well. So one of these people is actually worthy of a long-term commitment. And the Ace of Swords is just about truth and clarity. But it's here to tell you that you're going to have to figure out what it is that you want, going all the way back up here to the Five of Swords. The more that you can get truth and clarity based on the Ace of Swords instead of the Three of Swords, the better off you'll be. Because and this card is also indicating that one of these people is actually a good match for you. We know that it's not, we know for sure it's not this dude. King of Swords, he comes with strings attached. This dude's got hurt. Now, there's two energies. Your energy is attached to this dude, and so is his own energy. He's been hurt, Three of Swords, and he hasn't healed, and there's part of your energy attached to this card. If I could hold the goddamn card. Your energy is attached to that as well, carded. So, again, this is what happens when this is why hurt people, is because one hurt person's holding back, the other hurt person's holding back, but yet each person is expecting the other person to give love. It doesn't work that way. You can't give away what you don't have, and you can't give away what you're not willing to let in, right? But hurt people have that expectation. It's like, I show up, I hold back, I don't give, I'm a wall, I'm a fortress, you're not getting in, and I'm not going to give either, because if I give and I don't get a return on that investment, I want certainty, I want assurance, I want you to do all the work and prove to me that I'm going to get loved, I'm going to get this, I'm going to get that, I want all the things to come to me first before I give. But it doesn't work that way either. So you get two people that are both playing that game, and shit starts hitting the fan really fast. So the next card is we have Daydream. This is the fantasy card. Now, see, you're not going to see all this shit in the heat of the moment. The truth, the reality is hidden behind the fantasy and the daydream, the whirlwind of the passion and the excitement and all the things. And that's what most people do, right? Like, there's a reason that even when you're looking at attachment theory and things, right? There's a reason why people who are avoidant or anxious, whatever attachment style, doesn't matter. There's a reason that they get into a relationship to begin with. They're not avoidant right out of the gate. Neither are they anxious right out of the gate. They have to get into it before their attachment style is triggered. But they're still that same person the whole time. Like, they're not healed. That attachment issue is pre-existing when they come into the relationship. So what gets them into the relationship then? Well, fantasy, passion, infatuation, fun, all the things, right? And then the last card is we have differences. Like, there's nothing about you and this guy, at least, that it's ever going to be in alignment, right? And part of it's because, obviously there's a lot of control here, manipulation going on, but also because of this guarded energy. So that dude is Mr. No-Go. Let's take a look at, just really quick here, because now you got me curious. Let's take a look at Mr. Cups over here. I know you want Mr. Wand because he's got the wand. That's obvious. We're not going to go to him yet. We know how you are about the wands. They all of the women want the wand. Of course you want the wand. You got he walking around all proud of it too. Look at him. I mean, what chick do want walking around basically, you know, a confident porn star? And every woman sees that like, well, God dang, you can walk around proud of being a porn star? Shoot, you give me that thing. The King of Wands. You come over here and wand me in the face. All right, cards. I ain't gonna sit here, shuffle all night. I'm not practicing for the masturbation Olympics over here. Come on now. Tell me about this cup. Tell me about this King of Cups. Oh, okay. So King of Cups guy, we got chemistry. So that's definitely better than this dude. King of Cups, we got the chemistry. Show me the King of Cups. What else he got? Open up. Okay. So they're telling you, hey, this person might be worth opening up to. Maybe you need to, maybe he's the one. Let's see. Maybe he's the better choice. And he's certainly better than this dude. No, the strings came out again. This might be, I'm not, don't hate me for saying this, Lisa. This might be you. Your energy, I know for sure it was definitely yours and his for on this card, but this might be tied to you because this is positive, positive. This just came out again and it's the same exact card. And when it's not so much strings attached, it may be that you just have certain types of expectations as part of self preservation, which is why the open up card is here. It's like, hey, like, you know, maybe relax your expectations a little bit. Is kind of what I'm getting from that. Give me one more for this King of Cups guy. Family. And on the bottom of the deck, healing. So this energy right here is totally different. Mr. King of Cups. So his energy is really is night and day difference than his. So we'll pull him out. And we'll put him over here in the middle. All your men, Lisa. Look at all your men. Lisa's got a full-blown harem over here. Full-blown harem. She like, if you knew what I knew in the bedroom, you'd have a harem too, boy. Shoot. All right. Let's talk about Mr. Wands. Tell me about that King of Wands. What's he gonna bring to the table besides that big old crusty wand? He got that Cracker Barrel wand. One of them wands you find at the Cracker Barrel gift shop. That's what he got. He got himself a crusty Cracker Barrel wand made out of hash brown casserole. Oh, whoa, wait, we got true love coming up out here. Uh-oh. The plot thickens, ladies and gentlemen. The plot thickens. You might have to make a decision between two guys that actually could be both good choices for you. Maybe that's what that Two of Pentacles is saying. Maybe the Two of Pentacles is saying you got two good choices and one bad choice. But let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Maybe Mr. Cracker Barrel Krusty one, he might be the one. We'll go on down to the Krusty Krab. Security. Okay. True love and security. Support. Damn. One more. Got it. And flirt. Yeah, I knew that one, boy. Look at you. Look at you getting all goth. You got your black lipstick on. But come here, Krusty Cracker. Krusty Cracker Barrel man. I'm fitting to show you how to play. I'm fitting to show you how I play the flute. I'm gonna play your flute. I'm gonna make you sing. Uh, okay. So the lie detector tests determine that you are not the father. This is what we've determined for Lisa. This is what we determined for Lisa. I'm going to take these, set these over here. So the verdict is this is this motherfucker. Mr. Sword is the tower. So this is definitely the dude that you don't want to fuck with. This is the rotten apple for sure. Now, these two guys, is this. You got a choice between these two boys. And I feel now, one, you're going to have potentially a strong, there's going to be definitely emotional connection, but the other one is actually the one that you can spend your life with. They're both good choices. Both of these guys are good choices, but one is just going to feel like the forever person, whereas the other one was really good, but ultimately the decision is going to be yours to make. Now, that's going to seem really logical. This is going to be like, oh, this makes so much sense. Like the crystal clear answer, like the obvious answer is, okay, cool. Obviously, I'm not going to do with this guy, but here's the problem. The reason that this guy is showing up in your reading is again because it's not going to be so easy for you to not deal with him. Just like I said to somebody earlier, I forget who I was talking to, but the fact that when somebody comes in your reading, I think it was divine timing in the soul contract. Maybe, I don't remember. But when somebody shows up in your reading, it's because the divine is not so sure, not so certain in your ability to say no. Because if the divine knew for sure that that person was like, hey, there's no way in hell, I'm done with that person, there's nothing, then the divine wouldn't talk about it. It wouldn't show up on the table, right? Like for me, there's no connection at all whatsoever ever with my ex-wife. So does my ex-wife ever show up in any of my love readings? No. Why would she? The divine knows that the divine knows that the divine knows that I am forever in this lifetime. I'm done with my ex-wife. There's no reason for her to show up in my reading. So when someone shows up in your reading, even if you tell me, no, I know they're toxic, I'm done. It's like, well, no, you're not done. You might think you're done, but energetically, you're actually not done because the divine brings that out on the table to say, hey, there's a reason this person is showing up in your reading because there's going to be an encounter. There's going to be something about this person that you need to know about, a temptation. And since it's part of your question and choices and decisions you have to make, this person is being factored in, meaning you're going to have to make a decision with this person because there's still something there. And so at the very least, you're going to have a temptation with that King of Swords, even though I've told you all of this. So you walk away and even having all this knowledge, like, okay, well, geez, this person can fuck my whole life up. And you can know that intellectually, but when this person comes towards you, it's like kryptonite, right? We all can think about what we'll do in a situation that we're not currently in. That's the lie and the illusion we tell ourselves. Oh yeah, if this person comes back, I know what I'll do. You don't have a fucking clue. Most people have no clue what they're going to do. Somebody came, showed up, right? Because you don't know. You don't know what they're going to say. You don't know what energy they're going to be in. And because most people even know themselves very well, you know, and in this case, the Five of Swords that we talked about for you specifically, the mental chaos, mental conflict, right? Self sabotage. When you're in that type of energy, it can be very tricky. Somebody comes in and they know you, they know your weaknesses, they've been around you, they know the things to say, they know things to do. The next thing you know, you're in the bed and you're banging each other's brains out and it's like good old times. And they know how to do that thing that you really, really, really like that nobody else knows how to do, but they know how to do it and they know how to do it right. And it's like, man, it's so hard to give that one thing up because it's so fucking good and it's my thing. And they know how to do it exceptionally well, right? There's a reason that we attract people in our life that are our kryptonite, our crack. And there's a reason that we get addicted to those types of people. Like I straight up will tell anybody, the best sex that you will ever have in your life is with somebody that you have a toxic trauma bond with. Hands down, the best sex of your life will always be with a toxic trauma bond relationship. That's why one of the reasons why they're so hard to leave. It's like the most mind-blowing sex, because essentially you're connecting over your trauma, but it's coming out through sex. So you're relating your trauma through pleasure instead of pain, even though the rest of the time your relationship sucks and you're miserable. It's kind of like a paradox and oxymoron, but that's, I won't get into the psychology of all that, but that's what it is. So for you, my friend, say no to the sword, Mr. King of Swords. I don't want you to go through a tower. Hide your kids, hide your wife. He climbing in your window. He snatching your people up. He climbing in your window. Well, Gene, you're just cracked to everybody. Like if we could somehow get Jean and put her and like crush her up in powder form and we could just snort lines, like imagine we'd all be Super Saiyan. We'd all just go fucking Super Saiyan, maybe a snorting Jean, snorting lines of Jean, just I wonder what that would do in terms of like a Viagra type of thing. Like if somehow we could take Jean's essence and turn it into a form of Viagra, what would happen? What would happen? I ain't even about the dang-a-lang at this point. Man, Lisa, you won't try to lie to me again. 2 times tonight you try to lie to me. You be like, I ain't got no booby piercing and I ain't even about the dang-a-lang. Man, you can't be lying to me like that now. So I know you. I know you. She out there dating dudes who got nipple rings and penis tattoos. She's like, I don't care about that. Yeah. Lisa be the most freaky one up in this place. She out freak all of us. She out freak all of us at the same time. Be like, I don't care about that. Shit. This ain't my first rodeo. Oh wait, look, whoa. Easy. We ain't trying to get nobody riled up in here now. All right? We ain't trying to get nobody riled up here. I don't need no transgender protesting happening on my live chat now. And it's okay if you're transgender. I ain't got no problem with that either. I just don't need no protests. Eddie wants Lisa to prove that she doesn't have booby piercings. Pics or it didn't happen. I seen all the pics, Gene. Sonali. Sonali's here? I say let your freak flag fly. I bet Brandy's a closet freak too. All you, well, I'm talking about all you ladies are closet freaks out here on terror, getting tarot readings. Like the most freaky people in the world. The spiritual freaks. Prince Albert piercings too. Do I have? I might not even be wearing any pants for all you guys know. Purple rain, purple rain. I saw a swing I'm interested in. Yeah, just as soon as she just got done saying, I don't need no ding-a-ling. I'm gonna buy me a swing though. And I approve of that, by the way, Lisa. You know what? I'm just gonna live vicariously through you because I'm about. It's. I'm at this point. I'm more celibate than 10 virgins combined. So you go out and you have all the stuff that I'm missing out on. And I approve, by the way. Maybe I'll incarnate as a porn star in my next life to make up for all of this missed time. Maybe. I don't know. We haven't got that far yet. Who was next? Ash? All right. Damn, it's already 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock and I got to work tomorrow. I need to kick it up a notch. Okay, who is still here? Who is still here that wants a reading? I do have to work today, and I am going to get sleep. So if you want a reading, you're here and you would like a reading, let me know in the chat. Diksha is here. Who else is here? Diksha's here. Brandy's here. Sonali is here. Okay, Sonali, you were technically next, so ask your question. So I know at least 3 of you are here. Diksha, Sonali, and Brandy, at least 3 of you are here. So Sonali, you can ask your question. And then I'll do you, I don't know, what's the list? Sonali, Ash, Maria must have fell asleep again. Okay, so I'll do Sonali, Diksha, and then Brandy. Can I have a general reading? Okay, Sonali, do you want a general reading, just general, or do you want a general reading about something specific? No, I know it's cool, Brandy. Look, I know it's cool. Okay, I know. But there's only like 3 of you here, so I can do 3 of you. Can I have a general reading? Okay, I'm assuming. All right, well, I'm assuming. I don't know. I'm not gonna. We'll just say anything. All right, anything. They say anything. Anything is anything. All right, I'll take anything as an answer. Anything it is. What does Sonali need to know? All right, healing and recovery. So there's something that you need to be focusing on in regards to healing and recovery. The collective. Ooh. Okay, so there's something that. Okay, there's 2 energies attached to that, which I like. Oh, okay. Yep. There we go. I like it. I'm unclear about the second energy attached to this, but it's something. There's something that you need to do some healing for and about, which I'm going to find out what that is really quick. But the second energy is very clear, which is about your calling and your purpose in life. 100%. So let me see really quick for you why this is here. Why is the recovery here? What is the other energy attached to Sonali? What is the other energy attached to Sonali? A two of swords. Okay. So there's something you're in denial about. And when I say in denial, I think it's more just something that you're not aware of. It's like a blind spot. Yeah. Well, yeah. A slight, a slight, a slight painful blind spot with the Ten of Swords. Okay. So what's the Ten of Swords? Oh, so the Four of Pentacles is what this is. All right. So my bad. Let's put this back out here then. Four of Pentacles and Fortress there. All right. That makes sense. Well, but show me the Ten of Swords. Ooh, okay. So you were betrayed. Got it. All right. So you had a connection with somebody at some point. This person clearly betrayed you. We got the Knight of Wands in reverse. So this person was not who you thought they were. And betrayal can happen in lots of forms. We have the Three of Pentacles. They were probably playing you and somebody else, probably an affair, a betrayal, a cheater, Ten of Swords, and all of that. The Four of Swords at the bottom of the deck. I don't think this is something recent though. I think this is something that happened to you, not necessarily recently, but you have not completely healed from it. I think that you, I think that you've distracted yourself. I think you've done some, like maybe a little bit of healing, but not, you haven't really healed from it. Okay. Because we have the Four of Swords, which is saying, hey, there's something here that needs to be healed. The Two of Swords is saying that, uh, you're basically not wanting to deal with it, whether you're consciously or unconsciously aware of that. I don't know, but it's here saying that there's something that's like, that's really painful. I don't want to. It's like I would just prefer not to have to look at it because it was really hurtful and really painful. But the divine is saying, hey, it needs to be healed. Okay, and that's one of the energies attached to this. Okay, so there's that part. Now, the rest of this has to do with what you're supposed to be doing with your life, your purpose in life. Okay, so recovery has something to do with you learning some type of healing, helping people in some type of healing mode or function. I don't know whether it's teaching, I don't know if it's like the the health industry. I don't know what that is, but you'll know. Something you would be very passionate about. We have the collective. That's the card that tells me you're supposed to be doing something to serve the collective. It's part of your destiny. We have the fated destiny card. We have passion. It's something that you'd be very passionate about. And here is you doing the work. You're a leader, meaning you're meant to go out and help people, to serve people. You have a call on your life to help people heal. So there's something here about healing and recovery, and that could be anything, but it's something that you'll know because you're passionate about it. And whatever that is, the divine wants you to start going for it, start moving in that direction. But before, before all of that, the divine also wants you you know, to heal this other thing. And it's very possible that whatever this thing is back here that hurts you might be part of the thing that you're meant to go help people with as well. But I don't know. The divine isn't telling me what it is, and that's usually because the divine wants you to figure it out. The divine's like, hey, she needs to know, because if I tell you, then I'm influencing you, whether you realize it or not, right? So sometimes we need to make our own discoveries, because influence is the most powerful force in the universe. Everything is influencing everything, right? And so the divine wants you to figure out what this is if you don't know, because the divine isn't telling me what it is for you. It's not for me to tell you what this is, but the message is for you to go to understand what it is, so that you can go out and you can start doing it. And I think that if you align yourself to whatever this is, I think uh, once we get past the halfway mark of this year, your whole life is going to start taking a different direction. You're going to get really clear. You're going to get really focused, and it's like this whole realm of opportunities are going to open up to you for a life that you never thought you could even have or experience. Like, oh my God, like I didn't even know that I could do this. I didn't even know that this was an option for me. I didn't even know that my life could go in this direction. I could do these things, right? Just like me being out here doing all this with you guys. If you would have asked me, you know, 3.5 years ago that I would be on the trajectory that I'm on currently, I would say you're crazy. But yet here I am, because I answered the call. And when you answer the call, you know, the miraculous begins to open up for you. All kinds of crazy stuff that you can't imagine starts to happen for you. So, and that's one of the other energies here for you with Fated Destiny, is essentially saying, hey, the divine wants to take you on an adventure of your of a lifetime, right? Like when you say yes to, when you answer the call, you're not just signing up for another 9 to 5 grind of just whatever. You're signing up for an adventure, like a total crazy wild adventure, things that you can't imagine that would happen for you, the places that you'll go, the people that you'll meet, the opportunities that you'll have, the lives that you'll change, the things that you'll experience, the way that you'll be impacted, the blessings, the abundance. It's all part of the incredible story of saying yes to your calling, right? And people think that living in the matrix is where it's at, when it's just boring shit. They can't wait, to schedule their PTO. Like, oh my God, I got to work all year to get 2 weeks of vacation time. Yay, right? And they think that's living the life. It's like they have no clue, because if they actually answered the call and stepped out of their comfort zone and went for it, they'd find out that life has so much more for them. And that's what's available for you. Okay. So there's something here for you in terms of your call. Again, I'm not exactly sure what that is, but whatever it is, if you say yes to the call, then I predict maybe around September or October-ish, your whole life is potentially going a whole different direction that you can't even imagine. So for now, focus on healing whatever this thing is from the past. And then the second thing that I would do is start focusing on your mission and your purpose in life. And everything else you want, by the way, is attached to that. Okay. Whether it's love, it's money, whatever, it's all attached to that. Okay. So it's not just you going out and helping people. That's just part of it. You get everything else with it too. It's the whole package deal. Okay. And Brandy, you're okay. Okay. Diksha, you are here. What's your question? And then Brandy, I'm going to save you for last, because I know that I know that the divine is going to say some things to you. And so I'm just energetically prepared for you to be my last person. Diksha, you may ask your question. You're welcome, Sonali. Ooh, man. All right. What's coming towards Diksha and love? I have the. So I just had. I made 4 decks. I'm just talking out loud to myself really quick. I made 4 decks. I made 3 tarot decks, and I I made a 2.0 version of this deck right here that I'm excited to get hopefully by the end of this month. I don't know why I'm saying that, but I am. Okay. Okay, so there's some things here that you first of all, Diksha, there's some things here that the divine is highlighting that you should heal from, okay? That's gonna impact any type of relationship that you have. So I'm gonna show you what that is in just a second, but I'm gonna also answer your question. So show me what opportunities in love for Diksha, and then I'll get into this other stuff. Okay, 6 of Cups. I'm not so sure yet that that's a past. I mean, that could be a past person, but I'm feeling with that children card here. Oh, 7 of Swords in reverse. Okay. 3 of Pentacles in reverse. All right. 4 of Wands. Queen of Cups. 10 of Pentacles. The Tower. And the Devil. All right. The 9 of Swords. The 10 of Swords. Okay. All right. So yeah, you got some. You got a messy situation here. I got to check on this really quick first. All right. Why is the 6 of Cups here? Okay. Got it. Oh, yeah. Well, wow. Really got it. All right. So is this dude coming back? Um, is this guy coming back? Okay. All right, I'm gonna tell you what I'm getting here. Um, I don't know if you were in a commitment with somebody or you were in a relationship with somebody from your past. I think this is a past person. I have children here. I have children energy coming off of here, and I got a kid down here under this deck too. So I don't know if you were seeing somebody who had children or if you have children with somebody. I don't know if you were married before with the Hierophant here. I don't know. I don't know exactly what this is, but this is what I get from this energy. There's two things. One of them I'm certain of, which is this up here. What I'm not certain of is whether this Six of Cups is telling me that this King of Wands, potentially a Leo, but doesn't have to be, this King of Wands from your past is potentially coming back to you. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's not very clear. 50-50. And normally I'm not split down. I'm normally it's not it's split energy for me. For whatever reason, it's a split energy. So there's a 50-50 chance that this person from your past that you potentially had a commitment with, or maybe they have a commitment with somebody else. Maybe they have children with somebody else, or maybe you have children. I do not know. So there's something about children or the past here, and I don't know. I mean, if you're single, I don't know, but I'm just going to tell you what I see. I feel that there was a betrayal. We have a Ten of Swords here. We have a past energy here, and then over here we have the Ten of Swords again, which is the same Ten of Swords here, attached to the same person. We have the Nine of Swords. We have the Devil. There was a toxic ass relationship. We have the Tower. Something happened here. Somebody, obviously, the lying, the cheating. The Seven of Swords in reverse indicates that at one point in time, the Seven of Swords was upright, meaning the truth came out about whatever this person did. They were lying, they were cheating, they were betraying. There was a painful ending here. There was a betrayal here of some sort. We have a tower. The relationship blew up. And there was a high level of commitment here with the Ten of Pentacles and the Hierophant. We have a Queen of Cups here, potentially Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, doesn't have to be, but potentially. And there was a high level committed relationship or a marriage, potentially involving kids, but it doesn't have to be. So we have we have three cards indicating a marriage or a high level of commitment, but it did not, it didn't work because obviously somebody was being toxic in the relationship with the Devil card. There was lying, there was cheating, there was a betrayal, there's backstabbing, and that's what's on the table. And the Three of Pentacles in reverse is saying that this situation is not recoverable. Like you're not going to be able to work this out with this person. So if you don't know who this person is, and I feel that it's a past person, but you don't know who this person is, then the only other explanation, which doesn't make any sense to me because this up here is telling me that there's something that happened in the past. But I don't know. maybe the universe is sending me a curveball. But if this is not a past person, then whoever it is that's going to show up for you is basically a shit show. That's what this is saying. Because I see betrayal, I see backstabbing, I see a tower. All this stuff that I'm seeing here is no bueno. You do not pass go, you do not collect $200. So whoever this person is, this King of Wands, is definitely not good for you. So past, future, I don't know. But what I can tell you is whoever this person is not the person that you need to spend the rest of your life with. That I am certain of. Okay. Now, up here, the divine wants to talk to you about some things that you potentially need to work on and heal as well so that you don't attract someone like this. Arranged marriage or not, doesn't matter. So let's talk about that for a quick second. Put these away. I need room for the cards at the bottom of this deck. There's something here also about these about kids. Okay. So I'm not really sure, but something that you need to know. And part of the energy is something attached to your childhood, which is obviously here. So the overthinking card here is in reverse, which is basically saying that, well, first let me put it to you this way. So we have patterns, and we have overthinking, and we have sickness. So basically what this is warning you about is that your level of stress, your anxiety, and your overthinking here can become worse than it is. In other words, if it gets out of control, it's going to become a pattern, and then once it becomes a pattern, it's going to make you sick. Like literally. Like, I don't know, you could get an autoimmune disease. It's going to create a literal physical illness in your body. All right. Now, one other thing is you may have something that you need to heal from your childhood that you're unaware of. That's another possibility here that just came to me. You may have had something happen to you when you were a kid, and the reason the overthinking in the pattern card is in reverse is saying that you're just not aware of it. So you actually, if you have any type of weird random illnesses or sicknesses or diagnosis that medical experts and doctors can't explain, they're like, well, we don't know. We can't find anything wrong with you, even though you're having these symptoms, you're having these sicknesses, and you're having these problems. And they're like, we can't find anything wrong with you. The reason that they can't find anything wrong with you is because it's not connected to an actual health related problem. It's connected to a trauma or something that you had when you were a child. Also, another thing, whatever this thing is, might affect your ability to have children. So if down the road, you're doing the thing and you're not having children, it's not because you necessarily can't have children, it's because of whatever this is. So just keep that in mind as well. So there's a lot of things related to your actual health that could be potentially influenced by a number of other things. Some of it's overthinking, some of it could be from some past childhood stuff. Like there's several things that are potentially affecting your health. Currently, and maybe even down the road. All right. So there's just some things to keep in mind. And I don't really ever get a whole lot of health readings really. So this is kind of a new thing, but let's go. But there's some other things you need to know. All right. So there's this whole childhood thing. Okay? There's something attached to your childhood here. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's definitely something that's potentially negatively affecting you. All right. So it's something you need to be aware about. Now, this next card is not aligned. This is essentially the divine warning you about the thing we talked about earlier. There's somebody who's going to come up, who's going to show up in your life, and they are not the one for you. Okay? They're going to a shit show. Whoever that King of Wands guy is, he's not the one for you. The next is we have validation, we have synchronicity, we have excitement, we have timing, and then we have investment. Okay. So there's two energies attached to the validation here. One is a negative energy. It's basically an energy of someone who needs a lot of attention, validation, and significance. And when you don't give that person attention, significance, or validation, then you know you see the negative side of them. Okay. So that's attached to that. Now, I don't know if that's attached to you or attached to the person that you're not aligned with. Now, the second energy that's attached to the validation is synchronicity, meaning you will know who the right person is for you in the future because the divine, if you allow the divine will show you. You will see signs and synchronicities saying, hey, this person is who is right for you, right? But that requires you to trust the divine. So the validation is saying, hey, you need to trust the signs, you need to trust the divine. And if you do that, then yeah, it's a green light. You'll meet the right person. It'll be an exciting time. And you'll have a future with this person, with the investments. This is like a 10 of Pentacles. So there is somebody that you do have a bright future with, a happy future with. It's just not that other guy. Okay. But there is going to be some timing involved here. So this isn't probably something that's going to happen for you soon. I'm not going to say that it can't happen this year because we're still just in March, but it's not something that's going to happen probably in the next 90 days. I could be wrong, but I don't sense that in the next 90 days you're going to be meeting the one. All right. But what I can say is that the divine wants you to get curious and start exploring some of these things from up here. Some blind spots that you may have, some things within you that need to be healed, and for you to become aware of. That's what, for sure, this patterns in reverse, this overthinking reverse, and this sickness. Okay, so those are some things to be aware of. And then, like I said, for sure, I don't know where you live. I don't know what the rules are. I don't know how it works. But if you can help it, make sure that the person that shows up in your life, make sure that it's the right person. And again, you'll know that it's the right person as long as you trust the divine and you look for the signs. Okay? The divine will show you who the right person is. And if it's not that person, then they're not the right ones for you. Okay? So that's what the divine wants you to know about right now. Brandy. What does Brandy want to know tonight, ladies and gentlemen? renewal just came out all by itself. The divine's like, whoo. Seeds have been planted. Things are fixing to be growing. Something that Brandy, something Brandy has, the seeds that Brandy have been planting and nurturing are starting to break the surface. Things are beginning to grow. Things are beginning to grow. Just like that man who took that Viagra about 30 minutes ago. Things are going to be staying strong for the next 8 hours. And while Brandy ponders questions of life's greatest mysteries, we're just going to let the divine say what it wants to say. We have, don't let pride get in your way, which pride can just be interchangeable with fear. Doesn't have to be pride. Because this is just really a card of courage. That's really what this is. It's just saying, hey, fortune favors the brave. It's a card of courage. Doing it scared. Work through your fear. See? Can't make that shit up. Forget the word pride and interchange it with fear. Work through your fears. Don't let fear get in your way. Adjustments are required. Well, what are the adjustments? Well, the adjustments are not letting fear get in the way. And at the bottom of the deck, it's time to take action, which would make sense because that's what courage is. Hey, it's time to throw caution to the wind and trust the divine and go do the damn thing. A time for healing. Yeah, and I think that's really more just like the healing that you're going to provide to those that you're called to provide healing for. My question is, go figure out who claimed my son. I have a paper file and file new forms and theft and ID theft and all of that. So wait, what happened here? Oh my God. Oh. Don't betray me now, buddy. We're close. We're close to the finish line. Don't betray me now. So some shit happened to your son. My question is the I-4s. Oh, so you're talking about taxes? Like somebody claimed your son on like a tax form? And I'm still unsure. Oh, okay. Uh, hmm. What would I use to answer this? Hmm. Well, well, that one. Well, whoever they were, they're an asshole. Well, yeah, the devil wanted to come out here. All right. Who's the dirty little bastard? Okay, building. Hmm. I'm getting major hospital vibes on this. And if it's not hospital, I'm getting something maybe like medical records or something to do with health, medical records, hospitals. Uh, okay. Secrets. Something with the health industry. Oh fuck. I can't put my finger on it. This building card is an institution. This is some type of building institution. I get a hospital vibe. Okay, I think the Ace of Swords is telling me two things. I think the Ace of Swords is telling me yes, because the Ace of Swords a lot of times can represent like a knife, surgery, but it can also it's also the sword of truth. So I think this is divine saying I'm I'm getting close, closer than not. Ace of Wands. Okay, interesting. Tell me more. Nine of Cups. King of Wands. Okay. So this King of Wands potentially is the culprit. Oh wait. Wait a minute. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So now we have the Empress, which has to do either with a mom or pregnancy, and then we have the Ace of Wands, which is correlating to the Empress. So obviously this could be the wait hold on, I'm not looking at the chat and I'm just now glancing at the chat. His grandma is a doctor, his paternal grandma. Holy shit. His grandma claim him on her taxes? That that would be really random and really fucked up simultaneously. All right, let's this thing called tarot never ceases to amaze me. Whatever this is, we're doing here. We're going to look at these two people. These two people, this is like the game Clue. This is also really suspicious to me, and I'm not sure why. But obviously, the Ace of Wands and this are telling me something about children, childbirth. or something of that nature. And this too, you know, mother, father, energy, something. I don't know. But we're gonna I'm gonna we're gonna see how this transpires here. But yeah, the secret is here. So obviously somebody's doing something sketchy. Who's the Empress? Why is she here? For the love of God, please don't make me shuffle all goddamn night. Please show me the Empress. Okay, Nine of Wands is injury. Yeah, we know somebody's not doing well. You know, that's the wounded warrior card. So yeah, we get it. Somebody this energy is attached to the sickness energy. It's somebody who's not doing well. Strength. Okay. Yeah. So we know that this person this is a card of recovery. Somebody who's trying to regain their strength, recovering here. But who is the Empress? So it's also Leo energy. So I don't know if this guy is a Leo, this King of Wands. I don't know if it's related, but who is the Empress though? Like who actually is the Empress? Oh shit. Two of Wands. Okay, the Two of Wands is telling me two people are involved in this, which is completely unusual and completely random because usually the traditional Two of Wands is like obviously, you know, decisions, choices, and planning and all that shit. But we have the Hermit at the bottom of the deck. And this is telling me there's somebody older involved here. It doesn't have to be a Virgo, but this is just instantaneously when I saw this, it's just the divine side. It's an older person. Um, the Two of Wands is there's two people involved. Eight of Wands. This is something to do with either the internet data, or information. Yeah, but we know that. Okay, so who is this? I want this person's identity. I want to know who the fuck the Empress is. Three of Pentacles, Six of Wands. Okay, so this person is in a position of, they're in a high position. Not really sure the Three of Pentacles yet. Maybe it's saying they're not easy to work with or they're not easy to get along with. I don't know. Or maybe they make, well, you can't make this shit up, dude. This Hermit came out again. So it's possible there could be a Virgo, but it's telling me that somebody who's older. It's an older person. Okay, you know, they're 50 or older, probably at least 50 or older. King of Cups is at the bottom of the deck. Queen of Swords is at the bottom of the deck. High Priestess, there's the secret. Eight of Pentacles, work. Seven of Swords, there's the lie. No, no, no. Don't drop. God damn it. Don't drop the cards. I'm fixing to bust out this other deck. Um, Seven of Swords, Seven of Cups. Page of Wands. This is an illusion card. Somebody, so the Seven of Swords and Seven of Cups is somebody who is covering their tracks, and it's like an illusion thing. Page of Swords, Ace of Swords, Ten of Pentacles, money. All right, now we have an Emperor, and there's the Empress. We have mother and a father, or two older people, and we have family money, security, Four Pentacles. Oh, wait. I put these two back. King of Wands. All right, who was this? Who was this guy? Ah, shit. Who is the King of Wands? Who is this? Okay, the King of Wands is the Hermit. So whoever the older person is that the Hermit is attached to is who this is. And whoever this is connected to whoever she is. So there's that. And look, the Three of Pentacles came out in reverse again. And then there's the Ace of Swords. And then the Ten of Cups. This is family. Whether it's family to you or whether it's family between those two. There's the Moon. There's the hidden shit. There's the Ace of Pentacles. There's the money. Judgment. Now, this could either be the government or this could be their decision. Them actually making the judgment. There's going to be some fucking karma on this, dude. I feel it. It's not showing, but there's karma in this. Six of Pentacles. They got other people involved in this too. We got two women, a Queen of Pentacles and a Queen of Wands, and the Six of Pentacles. Will they owe people money, or they're just giving the money to somebody else, or are they filing other people as well? Page of Pentacles. Are they just fucking embezzling money? Fucking IRS gate, tax gate 2025. All right, tell me about this. What is this scandal? What is this scandal here? This is why I knew I needed to make you last, Brandy. I knew some shit was. I knew something. I knew it was either going to be some epic thing. I don't know what. I didn't know what thing, but I knew it was. I felt it. I knew there was going to be something. I was like, yep. There's something. There's something. I knew it was going to be something. Coffin. It did come out in reverse, but okay. That is okay. If what's coming to my mind about that, if there's any fact to it, that's really fucked up. Something about not wanting him to die. I don't know if that's like the excuse or something. Like they like community. Okay, forget the community. This is what it is. It's the people on the card. Forget the word community. You got two old people and you got the kid. And behind them, there's even stop camera. There's kind of like maybe even two older people, kind of even behind the scenes behind them. So it's more about the imagery of this card than community. There's a clue there. There's a reason that came out. There's a clue there. Oh, I knew. I told you. Karma, 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 karma. Now this came out in reverse, but this is whatever they're doing is like go to jail shit. Okay. Whatever they're doing is this could send their ass to fucking jail. And I knew it. I said they're gonna get karma. When I was with the cars, I was like, whoever that's doing this, they're gonna get karma for this. And there it is. It's right here in the imprisonment. Tell me more. Yeah, whoever's doing this, they're fucked. Potentially, they're potentially fucked. And this isn't even just going to jail. Like this is like if they do have a job or a reputation, they basically just dug their own grave. No pun intended with the coffin there. That follow, okay. The pathway is saying you have to follow the clues here. You know, it's also telling me we're kind of on the right path here. Mature man. So there's the old guy again. This guy, this King of Wands who is the Virgo is the old dude. So it's an older man. There's an older man involved in this. Maybe even more so than her because it keeps highlighting the hermit, the old guy. It keeps going to him. Here he is. It keeps going to him more than any female. Even though she's out here, it's really this guy. So he might be the puppet master, even if this person over here is one of the culprits or the assistants, whatever that word is. Tell me more. Okay, this card is not about the words again. This card is about the imagery. There's something about this picture that's related to this, and it's not It's not the word. Forget the word thoughts. Something about this man and this woman in that desk and all that shit. What is this? Tell me more. How can we find, like, what, give me something actionable here. Change. Yeah, no shit. Change, like their ass going to jail. Change. What do we need about that? Courtship. Okay, so maybe these people are seeing each other, but they're not together. That's a possibility here. We have change and we have journey at the bottom of this deck. So maybe they're taking this money for retirement. Maybe they're taking it because they want to move. It's like they're planning on just like, I want clues about their identity though. What else can you tell me? I have to use this other deck too, I think. Concern. Okay, so there's the sickness. It's tied to the sickness card and concern. There's the old bastard again. Whoever this person, this old mature man, he's showing up yet again. So who is this guy? He's becoming more and more the central theme behind all this. Who is this guy? What's the deal with him? Privileged lady. So this guy is with whoever this woman is, and they have a thing going. And so this woman here, whoever the empress is whoever she is. And obviously they have some type of relationship together. Okay, poverty. So they're either in debt, they have some you know something. There's a reason that they're taking money. They either owe too much money, they got themselves into a bind, something's going on here where whatever they're doing is because they're probably fucking broke. Um, let's see if this will give some clues here. This shit right here is wild. I think the only thing more crazy than this was the one time, like 2 or 3 years ago, somebody came in and I picked up on the fact that some person's boyfriend went to jail because basically a meth lab blew up. And when I said it, I was just kind of kidding, but then the girl in the chat said, "No, that's actually literally what happened. Her boyfriend had a meth lab and the meth lab blew up and he actually did go to jail." And I was like, "Holy shit." I thought I was just making something up and it wasn't me making it up. It was actually a channeled message. That was one of the craziest things that ever came out in a reading besides this. This right here is this is like some planned ass. I mean, this is like intentional. This is somebody who really like they had to, you have to put thought into this kind of thing. Like it's not just something you do by accident. It's an intentional closing the cycle. Yeah, you're not, I don't care about that. Addiction. No, 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 no. I need I need I need you to tell me about this. Tell me about this. Tell me about this old man. What's going on with this dude? Why they, okay, yeah. Divine feminine. So there she is. I know. You keep showing me that. We know about the privileged lady. Give me some clues. Fake busy. Okay. So this is somebody who acts like, you know, this is somebody who acts like they're really busy or they got a lot going on, whatever this is. And so I think this is why this person, it's a clue. It's a clue to their job, but it's also a clue that this person actually doesn't do shit, basically. Phony, trickster, and illusion. Yeah, obviously we know that. So this person is fake. So maybe this person actually pretends to have a lifestyle or something they actually don't. Maybe they present themselves as being wealthy and successful and they're this and that, but really they're broke ass. You know, who they are behind the scenes uh, is obviously not that. Okay, love hate. Love hate with what? Mirroring. Love hate with what? With the privileged lady. Love hate with Brandy. Love hate with Brandy's kid. Love hate with what? I miss you. Oh, so this is some shit. So this is some like fairy tale. So this is some shit between him and his woman. Oh, you know what this might be? Holy shit. I think, okay, I got chills. I don't know if I'm right about this, but I mean, I can only assume that this came from the divine. I think that this woman is in a relationship with this man. This man is not doing well, and he has financial issues, and he has a lot of other problems. And because she is so infatuated with this man that she's basically willing to risk the things that she's doing for him. And look at this, bottom of the deck. Ashamed, guilt, embarrassed, in the wrong. This person knows that what they're doing is fucked up. Whoever this woman is, I think she's the one who did the tax thing. I think she's the one that committed the crime, but he's the puppet master behind the scenes. He's the one who is kind of the instigator, and she's basically trying to please him. So she may have done the crime, and she knows what she did was bad, but she was willing to do it because of all this shit. The divine feminine is here. Phony, trickster, illusion, fairy tale. That's the reason. The love and hate is part of her conscience, but also the love and hate of knowing, like, hey, here she is with this guy. It's like she loves him, but there's other conditions involved in this situation or relationship with her that she doesn't like, you know, and they have whatever their toxic shit is going on here, right? And then she has this I miss you. So it's like, I think that this woman is so caught up with this man wanting to please him, wanting to take care of him, whatever's going on with him, she's willing she was willing to risk this for him. You cannot make this, dude. I've got chills. You cannot make this shit up. Underneath this card is secrets again. Divine masculine. There he is. And it's interesting if you look at this guy, it's almost he's got his hands out like he's desperate for something. And I know that might seem like it's like okay, well maybe you're reading a little bit too much into the picture, but I don't know that I am in this case. And then if you look on his face, it's almost like he's kind of like a little bit just kind of like, kind of like a little bit, I don't want to say fake happy to receive, but there's just a little bit of look on his face where it's kind of like, like a beggar, but it's not a sincere beggar kind of thing. I don't know how to describe it, but backstab underneath that. Pain, cheating, deception, mind games, love bomb. Family. There's your clue, Brandy. Family. Community and family. You know who this person is. This person, somehow, they're connected to you. If they're not your direct family, they're very close to your family. Somebody who would have access to his information. Sweet talk. You would not know this. You would not anticipate it. Because who this person is to your face, right? It's one of those things. Like Scooby-Doo, the old Scooby-Doo cartoons, they're running around and every time they think that, the monster is not the person that's nice, it's like 1 minute, like the person's like, oh my gosh, the evil monster's after me. Like, don't worry. And then they go and they chase down the monster. And then later in the cartoon, they pull off the monster's mask. And it was the person who acted like they were scared of the monster the whole time. Like, wait, it was you the whole time? The completely plot twist, unsuspecting person. So it's somebody definitely connected to your family. Let me see if it will say. Uh, this is a shot in the dark, but I mean, we got nothing to lose. Bust out the old pendulum here. All right. Let's start here. Let me turn it a little bit. All right. So just for clarity, we have yes on both sides, right here and right here, and we have no up and down. Yes, left and right, no up and down. Okay. Can you confirm that Brandy knows who this person is? Does Brandy know this deceptive person? Yes or no? Does Brandy know who the deceptive person is? Answer is yes. Okay. Does Brandy know who this older King of Wands guy is? Yes or no? Does she know who this person is? Answer is yes. Does Brandy, wait. Are these two people in some type of romantic connection together? Yes or no? Answer is yes. Okay. Next question. Are these people family members of Brandy's? Are these actual family members? The answer is yes. Okay, so these are people you know. They're definitely family members. Can you show me the sun zodiac sign of this woman? What month? What zodiac sign is her sun sign? Swing to her zodiac sign, please. Okay, it's swinging. It's swinging towards Aquarius. Swinging hard towards Aquarius. Okay, is this woman an Aquarius? Yes or no? Is this woman an Aquarius? Yes or no? Is she a sun sign Aquarius? Okay, it's saying yes. Now I'm going to tell you this. Um, when I use this pendulum for myself, when it comes to asking about signs, it's like 50-50. So, take it with a grain of salt. Uh, I get I get half and half with it when it comes to zodiac signs. I don't know why, but you know, it is what it is. Show me the sun sign of the King of Wands. Okay, it's swinging towards Sagittarius. All right. Is this King of Wands a Sagittarius? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, so again, take that with a grain of salt, but I feel like that's just some degree of additional confirmation that you know, despite the signs, because like I said, just to be honest with you, sometimes that can be a 50-50 hit or miss there, but for sure, these people, for sure, they're family members, they're tied to you. You asked the thing about karma. I mean, obviously, why would you get karma for something that they did wrong? I mean, you're not going to get karma for it. They're going to get karma for it. I mean, I'll ask the cards, but I mean, I'll just logically, why would you get karma for seeking justice for a literal crime that you did not commit? You have nothing to do with this. This is their shit. I mean, obviously, it would be up to you to decide if you wanted to pursue legal action against them, especially if they're family members. No, obviously, no one's going to force you to do that. Um, but I'll ask. I'll ask really quick and see what. But I don't feel that that would be. That just doesn't seem possible. Like, why would you get bad karma for you know seeking justice in protecting the well-being of your own fucking child? And who does that? Like, what? Who in your fucking family? Like, who steals your one of your family members' identities? I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know. People do crazy shit all the time. I mean, I guess there are people out there who sexually abuse and molest their own children. So maybe I shouldn't be surprised by somebody stealing an identity. I guess I should just believe anything's possible, but it's just fucking mind blowing to me. Absolutely mind blowing to me. Let me get these out of the way. Well, I mean, it's serious. I mean, that's serious shit, dude. And I mean, I'm obviously not a lawyer. I'm in no position to give you legal advice, but I mean, if there's not a consequence to some extent, then what's to stop them from doing it again? That's where I think. And I'm all about forgiveness and all of that, by the way. Like I'm all about, hey, look, people fuck up in life, and we all have our shit and all of that, but you know, there's also, there's a reason we have to go through cause and effect and consequences for our actions, right? But anyways, uh, you know, will Brandy get some type of karma for if she decides to take action? Okay, that's a no. The divine is saying you're overthinking. So that's a big no. So the divine is basically saying, Brandy, you're worrying more about you're worrying more about other things. Like it's almost kind of like even though you know it's fucked up, even though you know that justice is deserved, so there's this other part of you that's you know, worried about them, worried about what other people think. Like you're thinking about all these other things that are not actually relevant to what's really important. Is what this card is saying. What else do you want her to know about that? What else? Okay. All right. This is interesting. Oh God. Okay. Well, let's just go ahead and show you this. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, well, let's just show you. Let's just show you all the things. All right. Fuck it. We're here. We're here. Well, let's just go ahead and get into this too. All right. My next question was actually going to be, okay, so what's the advice? And the divine already knew I was going to ask. So the divine's like, well, let's just go ahead and just tell you, just tell her all the things, Eddie. I'm like, all right, fuck it. Let's tell her all the things. It's kind of a big deal. So let's do it. Um, we got this one. We got this one. We got that 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 one. And then we got this one. So let's get all these out here. There's the mask card. All right. So here's the deal. I mean, it looks like a lot of cards, but it's really the message is actually not really that complicated. Thank God, because my brain is melted. So the calling card up here has to do with basically the divine is basically saying, hey, look, it's up to you what you want to do. Obviously, it's essentially saying judgment call, right? Like this is like basically a judgment call. Now, what the divine is saying with the delay here is the divine is saying, don't make any impulsive decisions, don't make reactionary decisions, and don't make emotional decisions. Like, you know, really think about the decision that feels right for you to make. And if you need to get other people's advice and opinion about how to handle a tricky situation that's really fucked up that involves people in your family, the divine is saying, hey, don't be in a hurry to necessarily make a rash or rush decision. If you need to collect more information, you need to get other people's opinion, you need to get other types of advice, all of that. That's why the community card is here. The community is saying, hey, there's you don't have to just rely upon your own knowledge and your own decision making here. You can hit the pause button long enough, delaying your decision until you get more information here, so that whatever decision you make, you feel confident is actually in the highest good here. All right. Which is why the ascension card is here. It's just another way of saying what's actually going to be in the highest good of 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 everyone here involved. Right. Now, so we have to get into kind of the nitty gritty here, which is these endings, prison, sickness, and destruction here. Okay. So there's essentially there's at least two energies attached to each one of these. Well, at least these two cards. Now, this endings, there's a decision here, basically the divine saying, look, um, you know, it's up to you again what you do, and that applies to everything that I'm going to say from this moment going forward. So I don't have to repeat myself. Your free will is going to affect whatever needs to be done here. However you want to proceed here, okay? There's not really a right or wrong, it's just whatever you decide to do. But I don't for now, I don't think that it's in your highest good to have these people in your life. Like you're going to have to cut these people out. Endings is here on purpose. So it's not like, hey, even if it's a forgive thing, even if it's like, hey, yeah, you guys fucked up. This was really fucked up. It was really wrong, right? Even if you forgive them, it's not like a forgive and you're off the hook. It's like a forgive, what you did was really shitty, but I'm going to forgive you for doing this shitty thing that you shouldn't have done, but you're cut out. You do not get to be in my life or my child's life any longer. You burn that bridge, at least for now. Okay, that energy is here. Again, you do what's best for you. I'm just telling you what the divine's giving me. Okay, prison. If you pursue this, if you decide you pursue this, it's very possible that they will go to jail. And I'm going to tell you that, and again, I don't say this lightly. It's possible that they need to go to jail. And, well, damn, Eddie, that's intense and direct. And I'm not saying this in any type of retaliation or vengeful type of way. I'm saying this because the next card we have sickness and destruction here, and then we have renewal. And this is actually where the good part is for them. In other words, if they don't have a consequence for this action, then they're not going to learn their lesson. And then what's necessarily in their highest good isn't going to work out for them potentially. You know, that's what the renewal is saying. Is basically saying, hey, maybe the best thing for them is actually to end up having to pay a consequence, because it's going to force them to look at some shit that all the things inside of them, why they did what they did, what led them to do that. Reflection here, the sickness is the part of them, the energy inside of them, that's the dysfunction or the corruption, the toxicity. That's what the sickness card is. Destruction is what needs to happen, right? Like a tower moment. People think that towers are just evil, bad things we don't want to happen to us. No, there's always a reason for a tower. Whether you wanted a tower, whether you didn't want the tower, right? It's always working out in your highest good if you understand the spiritual meaning of the thing. When I was hit by a drunk driver, it was a shitty thing. I did nothing to deserve it. And I was out minding my own business with my girlfriend and her sister, and we're going to church. We got hit by a drunk driver. It was his careless action, a 65-year-old man, you know, who had a bunch of health issues, wanted to go up to the store and get some more alcohol, and just wanted to get home. And he was on all kinds of other prescription medication. Well, he made a very, bad mistake. But he probably made that mistake in the past and was able to get home just fine. That's the problem. People do things that they're not supposed to do, and they get away with it, so they continue to do it. Because it's like, well, I got away with this time, I got away with this time, but then the one time that you don't get away with it and it blows some shit up, so his karma was he went to jail for 20 years and he died in jail. He got 20 years. He was 65 and he died in prison. 2011. He hit me and my girlfriend in 1997, and I was informed that he died in prison in 2011. So I don't know what the math is between 97 and 2011. However old that he was at that point, that's when he died. But he died in prison. So he didn't serve the whole 20 years, but he still died in prison. And I'm not saying that out of revenge or anything. I'm just saying that's what happened to him, right? So the destruction here is what needs to happen to them so that they can go through a renewal process. In other words, they need a tower moment to correct the dysfunction inside of them. That's what this is saying. And it's not me suggesting or telling you what to do. That's on you. But I'm just simply here to say what the divine is showing me. That, prison is like a metaphor. It doesn't have to be literally them going to prison, but this is just punishment, right? A consequence, if we want to even use a lighter word. A consequence for what they've done is the only way that they're going to actually change their behavior. You're going to, this whole situation is going to require any amount of courage on your part. Anything that you do regarding this situation is going to require you to have courage. Here's the legal situation. So here's the whole situation. Karma for them. Letting go is the divine telling you that this isn't your problem. You need to let go of you taking responsibility for crimes that somebody committed against your son. So any type of guilt that you feel, any type of shit, you did not do this. They did it. The divine is saying you need to let go of any type of, oh man, there's guilt and there's shame and this, that, and all these other things, right? Because they're family, soul contract here. They brought this upon themselves. This is their trauma. This is their shit, not yours. And obviously, the contract has to do with whatever their sentence is, basically, right? And this is also the other energies of what they did. And then here's the mask, the deception. So it's a very yeah, I mean, it's a very obviously this whole thing is a shit show. It's a shit storm. You didn't ask for it. Your son didn't ask for it, but they brought it upon themselves. And what you decide to do is up to you. And the divine is telling you you don't have to make an instantaneous decision. You have time to think about it. You should take time to think about it, and you should maybe get other opinions, you know, before making the decision. But again, I will say that I definitely do not think that these people need to be in your life at least for a good long while, and at least until or unless, and maybe not, maybe forever they don't need to be part of your life anymore. And maybe if they are, I don't know, maybe they need to be held at an extreme long arm's distance, but for sure they definitely never need to be in your life unless this occurs. And what's attached to this renewal energy is genuine remorse, genuine apology, genuine change, right? Like, you come back to me after you have cleaned up your mess, you have dealt with the consequences of your action, and you come back to me and you prove to me that you have changed, you are remorseful, and I know and I can feel it in my soul that you're a different fucking human being than the one that would do this to their own family member. Then maybe we'll talk about what level of access that you get to have in my life. That's what I would do. Okay. That's what I would do. But that would be off the table because we haven't even got through any of this yet. Right. So I wouldn't even be thinking about what access they're going to have because we haven't even got this far yet. But this is definitely a very, very tricky situation, and it's very shitty. Um, and it just, again, it just always goes back to this, Brandy. Hurt people hurt people. And it also goes to show you that no matter how old somebody is, you can be 50, 60, 70, 80, now you could be 100 years old, but if you have this energy, traumatic energy, painful energy, you have some other distortion or dysfunction inside of you, it doesn't matter how old the person is, the behavior can still energetically be the same. It doesn't matter how old people are. You know, you can be dealing with a 10-year-old in a 90-year-old's body. You know, and that can manifest in all kinds of ways. You know, my mother's father, he was like that. You know, he was like a dirty, old, perverted 15-year-old. You know, like he never grew out of being like of a teenager's mindset. And she never had a relationship with her father. She didn't respect him. You know, he was just kind of, you know, an immature man his whole entire life. And he never grew out of that. So anyways, all that to say, Brandy, yeah, don't make a rash decision. Get other information from other people if you need it, and you know you'll have time to think about what how you want to move forward once depending on whatever you decide to do, right? But I would say take it in stages and take it in steps. Don't overthink it all by trying to see all of it like, okay, trying to understand how it's all going to happen from start to finish and what all that could be. You're going to drive yourself crazy with that shit because you have no clue. There's no way to know how all of it will turn up. It's just one thing at a time, one decision at a time is what I would do if I were you. But yeah, wow. That besides the meth lab explosion, besides the meth lab explosion, you are the next you're like right there neck and neck with for sure hands down one of the craziest and most challenging, dare I say, readings that I've ever done, which every once in a while is not bad. It's good to get challenged and stretched in all of that. It, definitely helps me stay in touch with all of this, especially when I haven't been on in a hot minute. I mean, these cards are in my hand every day with myself, but it's different when you're pulling on situations that you have when it's not your own stuff. I mean, pulling for me, obviously, I know everything going on in my life, but that was just that was some wild shit, my friend. Wild. All right. Well, I am officially off to bed as I have to work in 3 hours. So I will maybe get 3 hours of sleep, but it was worth being here with everybody tonight. And I will hopefully be on sooner than later. I've upgraded a lot of stuff here, and I was having a lot of technical issues and other things were happening. And it's just, you can't, doing this and having technical problems doesn't work for me. And so my old setup served me well. I had made some changes. I think I've got the kinks figured out. And so hopefully you guys will be seeing more of me. But I'm off to bed. Have a good night. You guys have a great week. Appreciate all of you. And I will see all of you very soon. And you're welcome, my friend.